The committee will reconvene. So when we left, we had reported the Ains, Mr. Tonko, on the print Part B, which was on hazardous materials, correct? And now we're going to go to amendments to the Ains. Are there members who seek recognition to offer an amendment to the Tonko amendment in the nature of a substitute? Mr. Carter has an amendment.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk. It's Senate Bill B 317.
Yes, sir.
Clerk will report the Carter amendment.
Amendment to Subtitle B offered by Mr. Carter of Georgia. At the end, add the following. Section 30205, Reservation of Funds. The Administrator of the
Without objection,
Environmental...
Madam Clerk, the reading of the amendment will be dispensed with, and the gentleman, Mr. Tonko. Mr. Tonko reserves a point of order, and the gentleman from Georgia is recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, my amendment is simple but necessary. It is good government, good for the taxpayer and good for transparency. Back in February, we spent billions of dollars on programs in our committee's jurisdiction and have no idea if all that money has already been spent, how it's been spent, what results came of that spending, and whether there was any misuse or abuse of that funding. In fact, I know Ranking Member Rogers has been asking for months for an accounting of this funding by the federal government. Yet no one has been willing to offer us any information. My colleagues, that is not a political problem. That's an institutional problem when this committee cannot obtain information about the program it is charged with overseeing. Now today, Subtitle B spends more than $15 billion supplementing funds for 2 existing programs with new subaccounts and creating a couple of new programs. This comes in addition to the funds to be requested through the normal appropriations process. Of the existing programs it funds, Superfund has a 40-year history of negative Government Accountability Office reports concerning its management and spending. Fortunately, the last administration seemed to be doing better. In addition, the Toxic Substances Control Act programs have had very little oversight by this committee, even though it is more than a dozen years old. Plus the 2 new programs, and it's spent $5.75 billion to award grants to groups in states, tribes, and localities for waste minimalization composting programs, efforts to encourage higher waste disposal fees, and to subsidize federal and state lobbying. These are expensive and striking policy choices by the majority. I was surprised all this new excessive spending does not require any kind of transparency about the funding it appropriates. Especially after all the complaining the majority made about the last administration, I cannot understand why we won't sunshine here. I think Ranking Member Rogers' experience of asking for this kind of information and then never receiving a response proves that if we want accountability, then we need to demand it in the actual law. My amendment would solve that. My amendment would reserve 3% of the funding appropriated under this bill for the Inspector General of the Environmental Protection Agency to conduct oversight of this program's implementation, identify any waste, fraud, or abuse association with these programs, and to have it promptly reported to Congress. It doesn't get any more straightforward than that. We either want accountability or we don't. We either think federal dollars need to be cared about or we don't. We think we need to be informed about bad actors, or we don't. I believe we need all these things, and I urge support for my amendment, and I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. Ms. DeGette would like to be recognized for 5 minutes. She's virtual. Is she available?
No, she was there, and I think she just left. See if someone else wants to speak.
Anyone else want to address the Carter amendment? No? Mr. Tonko is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The amendment filed, B317, filed by the minority to Subtitle B, Hazardous Materials, has caused this concerned. The amendment is unnecessary because the Office of the Inspector General receives funding through the normal appropriations process. But I'm pleasantly surprised that my colleagues on the other side of the aisle are supporting that office and robust funding for it. So I hope my colleagues will work with us during the normal appropriations cycle to support robust funding for the EPA IG. With that, I yield back.
Thank you. Anyone else on either side? You spoke already. Want to ask somebody else? Mr. Hudson?
Move to strike the last word.
Mr. Hudson's recognized.
I yield to my colleague from Georgia, Mr. Carter.
Mr. Chairman, with all due respect to Mr. Tonko's remarks about this being unnecessary, it's obvious that we're not getting the kind of transparency, the kind of response that we should be getting for these programs and that the taxpayers demand out of us as the oversight committee on these particular programs. That's why if we include it in the law, then we know that it's going to be part of what they are charged with doing, and then we will get the transparency and the accountability that the taxpayers deserve. And I just want to make sure that my colleagues on the other side of the aisle understand that 3% of this would go toward making sure that our constituents, my constituents, your constituents, our constituents would be informed and they would know exactly where these funds are going. And I don't think that's too much to ask of anyone. So I would beg to differ that it's unnecessary. I would beg to differ that it is much needed and necessary, and I yield back.
I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Anyone else want to talk about this? All right, then we're going to go to, you guys want a recorded vote? Yes. Okay. A recorded vote is ordered on the Carter amendment to the Ains. Those in favor of the Carter amendment will say aye. Those opposed will say no, and the clerk shall call the roll.
Mr. Rush.
Rush of Illinois votes no.
Mr. Rush votes no. Ms. Eshoo.
Eshoo from California votes no.
Ms. Eshoo votes no. Ms. DeGette. Mr. Doyle.
Doyle votes no.
Mr. Doyle votes no. Ms. Schakowsky. Ms. Schakowsky votes no. Mr. Butterfield.
Butterfield votes no.
Mr. Butterfield votes no. Ms. Matsui.
Matsui votes no.
Ms. Matsui votes no. Ms. Castor.
Ms. Castor votes no.
Ms. Castor votes no. Mr. Sarbanes.
Sarbanes votes no.
Mr. Sarbanes votes no. Mr. McNerney.
McNerney votes no.
Mr. McNerney votes no. Mr. Welch.
Mr. Welch votes no.
Mr. Welch votes no. Mr. Tonko.
Tonko from New York votes no.
Mr. Tonko votes no. Ms. Clark. Mr. Schrader. Mr. Cardenas.
Cardenas, representing California, votes no.
Mr. Cardenas votes no. Mr. Ruiz.
Ruiz from California votes no.
Mr. Ruiz votes no. Mr. Peters. Mr. Peters votes no. Mrs. Dingell.
Dingell votes no.
Mrs. Dingell votes no. Mr. Vesey.
Casey votes no.
Mr. Vesey, can you repeat your vote, please? Mr. Vesey, can you please repeat your vote?
VC votes no.
Mr. Vesey votes no. Ms. Custer.
Custer votes no.
Ms. Custer votes no. Ms. Kelly.
Kelly votes no.
Ms. Kelly votes no. Ms. Barragan.
Barragan votes no.
Ms. Barragan votes no. Mr. McEachin.
McEachin of Virginia votes no.
Mr. McEachin votes no. Ms. Blunt Rochester.
Blunt Rochester votes no.
Ms. Blunt Rochester votes no. Mr. Soto.
Soto votes no.
Mr. Soto votes no. Mr. O'Halloran.
O'Halloran votes no.
Mr. O'Halloran votes no. Ms. Rice. Ms. Rice votes no. Ms. Craig.
Craig of Minnesota votes no.
Ms. Craig votes no. Ms. Schreier.
Schreier votes no.
Ms. Schreier votes no. Ms. Trahan.
Trahan votes no.
Ms. Trahan, can you please repeat your vote?
Trahan votes no.
Ms. Trahan votes no. Ms. Fletcher.
Fletcher votes no.
Ms. Fletcher votes no. Mrs. Rogers. Mrs. Rogers votes aye. Mr. Upton.
Upton votes aye.
Mr. Upton votes aye. Mr. Burgess. Mr. Scalise.
Scalise votes aye.
Mr. Scalise, can you please repeat your vote?
Scalise votes aye.
Mr. Scalise votes aye. Mr. Latta.
Latta votes aye.
Mr. Latta votes aye. Mr. Guthrie. Mr. Guthrie votes aye. Mr. McKinley. Mr. McKinley votes aye. Mr. Kinzinger. Mr. Griffith. Mr. Griffith votes aye. Mr. Bilirakis. Mr. Bilirakis votes aye. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Johnson votes aye. Mr. Long. Mr. Bouchon.
Bouchon from Indiana votes aye.
Mr. Bouchon votes aye. Mr. Mullen. Mr. Hudson.
Hudson from North Carolina votes aye.
Mr. Hudson votes aye. Mr. Wahlberg.
Wahlberg votes aye.
Mr. Wahlberg votes aye. Mr. Carter. Mr. Carter votes aye. Mr. Duncan.
Mr. Duncan votes aye. Mr. Duncan votes aye.
Mr. Duncan votes aye. Mr. Palmer. Mr. Palmer votes aye. Mr. Dunn.
Mr. Dunn of Florida votes aye.
Mr. Dunn votes aye. Mr. Curtis.
Curtis votes aye.
Mr. Curtis votes aye. Ms. Lesko.
Lesko of Arizona votes aye.
Ms. Lesko votes aye. Mr. Pence.
Pence votes aye.
Mr. Pence votes aye. Mr. Crenshaw.
Crenshaw votes aye.
Mr. Crenshaw votes aye. Mr. Joyce.
Joyce votes aye.
Mr. Joyce votes aye. Mr. Armstrong.
Armstrong votes yes.
Mr. Armstrong votes aye. Chairman Pallone.
Pallone from New Jersey votes no.
Chairman Pallone votes no.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
how am I recorded?
How is Ms. Clark recorded?
Ms. Clark is not recorded.
Mr. Chairman, Ms. Clark of New York votes aye. Oh, excuse me, votes no.
Ms. Clark votes no.
Thank you.
Ms. DeGette?
Ms. DeGette is not recorded.
Is she?
votes no.
Ms. DeGette votes no.
Mr. Schrader?
Mr. Schrader from Oregon votes no.
Mr. Schrader votes no.
Was Kinzinger recorded? Mr. Kinzinger?
He is not recorded.
Okay, well, oh, Mr. Long is not recorded. Mr. Long, you're there? Billy?
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
I've got bad audio. I couldn't hear any of the
We can hear you.
Call back. I'm a yes, yeah.
Mr. Long votes aye.
Mr. Mullen?
I have Burgess, Kiesinger, and Mullen.
I don't want to keep calling names. Burgess, and Kinzinger and Mullen. Did you, he wasn't recorded, Mullen? Is Mr. Mullen recorded?
No, he's not.
I'm here. I'm here.
Mr.
Hold on.
Mullen, go ahead, you're not recorded.
I'm no or yes, yes.
It's a yes.
Mr. Mullen
yes.
votes aye.
All right, that's it, I guess. The clerk will report the tally.
On that vote, Mr. Chairman, the yeas were 24 and the nays were 32.
Okay, so this is on the Carter Amendment. The vote is 24 ayes to 32 noes, and the amendment is not agreed to. And so we're now back on the Tonko substitute, Tonko Ains to the hazardous waste bill. Are there any other amendments on this Part B? All right, well, then we'll go to the Ains. You don't want that recorded? I do. Okay. So we'll voice vote. If there is no further debate, we will proceed to a vote on the, is this the Ains? Oh, no, I'm sorry. If there's no further debate or amendments, we will proceed to a vote on the amendment in the nature of a substitute to committee print Subtitle B, Budget Reconciliation, Legislative Recommendations Relating to Hazardous Material as amended. No, this is the Ains. Please, all those in favor of the amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee print Subtitle B, Budget Reconciliation, Legislative Recommendations Relating to Hazardous Materials will signify by saying aye.
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 And all those opposed will signify by saying no.
No.
Oh,
In the opinion of the chair,
Didn't work.
the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. But now okay, so the amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee print Subtitle B, Budget Reconciliation, Legislative Recommendations Relating to Hazardous Materials is agreed to. And now we're going to go to final passage on this Subtitle B. So the question now occurs on approval and transmitting to the Committee on Budget, the committee print Subtitle B, Budget Reconciliation, Legislative Recommendations Relating to Hazardous Materials as amended. The chair moves the committee do now approve and transmit the recommendations of this committee and all appropriate accompanying material, including additional supplemental minority or dissenting views, to the House Committee on the Budget in order to comply with the reconciliation directive included in Section 2002 of the concurrent resolution on the budget for fiscal year 2022, S-Con Res 14, and consistent with Section 310 of the Congressional Budget and Empowerment Control Act of 1974. So, all those in favor will signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Unless, did you want to, you don't want to voice vote? You okay with voice on that? This is final passage. Oh, yeah, we'd like a recorded vote. All right, we have to do a recorded vote on that. So a recorded vote is ordered. All those in favor will signify by saying aye. Those opposed will say no. And this is on the second bill dealing with hazardous materials, final passage. The clerk shall call the roll.
Mr. Rush.
Aye.
Mr. Rush votes aye. Miss Eshoo.
Eshoo of California votes aye.
Miss Eshoo votes aye. Miss DeGette.
DeGette votes aye.
Miss DeGette votes aye. Mr. Doyle.
Doyle votes yes.
Mr. Doyle votes aye. Miss Schakowsky.
Schakowsky votes aye.
Miss Schakowsky votes aye. Mr. Butterfield.
Butterfield votes aye.
Mr. Butterfield votes aye. Miss Matsui.
Matsui votes aye.
Miss Matsui votes aye. Miss Castor. Miss Castor votes aye. Mr. Sarbanes.
Sarbanes votes aye.
Mr. Sarbanes votes aye. Mr. McNerney.
McNerney votes aye.
Mr. McNerney votes aye. Mr. Welch. Mr. Welch votes aye. Mr. Tonko.
Tonko from New York votes aye.
Mr. Tonko votes aye. Ms. Clark. Mr. Schrader.
Schrader of Oregon votes no.
Mr. Schrader votes no. Mr. Cardenas.
Cardenas representing California votes aye.
Mr. Cardenas votes aye. Mr. Ruiz.
Ruiz from California votes aye. Ruiz from California votes aye.
Mr. Ruiz votes aye. Mr. Peters. Mr. Peters votes aye. Mrs. Dingell.
Dingell votes aye.
Mrs. Dingell votes aye. Mr. Vesey.
PC votes aye.
Mr. Vesey votes aye. Ms. Custer.
Custer votes aye.
Ms. Custer votes aye. Ms. Kelly.
Kelly votes aye.
Ms. Kelly votes aye. Ms. Barragan.
Barragan votes aye.
Ms. Barragan votes aye. Mr. McEachin.
McEachin of Virginia votes aye.
Mr. McEachin votes aye. Ms. Blunt Rochester.
Blunt Rochester votes aye.
Ms. Blunt Rochester votes aye. Mr. Soto.
Soto of Florida votes aye.
Mr. Soto votes aye. Mr. O'Halloran.
O'Halloran votes aye.
Mr. O'Halloran votes aye. Ms. Rice. Ms. Rice votes aye. Ms. Craig.
Ms. Craig of Minnesota votes aye.
Ms. Craig votes aye. Ms. Schreier.
Schreier votes aye.
Ms. Schreier votes aye. Ms. Trahan.
Trahan votes aye.
Ms. Trahan votes aye. Ms. Fletcher.
Fletcher votes aye.
Ms. Fletcher votes aye. Mrs. Rogers. Mrs. Rogers votes no. Mr. Upton.
Upton votes no.
Mr. Upton votes no. Mr. Burgess. Mr. Scalise.
Scalise votes aye.
Mr. Scalise.
Scalise votes no.
Mr. Scalise votes no. Mr. Latta.
Latta votes no.
Mr. Latta votes no. Mr. Guthrie. Mr. Guthrie votes no. Mr. McKinley. Mr. McKinley votes no. Mr. Kinzinger.
Kinzinger, no.
Mr. Kinzinger votes no. Mr. Griffith. Mr. Griffith votes no. Mr. Bilirakis. Mr. Bilirakis votes no. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Johnson votes no. Mr. Bouchon.
About
Sean
Long.
from Indiana votes no.
Mr. Bouchon votes no. Mr. Long.
No.
Mr. Long votes no. Mr. Mullen.
No.
Mr. Mullen votes no. Mr. Hudson.
Hudson, North Carolina votes no.
Mr. Hudson votes no. Mr. Wahlberg.
Wahlberg votes no.
Mr. Wahlberg votes no. Mr. Carter. Mr. Carter votes no. Mr. Duncan.
Mr. Duncan of South Carolina votes no.
Mr. Duncan votes no. Mr. Palmer. Mr. Palmer votes no. Mr. Dunn.
Dunn of Florida votes no.
Mr. Dunn votes no. Mr. Curtis.
Curtis votes no.
Mr. Curtis votes no. Ms. Lesko.
Lesko of Arizona votes no.
Ms. Lesko votes no. Mr. Pence.
Pence from Indiana votes no.
Mr. Pence votes no. Mr. Crenshaw.
Crenshaw votes no.
Mr. Crenshaw votes no. Mr. Joyce.
Joyce from Pennsylvania votes no.
Mr. Joyce votes no. Mr. Armstrong.
Armstrong votes no.
Mr. Armstrong votes no. Chairman Pallone.
Pallone from New Jersey votes aye.
Chairman Pallone votes aye.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes,
how am I recorded?
you're not recorded.
Clark from New York votes yes.
Ms. Clark votes aye.
Is there anyone
Chairman
else?
Hug O'Halloran recorded.
Mr. O'Halloran voted aye.
All right, thank you.
Is there anyone else who's not recorded that would like to be? Okay. So the clerk will report the tally.
On that vote, Mr. Chairman, the yeas were 31 and the nays were 26.
So the vote, this is on transmitting Part B on hazardous waste to the Committee on Budget. Final passage, the vote is 31 ayes to 26 noes. And the committee has approved the committee print Subtitle B, Budget Reconciliation Legislative Recommendations relating to hazardous materials as amended, and ordered the legislative recommendations transmitted to the Committee on Budget. The ranking member is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I plan to file views and request the usual number of days.
And without objection, so ordered. Now, the chair now calls up the committee print Subtitle K, Budget Reconciliation Legislative Recommendations relating to Next Generation 911, and the clerk will report the title of the bill. It'll take a minute.
Subtitle K.
Subtitle K.
Yes. Committee print by the Committee on Energy and Commerce, providing for reconciliation pursuant to S-Con Res 14, the concurrent resolution on the budget for fiscal year 2022. Title III, Committee on Energy and Commerce, Subtitle K, Budget Reconciliation Legislative Recommendations relating to Next Generation 911.
Without objection, well, I guess the first reading of the bill, without objection, the first reading of the bill will be dispensed with. The bill is now considered as read. And without objection, the bill is considered as read and open for amendment at any point. Are there any members seeking recognition? Do we have names on this? Who's that? Ms. Eshu, you have an amendment in the nature of a substitute?
I do, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment in the nature of a substitute for Subtitle K at the desk.
Gentlewoman, you have that?
Yes, sir.
All right. So the clerk will report the Ains, the amendment in the nature of a substitute.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to Subtitle K, offered by Ms. Eshu of California.
And without objection, the reading of the amendment will be dispensed with, and Ms. Eshu is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Colleagues, this amendment makes some common sense, technical, and conforming edits on a very important part of this overall bill. Subtitle K provides $10 billion to establish a new grant program to help fund the nationwide adoption of Next Generation 911. We abbreviate it and call it NG 911. On Saturday, as I mentioned very early on this morning, we commemorated the 20th anniversary of the September 11 attacks. I think all of us are going to mourn the loss of almost 3,000 precious souls the rest of our lives. It was the worst attack in our country's history. And we'll always celebrate the heroes who answered the call that day and so bravely put themselves in harm's way to save lives. But we can really never repay them. 2 years after that horrific tragedy, I co-founded the E911 caucus with Congressman John Shimkus, Senator Conrad Burns, and Senator Hillary Clinton. I'm the only one left standing of that original 4 bipartisan group. The caucus was founded to support first responders and the public safety community by moving our nation's 911 services into the 21st century. But 18 years after founding the E911 caucus, we haven't come close to reaching this goal after so many attempts. I know, I've been part of every single one of them. Most 911 call centers across the country and in your congressional district are still using the same legacy technology that was in place when the first 911 call was made over 50 years ago. This is unacceptable. We're the most innovative country in the world, and we're capable of so much more. Thankfully, we have the opportunity today to make the investments needed to adopt the next generation of public safety communications. NG 911 technology will allow our emergency communication centers to receive real-time location information, text messages, photos, and video from individuals at the scene of an emergency, and to share that information with first responders in the field to help them better respond to the emergency. It'll make our emergency communication centers more secure, resilient, interoperable, and reliable, and it will help to save lives. Beyond grants, this subtitle provides $80 million for the NTIA to establish a next generation 911 cybersecurity center to assist state, local, and regional governments partner by sharing cybersecurity threat information to prevent cyber attacks. The subtitle also provides $10 million be made available in this amendment for the Department of Commerce IG. As I said in my opening statement, 911 is a lifeline for Americans in their greatest hour of need. And in an emergency, few things are more important than these 3 numbers when it comes to getting help. It very often can make the difference between life and death. I'm thrilled that this legislation is finally moving forward after so many years of work, and I'm thrilled that this subtitle has the support of a broad coalition of law enforcement and public safety organizations, including the Major County Sheriffs America, the Major Cities Chiefs Association, National Sheriffs Association, the International Association of Chiefs of Police, the International Association of Fire Chiefs, the Metropolitan Fire Chiefs Association, National Association of State EMS Officials, Association of Public Safety Communications Officials, the National Association of State 911 Administrators, and the National Emergency Number Association. This is really a nonpartisan amendment, colleagues, and I think that all members would be proud to support this, and I yield back.
Thank the gentlewoman, the ranking member. Oh, Mr. Hudson is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. At the beginning of this Congress, I was honored to take over as co-chair of the Next Generation 911 Caucus to join my friend, Congresswoman Eshoo, and work on behalf of our amazing first responders and telecommunicators who work 24/7 to protect our communities. This caucus has worked in a bipartisan way for years to craft the Next Generation 911 legislation in a way that promotes interoperable 911 networks and updates the infrastructure that we rely on to protect public safety and save lives. Our 911 telecommunicators, first responders, and leaders in the 911 field play a vital role in saving lives each and every day. I think we can agree their work has been critical, particularly in response to this COVID-19 pandemic. This year's been a tough one for everyone, But 911 telecommunicators and our first responders cannot take a day off. They are truly essential workers and have shown incredible dedication throughout the past year. I'm proud to work with and support them in Congress. Since the Next Generation 911 bill inclusion in the LIFT Act, this legislation has been improved. However, it's disappointing to have our bipartisan work rush through this partisan reconciliation process rather than through regular order, where we could thoroughly vet this program to make sure this program would be effective and for something as important as upgrading our 911 networks. I have to say to my colleagues, I'm deeply disappointed, especially when this is an area where there is true bipartisan agreement. I think I've made clear my frustration with this process, that we should have held hearings. This is the most expensive piece of legislation in American history. This one bill spends more money than the GDP of Mexico and Canada combined. It is a stunning amount of money, and it should have gone through regular order. But despite my objections to this underlying legislation, I want my colleagues to understand I remain committed to Next Generation 911. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and unless one of my colleagues would like some time, I will yield back the balance of my time.
All right. Anyone else on either side would like to speak on the eschewings dealing with this bill, underlying bill?
So Rush has his hand up, but I think it's a leftover.
Mr. Rush, is your hand up because of the previous speech or for this?
Chairman.
You want to speak on Next Generation 911?
No, I'm lowering it now. I'm lowering it now, Mr.
No, he lowered it.
Okay, thank you. So then we go to,
No, actually, we're on Doyle.
Mr. Doyle is next. Mr. Doyle is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, an advanced and resilient 911 communications infrastructure is critical to the safety and security of our communities. Americans depend on 911 communications to call for assistance in natural disasters and other times of need. This simple, easy to remember number is a lifeline for so many people when they're in dire situations. However, legacy 911 systems are susceptible to outages that can occur in the underlying communications network. When a storm or a wildfire strikes, it's essential that people can still make calls to 911 or to loved ones. And research shows, and current events have borne this out, that more frequent and intense extreme weather and climate-related events will continue increasingly disrupting and damaging critical infrastructure like 911 facilities. Thus, it is essential that 911 facilities are supported by reliable sources of backup power and connectivity. The transition to NG 911 will enhance the resiliency and reliability of the nation's 911 system, which is especially critical during disasters. The fully IP-based and standards-based NG 911 systems will allow for more flexible network routing options to mitigate power outages and reduce vulnerabilities. The Build Back Better Act promotes accelerated implementation of NG 911 service across the country and will provide significant benefits and improved emergency services for the public, 911 professionals, and our first responders. That's why I fully support this bill and look forward to its passage. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Doyle. Do we have anyone on the Republican side? Any other speakers? Mr. McNerney is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word.
Mr. Gentleman's recognized.
Well, I'm very happy that the Build Back Better Act would provide $10 billion in grants for the implementation of the Next Generation 911 services. This will make the 911 services more effective, resilient, and accessible. Without question, it will save lives. In particular, I'm excited that we'll help address one of the most gaping holes in our 911 system today, the lack of interoperability between 911 systems. Today, if one of my constituents is visiting Washington, D.C., for example, and needs to place a 911 call because she knows about a family member with a life-threatening emergency back home and is unable to make such a call. Here's what happens. If she calls 911, a local operator in DC will answer the call, but will not be able to transfer that call to local 911 operators in my district. The person placing the call would have to then scramble to find the phone number for the local police department in California, and the time spent doing that could mean the difference between life and death for the family member there she's trying to help. The legislation we are considering today will help this problem by increasing the interoperability of 911 systems in different jurisdictions, so that 911 operator is one jurisdiction able to help the transfer to a 911 operator in another jurisdiction. This is one of the many ways that the legislation will help improve 911 services. I'm also pleased that the legislation, as strengthened by this amendment, takes important steps to address the growing cyber threats that our nation faces and the risks that this poses to our 911 systems. I urge my colleagues to support the AINs, and I yield back to the chair.
Thanks, gentlemen. Again, we're going to go to Angie Craig, I guess. Ms. Craig is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word and speak in support of the items within Subtitle K.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, in 2018, we celebrated the 50th anniversary of the first 911 call. Over the years, 911 has become a simple and universally recognized number that people call in an emergency to get help from law enforcement, fire services, and emergency medical services. An estimated 240 million calls are made to 911 in the United States each year. Because of technological advances in telecommunications over the last 50 years, today people can communicate in ways that were not even contemplated when the 911 system was first created, such as wireless phones, text and video messages, social media, and IP-enabled devices. That means that 911 systems must also adapt and take advantage of technological advances. However, many of the country's 911 systems continue to rely on outdated communications technology. The Build Back Better Act provides the essential funding needed to enable states and tribes to replace these critical systems with new and advanced technology that will establish a national framework with increased technological capabilities at the nation's 911 systems, facilitate coordination among federal, state, and local governments, and ensure interoperability. I urge my colleagues to support this legislation, which will save lives and support our law enforcement and first responders. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you. All right, so that, I think, closes those who want to speak on the underlying AINs for the next generation 911. Are there any amendments to the AINs? You have one? Okay. Gentlemen, sir, is it labeled? Mr. Griffin? Oh, Mr. Johnson? Mr. Johnson?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Do we know which one that is?
It is CT, Charlie Tango 13.
Yes, I have it.
You have that? Okay.
Amendment to Subtitle K offered by Mr. Johnson of Ohio, page 3, line 19.
I'm sorry, without objection, the reading of the Johnson amendment will be dispensed with, and the gentleman from Ohio is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As you know, this legislation includes $10 billion in grants for the implementation of next generation 911 services. This is intended to make 911 services more accessible, effective, and resilient. It is also intended to better protect first responders by allowing callers to send text messages, images, or videos to 911 so they can better assess the nature of the emergency before responding. So my amendment
is common sense and straightforward. If a jurisdiction has made any effort or taken action, including voting on ordinances, budgets, legislation, or resolutions, to defund or eliminate law enforcement, they are not eligible to receive funding through this grant program. Let me be clear. Law enforcement and first responders play a critical role in our society. They protect the law-abiding from the lawless. It is vitally important they receive the necessary funding and training to keep our communities safe. The ability to call 911 and be connected as quickly as possible to first responders is a critical and life-saving public service for members of every American community. And I fully support funding law enforcement to ensure they have the tools necessary to keep their communities safe and respond to emergencies, including upgraded 911 services. But the decisions some activist local politicians have made to deny the citizens they serve these vital, life-saving public services is both reckless and irresponsible. Not surprisingly, some of these jurisdictions, including major cities run by Democrats that have defunded their police, are now singing a different tune now that they've seen the devastating consequences of increased crime in their cities, including murder rates up by double digits in many cities. In Oakland, California, city lawmakers in April restored $3.3 million of the $29 million in police cuts, and the mayor has also proposed to increase the budget by $24 million, which would restore nearly all of the funding. Baltimore Mayor Brandon Scott, who led efforts as a city councilman to cut the police budget by $22 million, has now proposed to increase the police budget by $27 million. According to a survey by the Police Executive Research Forum, nearly half of the 258 police agencies surveyed said their budgets have been or were likely to be cut. And the cuts prevent purchases of new police equipment first, followed by training, hiring, new offices, and overtime spending. These communities defunding the police are not preventing crime from happening. They're preventing first responders from having the necessary tools and equipment to respond to emergencies and prevent crime. These local politicians are endangering the lives of the law-abiding because their actions are actually increasing the crime rates. Mr. Chairman, why should the federal government provide additional funding to jurisdictions that have chosen to not provide critical funding for law enforcement? You can't have it both ways. You can't vote to defund or eliminate your law enforcement and also ask American taxpayers to help you upgrade your 911 services to reach these same first responders. If a jurisdiction doesn't feel the need to have law enforcement, who exactly are they expecting to be on the other end of the line when their citizens make emergency calls? Without funding, what resources are they supposed to respond to an emergency with to save lives and prevent threats to their community? Mr. Chairman, if communities decide they don't want law enforcement, then it stands to reason that these communities don't need funding to upgrade the tools to communicate with law enforcement. After all, if a jurisdiction cuts funding for their police, they could redirect their funding to their 911 network if they feel that that's necessary. But the federal government, the American taxpayer, should not be rewarding entities that do not stand with our police. And I encourage my colleagues to support this common sense amendment. And with that, I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. I recognize Ms. Eshu now on the Johnson Amendment for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, I move to strike the last word. You know, the long history and practice of our committee is that we give our colleagues at least 2 hours to consider amendments of this type. You gave us not even a half hour. I think this amendment, I'm sorry to say, I think it's ridiculous and it's an insult. There are no definitions to critical provisions. The underlying legislation already says that entities are not eligible if they divert 911 fees. And I made sure that that was in it. I feel very, very strongly about that. You're either for finally addressing this. We all know what the shortcomings are. We know what 911 represents. We understand what interoperability is. We know that in so many situations, 911 can be a matter of life or death. These are funds that really are an investment in each one of our communities in every single one of our congressional districts. This needs to finally be stood up in our country. And I have to say that I'm disappointed in how the amendment was put up, because we don't do things 5 minutes before. And I think that the body of work that's represented in this amendment really speaks to itself. It represents the needs that have not been met in our country. Every single one of us, in addition, are consistently asked by our constituents about what we're going to do about cybersecurity. Well, here's your opportunity. Here's our opportunity. This is for everyone. So I really consider this a nonpartisan amendment. And it's about time. It's 2021. I've been on this since before the turn of this century to try and get this to be stood up. And we finally have it here. And I don't think that this amendment really deserves any support, because as I said, the underlying legislation already says that entities are not eligible if they divert any 911 fees. So I don't know if
can you actually take me to my box since we're here already?
Is someone asking for me to yield to them? Or is that just background noise?
I think it's just background. I would urge everyone.
Oh, okay. Well, with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me urge everyone, if they're virtual, to put themselves on mute if they're not speaking. And also, if you don't want to speak and your hand is up, left over from before, please lower your hand, because we've got a lot of them here, and I think most of them are from the previous amendment. But I do believe that Mr. Wahlberg is new. Oh, Guthrie? Okay, Mr. Guthrie, and then we'll go to Mr. Wahlberg. Is recognized. Mr. Guthrie is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I'm one that likes as much of notice on amendments as possible as well. But when we just found out this subtitle is coming up, and it's coming up out of the order that we thought was going to be moving forward. So that's the reason that we didn't have this amendment in the time frame. So it wasn't any discourtesy. It was just reacting to what was coming across the floor. And if you think back on this, this is the largest spending bill, as my friend from North Carolina said a couple of times, in American history. And we're only given 72 hours to review the 532-page and over $1 trillion legislation we're considering today, and have been noticed that we'll only have 48 hours to debate it. So the timing is an issue for all of us, and disappointing that that's a situation that we're in. And I'd like to voice my support for this amendment. It prohibits entities that have defunded the police from receiving grants under the title to 911. And understand what was said previously, that you can't divert 911 grants, but if you're defunding the police and receiving, you shouldn't be receiving 911 grant, additional 911 money is our point. I don't support defunding or disbanding the police. The men and women of law enforcement put their lives on the line every day to uphold the law in our community. In Kentucky, our frontline responders have been on the front lines of the opioid and among many other issues they deal with on a daily basis. We owe them our sincere appreciation and gratitude. Next Generation 911 has historically had bipartisan support and will allow law enforcement and other first responders to better assess the nature of emergency and reach people in need. We should direct this funding to communities that support their first responders. I encourage my colleagues to support this amendment, and I will yield time to my friend from Florida, Mr. Bilirakis.
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it very much. It's truly a sad state of affairs when we see localities defunding their police departments and disrespecting the very heroes who put their lives on the line to protect their communities. As we memorialize the 20th anniversary of September 11th, we need to reunify as a nation, and like we did then, by showing localities the federal government stands by our heroes. This amendment will ensure that next generation 911 funding is prioritized to those communities that never swayed from backing the blue. Again, prioritizing those communities. These localities that already show they honor their police force should receive prioritized federal funding for enhancing that relationship between the community and their heroes. Don't let those who seek to defund our heroes stand at the front of the line. That's all we're saying. Lastly, I must take this opportunity to thank all the first responders in my counties, in Pasco, Pinellas, and Hillsborough County of the great state of Florida that protect my communities. Thank you very much, and I don't know if anyone else needs.
Thank you. Would anybody else like time, or I will, their own
I'll
time?
yield back
I will, if no one else takes my time, I yield back.
Thank you. Do we have any Democrat who's in the room? If not, it looks like Mr. McNerney is next. Mr. McNerney is recognized for 5 minutes. Or maybe he left his hand up. We'll go to Ms. Craig for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, I move to strike the last word and speak in opposition to this amendment.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I just felt compelled to speak out because this is not an amendment that actually seeks to do anything. My colleagues across the aisle, if they had read the AIMS, they would know that this AIMS actually funds law enforcement at $10 billion. So your argument that this weakens police is just shallow. You know, I'm sick and tired of allowing you to talk about this defund the police movement, but with not a single action in the Democratic Congress has sought to do just that. And I'm going to tell you, you talk about crime rates across this country. If you're going to talk about violent crime being on the rise across the nation, you know, maybe we should also look at Republican-run cities like Tulsa, Jacksonville, and Fresno, and in cities that have increased police spending over the last year, like Houston and Nashville. My colleagues, we are in the middle of the largest public health crisis in our lifetimes. We are in the middle of a gun violence epidemic in our country. We are in the middle of a mental health challenge in our country. We are in the middle of extreme poverty and people being laid off as a result of a public health crisis. So I need my Republican colleagues to read the damn AIMS, and I need each of you to stop spinning this for political purposes to Democrats, because I refuse to sit here and take it anymore. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank the gentlewoman. Mr. Wahlberg? Oh, the ranking member is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment's pretty straightforward, and I would submit that we are in the middle of a movement that is actively seeking to defund police all across this country. I'd also like to remind the members who object to the hour this amendment was filed that we didn't receive the final text of this bill until 11 a.m. on Sunday, yesterday, 11 a.m. But back to the amendment. Cities and states across the country are investing in foundational technology to bring us the next generation 911 services Americans have come to rely on in the time of an emergency. As technology has evolved, so have the expectations of Americans in distress. And next generation 911 will allow Americans to send pictures, videos, or text to help law enforcement respond effectively. This new technology will also help our law enforcement officers be safe when they're responding to dangerous situations, which is why we should protect taxpayer funding from going to places who choose not to support the dangerous work our law enforcement officers do to protect Americans. Across the country, crime rates are skyrocketing faster than inflation. Preliminary government estimates suggest that homicides could be up by 25% this year. Yet in the face of this massive crime wave, we continue to see activists across the country seeking to defund the police. The town of Savage, Minnesota, is soon voting on a measure to completely eliminate their police department. And according to recent news reports, a former police officer says he's no longer willing to travel into Minneapolis after dark because of increased crime. And while some states and cities are not working to explicitly defund the police, they're doing everything within their power to make it impossible for them to do their jobs. In my home state of Washington, for example, law enforcement officers have expressed to me that they are no longer confident that they can take actions needed to keep our communities safe due to the state's new so-called police accountability laws. These laws were written to score political points with no regard for how they actually impact men and women who put on the uniform to keep our streets and our families safe. We've all been home. I've been talking to a lot of different police officers and sheriff deputies in Eastern Washington. Morale is at an all-time low. Many are leaving Washington state. Just last week, the Spokane Police Department had to temporarily eliminate a traffic unit due to staffing shortages. This is not what we want our brave law enforcement officers to be facing. Rather, we should be putting resources towards securing our communities and supporting efforts to keep Americans safe. Unfortunately, some are standing by, turning their backs on men and women in uniform who put their lives on the line daily to keep us and our communities safe. All of it begs the question, if you eliminate the police department and there's no law enforcement officers to respond to emergencies, what use is there having a 911 service? There are no consequences for these actions taken to defund the police. And I believe that we need to start sending a message that Congress cares, that Congress supports law and order. It's pretty fundamental to a nation made of laws, that there is right and wrong, good and evil, and that there will be consequences for bad behavior. This amendment is simple. A vote for this amendment is a vote to support law enforcement. A vote against it is to continue to support activists that want to defund the police. I yield back.
Move to strike the last word, Mr. Chairman.
The gentlewoman from Florida, Ms. Castor, is recognized for 5 minutes.
I yield my time to Chairman Pallone. No, Ms. Craig. Yeah, I yield my time to Congresswoman Craig.
Ms.
Thank you so
Craig?
much, Ms. Castor. Mr. Chair, thank you so much. I just want to respond to ranking member's assertion that Savage, Minnesota is doing such thing. Savage, Minnesota is just an absolutely beautiful town with a great police department in a mostly Republican district in the 2nd District of Minnesota. So I would just encourage Ms. McMorris to check her notes and to have her staff check her facts, because that is certainly not true. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
The time is with Ms. Castor. You yield to Ms. Schakowsky.
Yes, and I yield to Congresswoman Eshoo.
I thank the gentlewoman. My response to the ranking member here is that the major county sheriffs of America support this. The major cities chiefs association support this. The National Sheriff's Association supports this. The International Association of Chiefs of Police support this. The International Association of Fire Chiefs support this. The Metropolitan Fire Chiefs Association supports this. The National Association of State EMS Officials support this. The Association of Public Safety Communications Officials supports this. The National Association of State 911 Administrators support this. The National Emergency Number Association support this. Are these some wild-eyed socialists? Are these people that are less than reputable? You know, I think you want to develop some talking points, go someplace else. Go someplace else. This is nearly a disgrace to do this relative to E911 services in our country. I think you picked the wrong place with the wrong debate on this. I can't tell you how disappointed I am. These are the blue chip organizations in our country supporting what is in this legislation. And it's needed. It's needed. Now you bring up nonsense in plain English. I yield the balance of my time.
I yield back.
All right, so the gentlewoman from Florida, Ms. Castor, has yielded back the time. Do we have a Republican?
Mr. Bouchard is online, but I think Mr. McKinley is more senior.
Mr. McKinley is more senior. Mr. McKinley is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let's just start quickly with some facts. In Minneapolis, between December 11th and March 28th, in just barely over 3 months, murders in Minneapolis rose 46% from the same year, the year prior. This came after Minneapolis City Council unanimously approved cutting $8 million from the police department. Or look at Portland, Oregon. The city commissioners of Portland voted in mid-June of 2020 to cut nearly $16 million from the police budget. And the Antifa protesters wanted to cut $50 million. So as a result, from July 20 to February 21, homicides jumped 270% compared to the same period the year before. In the first 2 months of this year alone, the first of the Biden's presidency, Portland has reported an additional 17 murders, a 1,600% increase from the single murder rate during the first 2 months of 2020. So, Mr. Chairman, every year there are over 60,000 assaults on law enforcement personnel across America. Nearly 1,400 police officers have died in the line of duty since 2016. 270 of these deaths have occurred in this year alone. These aren't just numbers. These are fathers and mothers, husbands and wives, sons and daughters, brothers and sisters. So that every one of us and our families can be safe, these officers risk their lives every day. They face the evil that lurks in the shadows of our community. So shame on the communities that defund their police. Cities have an obligation to provide law enforcement personnel with the resources necessary to do their job and to go home safely to their families. So for once today, Mr. Chairman, let's all put aside our partisan differences and bickering and support Mr. Johnson's amendment. I yield back.
Thank you. Next is Mr. O'Halloran is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I look to strike the last word.
The gentleman's recognized.
I was surprised to see this bill, or not the bill, the amendment. I spent quite a bit of my time in life in the Chicago Police Department. I would think that as you've taken a look at where this bill is heading, and I'm a police officer that has answered many, many calls, ones where I would wish that I had the opportunity to know ahead of time before I got there what the offender looked like, what they were armed with, how many people were around there, what the risk factors were. This is the type of technology that we're looking at it now and into the future. Why would we even think of saying it's all right in some cities to not have this technology available to save a police officer's life or a fireman's life, or where to go save a citizen, and how to overcome some of the issues that are out there about shootings and other police officer shootings or whatever, and overcome those problems before you even got to the scene because you knew what you were going to be addressing. I've been surprised at many, many crime scenes where I got there and all of a sudden shots were being fired at me or my partner. I've seen partners killed. So I don't understand this process where because we want to go after one group because they're doing something, I'm not a believer in defunding the police, but I also not a defender in making sure that we are going to take such technology and help us lose police officers, lose family members, have the fire department not be able to do its job and understand what that scene looked like ahead of time. Technology is technology. All police officers deserve to have the best technology available. And the idea that we are going down this path because of some other issue that needs to be resolved in our country, this is not the way to do it. The way to address these issues is to understand the role that this technology is going to play in saving lives, in making sure we are there to help victims. That if an ambulance is arriving at the scene, they know ahead of time and can see what they're going to be up against immediately, not have that time wasted. If you've ever been to a crime scene, you know seconds count. If you've ever been responding to a crime scene, you would know that the more information you have before you get there, the safer you are as a police officer, the safer that all those people that are at that crime scene or fire scene are going to be, and the better results you are going to have. And I, for one, am not going to vote for anything that will jeopardize the life and safety of our first responders. And I yield.
Thank you. Mr. Bouchon is next. He's virtual.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You're
Thank you, Mr.
recognized for
Chairman.
5 minutes.
For the time, yeah, I moved to strike the last word. Thank you. I just, listening to this debate, I just want to say, you know, I'm not sure that law enforcement and the agencies that were mentioned would be as supportive if they knew the money was going to areas and to people that actually are trying to defund them and take them off the streets. So, yeah, of course, I mean, I support 911, and I think the technology needs to be improved, and every citizen needs to be protected by that. But on the other hand, this indignant discussion we're having about Democrats tired of hearing from Republicans about this defund the police movement, and then saying all these police agencies support their legislation. You know, well, I'm not sure they would if they knew all the money was going to go to areas that actually are actively trying to eliminate them. So, I mean, I think if Democrats don't want to continue to hear from people like us on the Republican side, then stand up against the groups and the politicians in your own party in the House that are actively out there every day campaigning against our police officers and our first responders and decreasing the morale. I can speak for my district that I know that the morale is extremely low. Trying to recruit new officers is almost impossible. And it's not because locally here we have a defund the police movement. We don't at all. In fact, people love law enforcement here. But it's because of a national narrative being promoted by Democrat organizations, and Democrat politicians in Washington won't stand up and say that it's wrong. So I just want to make the point. Somebody said, well, they're tired of hearing from this. Well, I'm tired of hearing things like this, trying to cover people's political hind ends when they refuse to stand up and protect our law enforcement officers across this country who are risking their lives every day. I just had another law enforcement officer killed about a month ago. So, I mean, as a physician, you know, we have a problem with violence in our cities. When I went to medical school in Chicago in the 1980s, the same exact areas of the city 35 years ago where we have violence issues today were exactly the same and for the same reasons. But you know, you hear politicians in around the country in large American cities saying, well, the problem is police brutality. And the problem is it's the police officers that are causing all the problems. But you know, if you go into neighborhoods, even in Evansville, Indiana, or around this country, you know, you don't have support for police officers. And because the politicians that represent them don't have the police officers back, and the citizens know it. So this is a good amendment, because we shouldn't be sending any money for things about this type of thing to areas that want to eliminate law enforcement, want to send social workers to a domestic violence incident, for heaven's sakes, and have them killed, because as probably most people know, that's one of the most dangerous places police officers go. Routine traffic stops and domestic violence. And we're really, some areas are trying to put the traffic stops into the hands of civilians, believe it or not. So I've lived through it. I was in Chicago in the mid 80s. My son lives there now. Nothing's happening. You know why it's not happening? And this is hard for, I think, people to take. It's because I would argue that it's not affecting the right areas of the city for anybody to do anything about it. And, you know, until it does, nothing's going to happen. And then you have people like me who are constantly being called racist and misogynist if we come up with logical solutions to try to help. So I'm frankly also tired of hearing from Democrats about this issue. You know, and if you don't want to hear us talk about the defund the police, stand up against the leftists in your party around the country and the groups that are promoting this, and do something about it. Until that time, we're going to have amendments like this and not give them any money. I yield back.
All right. Anybody else? Oh, Mr. Soto is recognized for 5 minutes.
I'm still up. Move to strike the last word. What a great irony we find ourselves in. This subsection funds the 911 system. It funds the police. So what are you talking about? You want to send a message? Stop the partisan amendments. Make this a bipartisan vote on this subsection. Vote for the next generation 911 subsection. If not, you're the ones being partisan. You're the ones voting against public safety. And if you vote no on this subsection, you're the only ones who are voting to defund the police. I yield back.
Will the gentleman yield? Will the gentleman yield?
Who's
Will the
speaking?
gentleman yield?
Who's requesting the time?
Mr. Doyle.
You can have your own time.
He will yield.
Yes, I yield to Mr. Doyle.
All right, Mr. Doyle, he yields to you. Go ahead.
You know, I wasn't going to speak, but this is ridiculous. This is a BS amendment, and everybody knows it. And you sit over there and lecture us about standing up to the left. How about you stand up to the insurrectionists that attacked this Capitol on January 6th and the former president who led that insurrection? You guys don't say boo to him because you're all afraid of him. You're afraid to stand up for what's been going on in this country, and don't sit here and lecture Democrats about standing up to the left. This bill is pro-police. This bill helps our first responders and our police officers, as Mr. O'Halloran demonstrated. We don't need any lectures from you over there in the Republican Party about standing up to anything. You guys have been sitting there with your heads in your lap, afraid to even say a word because you're going to get primaried by this right-wing squad, this 30% that are still with this man that was a traitor to this country. So we don't need any lectures from you about standing up. You guys need to start standing up to what's been going on in this country. That's been the root of a lot of violence in this country. And we got a demonstration coming up here this coming weekend, and we have to put the fences up around the Capitol because you guys have allowed this to happen because you haven't stood up to it. So don't lecture me about it.
It had to be said. Thank you.
And I yield back.
All right. Mr. Wahlberg is next for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes. You recognized for 5 minutes, Mr. Wahlberg. No?
Thank you.
Does he want to
I
be
don't
recognized?
plan to lecture anybody.
I want to strike the last word.
Mr. Wilberg, you're recognized if you want to be.
I do want to be. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, I'd love you. Hey, I'm not planning to lecture anybody. I think we struck a nerve, though. I think we struck a good nerve. And trying to put it on us that we don't want to support police is strange. I think you need to read the bill and the amendment. The amendment does what I think allegedly you want to do as well. Make sure that dollars go for 9/11 funding across the country, next gen, to make it all work and work in the best way, and we don't waste any of it. Our amendment simply says, let's not waste any of it. If you don't want police support and you don't want to fund the police, then deal with it yourself. But don't make the rest of us have to spend money on entities that don't support their police. It's not the Republicans that have been standing with Antifa and others. It's not we who have been standing like the Vice President of the United States, who bailed out people who wanted to fund the police and rioted. It's not us at all. This amendment is worth supporting. This amendment sends dollars where it needs to go. It supports a good program of Next Gen 9/11. This amendment would condition Next Gen 911 funding for entities and municipalities that do not engage in to fund the police laws, resolutions, ordinances, or the like. This amendment focuses on protecting American safety and supporting law enforcement officers. Read the amendment. Democrats across the country are acting to defund the police, and you know it. And even worse, eliminate police forces altogether. And you know it. According to new reports, cities that defunded police departments have seen an uptick in certain crimes. For example, in the city of Austin, Texas, the city council unanimously voted to cut roughly 1/3 of the city's police budget. That's $150 million. These budget cuts eliminated 150 open jobs and delayed police force recruiting classes. Not surprisingly, as of February 2021, aggravated assaults were up 26% in Austin. Whether Chicago, my hometown, or Portland, this increase in crime is being reflected in Democrat cities across the country. These policies are putting lives at risk. The very least we can do for our frontline officers is support them amidst a horrific crime increase and not waste money. During the month of August, I saw firsthand what the lives of officers are like in and day out. I went on ride-alongs, met with law enforcement officers, sheriffs, chiefs of police in Lenawee County. I rode with the drug unit and saw amazing work that was being done in a special enforcement starting in the middle of June. It ended at the end of August, and it took only 5 days for drug or gun offenses to go down to 0 because of strong enforcement. Those dollars were spent well. That made our city safer. That's what we want to see. We saw a sheriff of Detroit last year in the summer of violence that went on. Did you read about Detroit burning? No, you didn't. Why? Because this sheriff, who happened to be a Republican, but nonetheless, this sheriff walked with the demonstrators, with the people that wanted to protest. And he said, I'll walk arm in arm with you, but you're not going to burn down my city. They didn't. And they had the opportunity to speak very clearly. Those are the cities and law enforcement officials we want 911 dollars going to do in this package. So with that, I thank my colleague from Ohio for bringing this important issue to the forefront. I see absolutely no reason why my Democratic colleagues would vote no. And I now yield the time to Representative Johnson.
Johnson?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I I think I'm going to yield back to Mr. Wahlberg. I think I'm going to get some time here in a second.
Well,
Mr.
thank
Wahlberg, it's
you.
your time.
I thought it was pretty important to give, Michigan guy, give something to Ohio. But let me just end by saying, I urge adoption of this amendment. I think it's a common sense amendment. It's an amendment that uses the funds appropriately. It doesn't waste it, and it gives it to places they'll use it well. With that, I yield back.
All right, Mr. Rush, your hand is up. You're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I really just listened to some of the greatest examples of demagoguery that I've heard in all my years.
Mr. Rush, you need to put your camera on. The way the rules are, you got to put your camera on to speak. I don't see you. Just put the video on.
Mr. Chairman.
You're good. You're recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, again, I have heard over the course of this debate on this amendment, some of the worst, most vile demagoguery that I've heard in all of my years of serving on this committee. I can't ever recall a time when something that was intended for good, and in the minds and in the thoughts and in the words of some of my colleagues from the other side, have been turned into something that is so wrong and so senseless and so harmful. Mr. Chairman, I have been, in the course of my life, I have had many experiences with the police department. The Chicago, the very same police department that was probably in force when Mr. O'Halloran was on it. I certainly, my friend from Michigan was a part of this city. And there's no way, Mr. Chairman, after all my vast experiences with police agencies in Chicago and other places, that I ever would be a part of something that says defund the police. Because I know that my constituents, the ones I represent day in and day out, they rely on the police, they want the police, they are trying to develop a better relationship with the police. But the one thing that prevents that is these wayward outlaws who are on the police department who want to utilize their badge to exercise their depravity as human beings. They want to meet the victim. They want to victimize the victim. There's no respect. No respect. And so when I understand the defund, what was called, what you all call defund, all that was a reallocation of funds to make sure that we don't have police officers putting their lives on the line going to try to deal with a family argument or another, something that maybe a social worker could be better equipped to deal with it. So, Mr. Chairman, this is insanity at its utmost. I cannot even imagine some of the people who have taken who are vocally supporting this amendment. You know, you're reducing yourself to becoming nothing but mere apparatuses of this line of thinking and this line of rhetoric that certainly don't say anything, don't take into any consideration, don't even speak to the the activities of the Capitol Hill policemen who put their lives on the line to save you and I. Who can argue with them? Who can argue with police officers who are doing good all across our nation? Even in the city of Chicago. 2 weeks ago, there was a funeral for a young lady who everybody in this city mourned for because she was a good police officer. My community is not anti-police. My district is not anti-police. But what we are, there was a guy in Chicago named John Bird, who the infamous John Bird, who was convicted in a federal court for torturing innocent people and sending them to decades in jail. One of the biggest budgetary items in the budget of the Chicago police officers is paying for judgments in the courts that said these wayward patrol, some of them, not all of them, not most of them, a few of them.
Mr. Rush, you're like 30 getting to be close to a minute over.
Mr. Chairman, this is a rat hole. Please lift us up out of this rat hole. Please. I do not respect this. I don't like this. This is not something that we should be dealing with at this time.
All right, thank you. I still have Mr. Dunn, Ms. Lesko. We have quite a few. So let's go to Mr. Dunn now. No? Oh, Mr. Bilirakis is the more senior.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
And
I move to strike the last word, and I'll yield to Mr. Johnson.
I thank my colleague for yielding. You know, I heard a word a few minutes ago that struck me as kind of funny. I heard somebody use the word irony. Let me tell you what's irony. What's irony is that the cries to defund the police have come from the Democrat Party. That's where the cries for defunding the police has come from, including members of the House, right here where we serve. And all we're trying to do with this amendment is say, let's don't give taxpayer funding to communities and jurisdictions that have advanced the defund the police movement. And clearly, as my colleague Mr. Wahlberg said, we've struck a nerve. You know, I guess if I had advanced the idea of defunding law enforcement, I'd be offended. I'd be ashamed to stand up to it too, because the American people certainly are not for that. So I can tell you how we can solve this problem when we can end this debate and move on to something else. Support this amendment. Let's put your money where your mouth is. Let's tell the American people, the communities across this country, we stand for law enforcement. And if we're going to provide you money for a new 911 system, we're going to expect you to use it to enhance your law enforcement and your first responders. That's the way to stand up and have some backbone and support law enforcement. And that will do away with this whole debate. And with that, I yield back to my colleague from Florida.
Would the gentleman yield?
Is that me? Are you yielding to Dunn?
Wait a minute. This is
I
Mr.
will yield.
Bilirakis' time. He's now
I
yielding to
yield
the ranking
to
member.
the
Correct?
ranking member.
All right.
Thank you. I appreciate the gentleman yielding. coming from Washington State, we've been seeing this in Seattle, city of Seattle. I might just read in a recent article, there's a mass exodus of nearly 300 officers. Response times are now 60 minutes. And when the mayor was asked about funding for the police, she says, over the past year, the city council has advocated for cutting 50% of the officers, threatened out-of-order layoffs and cut salary of former Chief Carmen Best and her leadership staff. City council continues to hold millions of dollars of department budget hostage, has yet to act on the police department's budget proposal. I also I'd like to submit this article for the record, Mr. Chairman. This is in the Wall Street Journal, recent article earlier this month. Minneapolis vote on eliminating police department puts Democrats on edge. It was in the Wall Street Journal. It talks about the proposed change in Savage, Minnesota, being pushed by local and national progressives. And I'll just read one paragraph in here. A Savage resident, Barb Sackett, says, it's crazy. It would be complete and total lawlessness, as if it isn't already. She's a retired airline worker, and she considers herself an independent voter.
You're asking the Wall Street Journal article be,
yes,
as a unanimous consent request to put this Wall Street Journal article in the record without objection, so ordered.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The fact of the matter is, morale is at an all-time low. And as a nation who believes in law and order, and yes, I hear Republicans and Democrats on this committee right now stating their support of law enforcement. This is a way that we can make sure that we are ensuring that our law enforcement, those that put on the uniform to defend our communities and keep us safe and secure, have the support that they need, along with the technology. Right now in Spokane, Washington, our law enforcement feel like their hands are tied behind their backs. They're not able to respond to domestic violence incidences the way they would like. Hit and run incidences. We have a new shelter, a women's shelter in downtown Spokane, and we can't get the police to come out and provide the protection that's necessary because of the limitations that have been put in place. All that to say, support this amendment. It's a way to make sure that we are providing law enforcement the support they need. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Bilirakis, I guess your time has expired. So the next is Mr. Doyle. Well, he spoke on someone else's time. Okay, Mr. Doyle is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, if I'm reading this very politically poorly drafted amendment correctly, it seems to me that if one tiny municipality in the state of Pennsylvania decided they were going to defund their police department, this would deny NG 911 funds to the entire state of Pennsylvania, is how I'm reading it. And if that's true, this is a really bad amendment. So I would say to all members that this is certainly not something that anybody would want to consider voting for, beyond the fact of how this is just a blatantly political amendment to keep resurrecting this talking point that Republicans are obsessed with. But I'd like to, you know, if somebody thinks I'm reading that wrong, I'd like to hear it. But the way I'm reading this is any one municipality in a state that would say that they're going to defund their police department would make their entire state ineligible to receive 911 funds. So I think you got to consider that too on both sides of the aisle. If anybody else wants the rest of my time, I'd be happy.
Would the gentleman yield? This is Cardenas.
Yes, I'll yield to Tony.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and I appreciate this opportunity for us to discuss what unfortunately has become just talking points on behalf of my Republican colleagues. Not every single one of you, because not every single one of you have spoken, but 9/10 of what has been said on this amendment, which Mr. Doyle, Congressman Doyle, just pointed out, would penalize every single community in an entire state if you had one smidgen of an adjustment of a budget for a law enforcement department in that state. Because I have yet to hear any one of my colleagues, my Republican colleagues who've spoken very adamantly about this today. What exactly is defund the police? I know a lot of my Republican colleagues for the last 25 years that I've sat with and enjoyed serving with in the state legislature in California and on the city council and now in Congress, that, you know, you like to talk about reducing waste, fraud, and abuse. So if there's a department that needs a little bit of belt tightening, but it happens to be a police department, or it happens to have to do with public safety, so correcting $1 or $10 or $1,000 of that particular department's budget, is that, quote, defunding the police? Because let me tell you, this rhetoric that I've been hearing about Democrats writ large wanting to defund the police is just a bunch of hogwash. Because let me tell you, I've been in office for 25 years, and I learned early on in my career as a public servant that funding police and funding public safety go hand in hand. And if you have a really good police department, they really enjoy it when policymakers fund other departments that help complement what they want to do and what they're trained to do. I've had police officer and police officer after police officer tell me when I was on the LA City Council, when I was in the state legislature, and to this day that I've been a congressman, we need more partners to help keep crime down in our communities. We can't do it all on our own. Police officers are not the best experts to deal with individuals who have mental health issues when they're called on a 911 call. You better believe it, if there's a gun being brandished, you better believe that a police officer is probably the best person to show up to that scene of a crime. But yet again, to discharge that weapon isn't the only answer either. So I just wanted to clarify for the record, I am a Democrat. I've been a lifelong Democrat, generations of Democrats in my family. And let me tell you, I have never been for, quote, defunding the police as described mostly by my Republican colleagues. And yes, there might be some Democrats, even in Congress, who use the term defund the police, but you can probably count them on one hand. So with that, I yield back to you, Mr. Doyle. Thank you for yielding me some of your time.
Mr. Doyle, will you yield to me for a minute, Mr. McNerney?
But I think the way I read
He's
this
only
bill,
got 30 seconds. Who's speaking? Doyle?
cut the budget. All you have to do is be considering defunding the police, and you put your entire state in jeopardy of not receiving NG 911 funds. This is a very bad amendment, and we should just dispatch with it quickly. I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Doyle. Now I go to Mr. Dunn.
Carter is more senior.
You're more senior?
Yeah, Carter.
I am.
Mr. Carter, for 5 minutes.
Move to strike the last word, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman's recognized.
You know, Mr. Chairman, I have been a member of this august body for 6.5 years. And I've seen a lot of spin up here, but I don't think I've ever seen anything that even comes close to comparing to the spin that is going on now with this defund the police movement. Think back to a year ago. What was happening in Minneapolis? What was happening in Portland? Riots in our major cities, out of control. Why? Because the Democrats were hollering, defund the police. You owned it, and you have to own it, because you are the ones who said it. You created it. Now look at what we've got. Look at what we've got in our major cities. My home state of Georgia, in the capital city of the South, in Atlanta. Homicides are up 60% of what they were a year ago. One of the most affluent neighborhoods in Atlanta, Buckhead, wanting to de-annex from the city so that they can form their own city, so they can have their own police force. This is not a talking point. When you're talking about people's lives, when you're discussing the impact on people's lives, on their businesses, it's not a talking point. Someone mentioned January 6th, and you're right. January 6th was wrong. Those people should be arrested and prosecuted to the full extent of the law. It was wrong. But let us not forget where this originated from. Let us not forget that. You can spin all you want, but you know you created this with your defund the police rhetoric. That's where it started. Now, we could have worked on this together. Perhaps this amendment would not have even been necessary had not you and the Democrats in the dark came up with this and didn't let us know what was going on until the last minute. Perhaps we could have worked together. But it didn't. That didn't happen. Now we're forced with this situation where we got to address it, and that's why this amendment is important. That's why this amendment is important. Because people in America are concerned now. 6 out of 10 people say that violent crime in our major cities is one of their biggest concerns. This is a good amendment, Mr. Chairman. This will help, and we should pass it. I'll be glad to yield to anyone who needs some time.
Well, we have Dunn and Palmer. They want their own time?
I would like his time. Neil Dunn.
I'll yield to Dr. Dunn.
Thank you so much. I want to say thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, I rise to speak in favor of this amendment. I think it's sagacious. I think it has symmetry. But I want you to know I support the underlying bill as well. So, Madam Chair, please put me on the long list of people who support this bill. But I also support the amendment. And let me be clear, in my home state, we love our law enforcement. You know, my home state, we would never talk about defunding them. We spend our treasure supporting them all the time. We're not that pleased to spend our treasure supporting, other cities that won't spend their money supporting their police. And my district would love they would embrace the symbolism of this amendment. It would encourage communities that have defunded their police to reconsider. And by the way, to me, this is nothing about Democrat versus Republican. My district has more Democrats than Republicans registered in it by a wide margin, and always has. Since the Civil War, they have always had more Democrats here. But if you come in my district and you talk about defunding the police, you're going to be widely and completely reviled. This is not a Democrat Republican thing in my district. I promise you that. I got the last general election, I won with over 98% of the vote in a Democrat district. This isn't Democrats. This is just people who hate the police. And I think you can pass the bill and you can pass the amendment and it will be a better bill. It's just that. And by the way, it'll really send the message. And in my home district, I promise you, that would be the only message it would embrace. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Mr. Carter, you don't have any time left. All right. Is there a Democrat? Mr. Sarbanes is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I won't about 45 seconds. I just wanted to register my opposition to the amendment. Sadly, I think it's a cynical and divisive amendment, as you can see. I'm very excited about the underlying legislation. I think about the efforts we're making in Baltimore, in part aided by the federal consent decree that was entered into about 5 years ago to promote more cooperation and work together between the police department and the community to increase public safety. I can't think of a tool that will enhance that effort more than upgrading this next generation 911 system. And I want to thank those who've helped pull it together. I've heard from the police commissioner in Baltimore, the police commissioner in Baltimore County, in Annapolis, Maryland, and Arundel County, all supporting this effort because they know that it's a great tool for them, but it's a great tool for the community. So I'm very excited about it. It's unfortunate that this amendment has kind of derailed the positivity that I think should be sort of overarching in this conversation. But hopefully we'll get the underlying legislation passed. Hopefully we have the votes to achieve that and deliver this very, very important resource for our constituents. With that, I yield back.
John, will you yield to me, McNerney?
Yeah, absolutely. I'll yield to you, Jerry.
Thank you, John. This should be about 911 service. It's a good program and it needs to be upgraded for the 21st century. It's falling behind. I mentioned in some remarks about what was needed. But the law and order types have turned this into political theater. If you're so law and order inclined, then how about funding the Capitol Police? The majority of the Republicans voted against that. How about voting to investigate what happened on January 6th? Mr. Carter said that they should be prosecuted. Yeah, but how can we prosecute them if we don't know what happened, if we don't know who they were? Finally, expel your members who embrace QAnon and embrace violence against other members of Congress. That's what it takes to stand up. I yield back to you, John.
Mrs. Sarbanes, you have the
John's
time.
This is Robin.
Yeah, I yield. Who wants the time?
Robin Kelly.
Yeah, I yield to you, Robin.
Thank you. The words defund the police have never come out of my mouth, so I resent the broad brush being put on all of us. I come from a family of law enforcement. My uncles were NYPD cops and my cousin. I have a cousin that's a NYPD cop now, Iraqi war veteran, a Marine, and then my two nephews are Chicago police officers, and my stepdaughter works for the FBI. So I come from many years of law enforcement, and I would never say defund the police. But my cousin in New York did call me after an incident in Chicago, one as Congressman Rush has tried to explain that we have had our share of, and said the worst thing for a good cop is a bad cop. So we can't act like, police officers are all innocent, but I know the majority of them are trying to do the right thing because I've seen them every day since I was a little kid. My grandparents' grocery store was like the Dunkin' Donuts in New York. All the cops came there. So please don't put one broad brush on us. And if you're talking about taking money away, from states or municipalities that do these things, I'd like to see if you think that's a good idea. I think it's a good idea to take money away and grants from states that try to take away people's voting rights and try to take away women's rights to choose. And I think the other thing that would help cops, if we could pass some of the, if we care so much about them, some of the gun violence prevention laws, since, when they make traffic stops or have to go to someone's house because of domestic violence, that's where they're getting killed at. So I think we need to think about that too. And yes, I agree with my colleague, Jerry McInerney from California. Let's do something about January 6th. Thank you, John.
John?
Yield back. Yes.
Mr.
Yield back.
Sarbanes yields back. All right, I have Mr. Dunn, you don't want your own time, do you? All right.
I think it's Duncan.
So then we go to Mr. Duncan. You have your hand up. Mr. Duncan, do you still want to speak?
Yes, sir.
You do? You're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Sitting here listening to the debate and thinking about, I believe that the underlying bill to build a next generation 911 system is truly bipartisan. But I also think that what we saw last summer through the fall were not Republican-led cities or municipalities or counties hollering to defund the police. They were Democrat-controlled cities that were doing that. No one's singling out a single member of this committee saying that they personally wanted to defund the police, but it was the Democrats, and you cannot deny that. Democrat cities across great land, many of which were mentioned by my colleagues. I'm curious when Robin mentioned now gun violence. She's from Illinois, I believe. Illinois, home state to Chicago. Tremendous gun violence happened in Chicago, and they got the strictest gun laws in the land. But enough of that. Think about this with me. Your local community received grants for a next generation 911 system. And you were hired on as a 911 operator, and you're sitting there in your cubicle with your headset, and a call comes in. And that call is an emergency that requires a police officer. But unfortunately, due to the calls for defund the police within your community, your local city council cut the training budget, equipment budget, and manpower budget for your local area. And as that 911 operator with that victim or that potential victim on the line, you can't get anybody on the phone to respond to that because no one's available. The department's shorthanded. Why? Because your community, even though it got NG 911 money from the federal government to expand the system, hey, you may even be looking at the actual text messages and photos of the situation in real time on that 911 call. But there isn't a police officer to send because your municipality had defunded the police. That is what this underlying amendment from Mr. Johnson is about, to deny these NG 911 funds to communities that have defunded the police. All we want is our 911 operators to have the next generation technology. You won't find a single person on this committee that disagrees with that. But we want to make sure that those 911 operators actually have first responders available to take that call. That's what this amendment's about. I support it. Urge my colleagues to as well. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you. Do we have any Democrat? Ms. Trahan is next, recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, I've only been on this committee for 9 months, and I can't tell you how disappointing it is to hear yet another common sense policy be politicized by our Republican colleagues with no regard for what that partisan rhetoric does to our country and to our communities. You know, the reason we have a morale problem in our police departments is because politicians, like many of my colleagues across the aisle, have decided to politicize law enforcement and turn it into an election issue rather than a public security issue, and it's dangerous. Many of the same people who go on TV talking about their support for law enforcement in opposition to defunding the police are the same ones who sat silently as Capitol Police were attacked, beaten, and overrun on January 6th. Some of them are even calling for charges to be dropped against the assailants. I mean, that's shameful. Not a single person on this side of the committee has voted to defund the police. We voted to do the opposite. We voted to get police departments funds in the American Rescue Plan, and we voted for COPS grant funding, both of which are more than folks on the other side can say. Now, rather than join and deliver safety, next generation technology for the American people, this amendment would continue down the Republican approach to law enforcement, penalizing officers and hurting victims. Now, if that's your goal, then by all means support the adoption of this amendment. If not, I hope you'll join me in opposing it. Thank you. I yield back.
Lori, would you yield to me there?
I'm sorry. I yield to Congresswoman Craig.
Thank you so much, Mr. Hand. I just wanted to come back for one moment. You know, I don't represent the city of Minneapolis. I represent a southeastern Minnesota congressional district that starts about 20 minutes from the city of Minneapolis. And, you know, I just want to go back to the point of a couple of points that have been made by my colleagues. The first is, you know, what happened in Minneapolis last summer. Many of us Democrats in the state of Minnesota spoke out against the violence and the looting. But what happened in Minnesota happened because Derek Chauvin put his knee on George Floyd's throat and murdered him, and we all watched it. So please don't come here and tell me that what happened in Minnesota happened because of the defund the police movement. There is no movement. It is a fraction. You all get so upset when we talk about QAnon, when we talk and compare you to your colleagues who support and stand next to QAnon supporters. And yet you do exactly what you're doing today. I want to read you a quote. And Mr. Chairman, this was entered into the record, but I'm quoted in this Wall Street Journal article that Ms. McMorris Rogers has been referencing here today. And by the way, the city of Savage is in my congressional district. The reporter from the Wall Street Journal was here getting reaction to something happening in Minneapolis from my district. So Savage is a dateline. Savage has nothing to do with any of what you've talked about here today. But my quote in this Wall Street Journal article says, my friend and colleague Tom Emmer knows that it's complete bullshit that I've ever supported the defund the police movement. And yet he leads the National Republican Campaign Committee. And not only will they try to stick that to me, but they will try to stick that to every other swing district Democrat across this country. My colleagues, this amendment is nothing but a part of that effort. We are here today, a Democratic majority in Congress, the majority on Energy and Commerce, to pass a bill that will fund 911 and law enforcement $10 billion. Any of my Republican colleagues here tonight who vote against this Ames are voting against funding law enforcement in our country. It is a sad day, quite frankly, when we think of these serious problems that my Republican colleagues see as a political opportunity to be exploited for votes, rather than sitting down and have a difficult conversation and doing the hard work of figuring out how we support law enforcement and how we support justice in policing across our country. I yield back.
So the time has expired. Thank you, Ms. Strahan. Mr. Palmer is next.
I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There are 25 cities that have either proposed or have already cut funding for their police departments. Yet in 20 of those cities, mayors and other city officials have provided themselves with personal protection details, including in the city of Chicago, where the city cut 400 police officer positions. This has had a devastating impact on police morale throughout the country, including those who answer the 911 calls. Now, I realize that not every Democrat is for defunding the police, but every politician who has been speaking out for defunding the police are Democrats. If this were not political, it would be a separate bill that we would be handling in regular order and not stuck in this massive socialist spending bill my Democrat colleagues are trying to hastily ram through. The fact that it is in this bill tells Americans all they need to know about the politics of the Democrats, especially those running so many of America's major cities. Given the public's very intense opposition to defunding the police, I can understand why some of my Democrat colleagues are now so passionate about funding the police. And frankly, I'm very glad they are. Republicans have been there all along. I've been sitting here focused on this bill and thinking about some other people. And I know this is going to sound political, but I'm as sincere as I can be. I'm thinking about the hundreds of American citizens and the thousands of Afghan allies who were left behind by the Biden administration who do not have a 911 number that they can call. They don't even have an embassy to call or a State Department they can call for help. I hope at some point, maybe not in this markup, because it wouldn't be germane, but at some point we can come together and come up with some plan to put some pressure on our State Department to help those people get out. They are, after all, American citizens and American allies. With that, I will yield to the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Joyce.
I thank the gentleman from Alabama for yielding. I speak this evening in favor of the Johnson Amendment. Mr. Chairman, our nation's police officers are being defunded at an alarming rate. As crime in our nation's cities continue to rise, police departments across the country are facing budget cuts as our communities become less and less safe. We are all deeply troubled by the increase in violence that we have seen on our streets. In Philadelphia, homicides have increased by over 35% so far this year. I would ask my colleagues, Why would entities that vote to defund the police be rewarded with funding to upgrade their 911 infrastructure? Crime is increasing, and citizens are not safe. If states were serious about stopping crime, they would be providing more funding to the police and more training. Let me be clear, NG 911 is important, but it is an oxymoron to supply this to cities who defund the police. Now more than ever, we must stand with our law enforcement officers. We must stand with the heroes that keep us safe each and every day. Society will not survive without the rule of law. We must ensure that we have the tools and that we have the training to protect from harm that will continue to be in our communities if we consider additional defunding of the police. I do support the Johnson Amendment, encourage support of the men and women in blue who work in our communities day and night to keep us safe. Thank you, and I yield back to my friend from Alabama.
Mr. Palmer?
I thank the gentleman. I now yield the remainder of my time to the gentleman from Indiana, Mr. Pence.
I thank the gentleman.
Did we lose audio?
I thank the chairman. I yield back.
Is his speech?
Mr. Chairman, I will like to just point of personal privilege. The 911 system was first introduced in Haleyville, Alabama, a city in which Congressman Robert Adderholt and I were born. I yield back.
Thank you. Ms. Blunt Rochester is asking for time. You're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
I will first of all say that I will not be supporting the Johnson Amendment and encourage my colleagues not to. I did want to have a point of clarification. Mr. Doyle asked a question, and I don't think we got confirmation of that. If I could ask a question of council, is it correct that if a municipality votes for this, that the entire state is impacted by this? Could I get clarification from council on that?
Congresswoman, I read from this amendment that if there is an eligible entity applying for grant funds within which there's been any vote or any action, successful or unsuccessful, to defund or eliminate law enforcement, the eligible entity could not reasonably certify to the Assistant Secretary under subsection B for grant funding.
So Mr. Doyle is correct?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. And secondly, I'd like to yield the balance of my time to the gentlewoman from Illinois, Ms. Robin Kelly.
Thank you, Congressman Rochester. I just want to, since Chicago is constantly raised, I just wanted to make it clear, we do have our share of gun violence. Most of Chicago's crime guns come from Indiana. It's been proven over and over. ATF and the police say it would help tremendously to have a national trafficking bill, but again, we can't seem to get that done. I yield back.
Mr. Chairman, I yield.
Ms. Blunt Rochester, would you yield to me, Berrigan?
Yes, I will.
Who is
thank
Miss-
you.
Is that Nanette? Or Ms.
Yes,
Berrigan?
Berrigan.
Okay. It's you're
Yeah, I just,
recognized.
thank you. I just want to come back to, this comment that was made about there's all this spin going on from my Republican colleague. But the spin here is happening on their side because frankly, when it came down to them voting and whether they were going to decide to fund and help police departments get money, they decided, every single one of them, to vote against it. And so our colleagues have mentioned when they had a chance to spend the $350 billion in the American Rescue Plan, that would go to support local cities that hire police officers, that pay for police officers, that pay for first responders. They all said no. Every single one of them said no. So they want to start pointing at rhetoric let's talk about votes and let's talk about their votes, whether it's that, whether it's the January 6th Commission, whether it's providing the money for the Capitol Police. So spin, yes. And it's happening on the Republican side today by just, I mean, look at this whole debate. And that's why there's been a lot of members speaking up because the hypocrisy is here. And it's, you want to say, oh, only Democrats have said this, so that's a Democratic thing. Well, we could say the same thing about Republicans, you know, where you have only Republicans have been calling for violence. So does that mean Republicans are for violence? You know, Republicans are not willing to speak out when there's abuse of power. So does that mean all Republicans are for abuse of power? I mean, this logic of, well, let's not fund those who did anything, whether it's been successful or not, on defund the police, would then say that under the American Rescue Plan, that every single Republican who voted against it, that none of their congressional districts should have gotten funding either. I mean, this is just ridiculous. And I really hope we can put an end to this and move on. And with that, I yield back.
I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Will the gentleman yield?
Yes, I will yield.
Yield to me?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Mr. Chairman, I just want to say to my colleagues, someone earlier said that Chicago had reduced its police force by 400. I don't know where they got that from. Chicago is actively trying to recruit more police officers and trying to diversify its force. They're actively recruiting, as we speak, more police officers in all the different communities in the city of Chicago. So, and we're not trying to reduce the overall force in the city of Chicago. We are, most of our police officers are police officers who are welcome in this city, in every neighborhood of this city, and we need more of them. Thank you. Yield back.
Thank you, and I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
All right. Ms. Lesko would like 5 minutes. The gentlewoman from Arizona is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to strike the last word. I'm just going to plainly read the amendment. It just says the eligible entity has not made any efforts or taken action, including voting on ordinances, budgets, legislation, or resolutions to defund or eliminate law enforcement. So I guess my point is, if this entity, whether it's a city or a state, decides to take actions to defund or eliminate police department, why would they need this 911 funding if they're going to eliminate law enforcement? I know this has become a very emotional debate for a lot of people, but to my Democratic colleagues, you know, just as recently as August, one of your colleagues, Representative Cori Bush, said, and I quote on public TV, defunding the police has to happen. And so, I mean, that's why this subject has come up. That's why we talk about it, because I, for one, am totally for law enforcement and I want to support law enforcement. Now, do we have to penalize bad actors in law enforcement? Of course we do. But the vast majority of our law enforcement are good people protecting us. And that's why I don't think it's fair to give a city who decides, their elected officials decide to defund the police or reduce police funding or eliminate police. Why would we reward them for that? And so that's why I support this amendment. And I want to give my time to Mr. Larry Bouchon.
Well, thank you, Debbie. I just want to follow up on a couple of things. First of all, I mean, I think we all know, right, that Democrats put pro-law enforcement funding into partisan bills that we can't support. And I think the public knows that. I mean, and that's just disingenuous to say that Republicans vote against law enforcement. When you put them in big partisan bills that we can't support, yeah, of course we don't vote for that. And then since Indiana was mentioned as the cause of violence in in a city that is a great American city. I went to medical school in Chicago. I love the city. I'm a Bears fan. A Bulls fan, everything you can imagine. That's just ridiculous because it's not law-abiding citizens that are coming down to Indiana and getting weapons. It's criminals. And the reason is because they can't find a gun in the city that's legal, and they can't find guns other than illegal ones in the city. So they just think it's easier to come down to Indiana and then take those over to Chicago and use them illegally. So I'm getting tired of the city up there and the politicians that represent there blaming the state of Indiana for a violence problem. As I said, I went to med school from 84 to 88, and the violence, it was actually worse then. We just didn't know about it because we don't have 24-hour news and social media at that time. But I can tell you firsthand, doing rotations at Cook County Hospital as a trauma on the trauma service, trust me, the violence was just as bad, and it hasn't been solved. Now you want to blame it on Indiana. So I think Democrats need to get off of this. It's the guns issue too. I mean, you want to complain about us what we say is the violence issue. It's the people and the criminals and the lack of support for law enforcement. Well, I mean, until you decide that it's not the guns that's the problem, you're never going to solve the problem. So look, I don't like this debate. I mean, I think all of us on this committee support 911. I like the underlying bill. I mean, I want communities to have the best technology available. But the disingenuousness of the conversation here, again, saying Republicans are voting on the House floor against law enforcement, when you purposefully put bills into large partisan bills we can't vote for. I mean, the American people just don't believe it. And the other thing, let me just say this in finishing. I got 26 seconds. Most communities, regardless of where they are, want more police, not less. It's the politicians that want less. And it's the activists that the politicians are listening to. The citizens want more law enforcement, not less. I yield back to Ms. Lesko.
All right, Ms. Lesko, your time has expired. Do we have anybody else on this Johnson amendment? Ms. Dingell is recognized for 5 minutes.
I just don't want to end this conversation, which quite frankly has been one of the most difficult I have ever had to listen to, with the law enforcement across this country thinking that they are not appreciated. Every last one of us that is participating here tonight was kept safe on January 6th. They wanted to hang the Vice President of the United States. I have spent my entire August meeting with law enforcement officers in every one of the communities in my district who feel unappreciated, demoralized, and badmouthed by all politicians. They don't care which one we are. The chiefs are having a hard time recruiting people. They're not getting enough benefits. We all care. We shouldn't be playing games with 1911. We need to be supporting. We've all talked about the examples. It's a false choice. We've had to make a false choice. When you see what happened in Wisconsin, when a young white man walked down the street with an assault weapon, had killed and shot 2 people and wasn't stopped, that should bother all of us. But we also all want to thank the law enforcement. I particularly want to thank the law enforcement officers that keep all of us safe, that are working tonight while we're doing this. And I'm not going to let the last word be anybody thinking any of my colleagues don't appreciate those that keep us safe. It's time all of us say thank you to those of us that do keep us safe, demand accountability where it needs to be, not violate the rights of people that have freedom of speech, but also defend those that need to be defended. And I think this is one of the saddest debates I've seen in this committee. I yield back.
Mr. Crenshaw has asked for 5 minutes. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Look, I'm glad to see the passion on the other side for this. I'm glad to see that when we just repeat what the left says, it makes you guys really, really mad. Why? Because it's insanity. The defund the police slogan is insanity. I'm loving watching you guys claim that, yo, it's really not our position. It's just some fringe movement. We're gonna get to that in a second. But first, let me just state the obvious that everybody has been saying. This amendment is common sense. And just like all the other previous amendments, they expose the hypocrisy and the contradictions that are present on the other side of the aisle. And that's the purpose of this, to expose how insane this actually is, to expose the reality that if a city is defunding the police, they probably don't need more money for 911 centers, do they? And do I need to point out that it doesn't matter if you call 911 if there's no police on the other end of that because your liberal mayor has defunded them? Do I need to point that out to you people? So spare me the outrage on the other side, because we're exposing what your side says all the time. And no, it's not a myth. Lots of cities have done this. Like we've already said, 25 have either done it or proposed to do it. You say, oh, well, not us. We haven't done it. Your most famous members of Congress have. The ones controlling your party, the squad, Ilhan Omar, Ocasio-Cortez, Cori Bush, they're all on the record saying when we mean defund the police, we mean defund the police. This is not a fringe movement. This is in your conference. And we're just exposing it. And if that makes you mad, too bad. Don't direct your anger at us. Direct it at your own people. They're the ones you should be mad at. And no, it's not the GOP that wants to defund the police. And don't give me this crap that, oh, police they feel demoralized by all politicians. Yeah, I hang out with police way more than anybody else here. Trust me. I'm part of that community. Believe me, we're not the ones they're mad at. Not even close. And spare me this America Rescue Plan. We didn't vote for that, and therefore we want to defund the police. Even the Washington Post gave you guys 3 Pinocchios for that one. And yet some of you have repeated that lie knowingly during this debate. You've actually lied. You know you're lying, and you still say it out loud. It's kind of hard to believe. I mean, it's like saying, look, let's propose $1 million, right, on a bunch of wasteful stuff, but 10% of it will be for puppies. And somebody says, well, I don't really want to vote for that. That's a lot of money for random stuff. And then you say, well, you're against puppies. Yeah, you see how that works? You see how ridiculous that sounds? Because it is ridiculous. We are not going to put up with this anymore. If you guys don't like the slogans that are attached to your party, then talk to your own people. Don't get mad at us when we propose common sense amendments that expose the nonsense going on the left, the radicalism that is going on the left with the defund the police movement. Crime is rising in major cities across America, not just a little, but exponentially. People are literally dying day after day because of Democrat policies, and only because of Democrat policies, because if it's not defunding the police, it's bail reform or whatever else is causing dramatic increases in crime, a refusal to even acknowledge that it's happening, a refusal to enforce the law and go after violent criminals because, social justice and stuff. Spare me the outrage at us, guys, please. And just vote for this amendment. Show that there's actually some common sense, moderate members of the Democrat Party. Just show us that. Show that you're not controlled by the squad that actually does want to defund the police. Your anger is misplaced at us. That's for sure. Are there any Republican members who would like me to yield them time?
I've been letting everybody have a lot of leeway here, and I don't know what the rules are, but I really would prefer if members didn't refer to other members, as by name, particularly if they're not in the room. If that's okay, please.
By name, Mr. Chairman, not in this committee.
Let's try in the future. Let's try in the future not to mention other members by name, and particularly they're not here and can't defend themselves. All right, what's left here? Anybody else want to talk, or you're tired? Ms. Fletcher is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word.
Gentlewoman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I'll try to make it brief because I think that everyone here has heard a lot of things. I've made a lot of notes as people have talked, but I think that the point that Mr. Crenshaw just made is the one that I want to respond to, and hopefully this will be the end of our debate, when Mr. Crenshaw said that this amendment is common sense. And as someone who practiced law for more than a dozen years, I can tell you that this amendment is not common sense. This is not a smart amendment to a bill that is designed to fund the police. It is overly broad and vague, and it we've already had Ms. Blunt Rochester ask counsel, who has demonstrated that this cannot be followed. This will make things harder rather than easier. And, you know, it's so vague that an entity, perhaps entertaining a citizen request or one member of council, could come in and could say, well, they've considered a motion to defund the police. Some cities, like ours, where Mr. Crenshaw and I both live, requires the city to balance the budget. And we all know that cities like ours and cities across the country have had reduced revenues during the coronavirus pandemic. And in fact, if we had not given the state and local funding that we did provide in the American Rescue Plan, they may very well have had to reduce budgets across the board. This could be a 10% budget cut. It's so vague. And so the idea that this is just a well-meaning, common sense amendment that everyone should agree to is just a proposition that I cannot accept. I don't think our committee should accept. I don't think we should be bullied into accepting it. There are many members who have spoken very eloquently about the things that we can do and the things that we can't do. And certainly none of us speak for everyone across the country. We represent various communities. That's the beauty of the Congress. We all come together from across the country with this geographic diversity that's built in to what we do here to bring our perspectives. And certainly in our community in Houston, we have not defunded the police. We didn't do it last year. We didn't do it this year. Our city council voted, in fact, to increase funding for the police. But what we do see is that there is legislation we can pass here, and certainly passing the American Rescue Act, getting the funds to state and local governments so they could continue to pay the police and first responders so that they could make sure that they didn't have to lay people off. Those were critical pieces of funding the police. Whether people chose to vote for that or not, that is a true statement. There are other things that law enforcement officers have told us we can do as well. And I know in our community, our law enforcement leaders have told me that the most dangerous situation that the officers enter time and again are domestic violence situations. Those are the most dangerous encounters for officers. What can we do in Congress? We could reauthorize the Violence Against Women Act. There are things that we can do. We can't do everything, but what we can do is write thoughtful legislation that is not an overly vague, overly broad, lack of contextual amendment meant to be a gotcha amendment, which is effectively what Mr. Crenshaw just told us, that they filed this amendment not because they think it's good policy, but because it can call out some hypocrisy on the left. That is not serious governance. That is not what we're sent here to do. We're sent here to represent our constituents, to make good policy, to make thoughtful policy, and the bill that we are talking about right now is exactly that. This is a bill to fortify and strengthen our 911 emergency operations. That is a bill that funds the police, that helps keep our communities safer, and I encourage all of my colleagues to vote in favor of the underlying bill and against this amendment, which would thwart the very, very good and important work that we are doing in the underlying bill. And with that, I will yield back.
All right. Anyone else, hopefully not, want to speak on this? All right, we're going to go to, well, first of all, this is the Johnson Amendment, and I will proceed. You want to vote on this? Okay.
Mr. Chairman, request a recorded vote.
Mr. Chairman, do I get a chance to respond since I was named?
What was that?
It's over. He spoke already.
Go ahead.
I move to strike the last
Do I
word.
get a chance to
Mr.
respond
Hudson,
briefly
or you want to speak?
because I was named
You
there?
haven't spoken yet? No?
No, sir.
All right, go ahead. You're recognized for 5 minutes.
I'd like to yield my time to Dan Crenshaw.
Oh, okay. But please,
Thank you. And
Dan,
I'll be
don't
brief
mention
just
people
because-
by name, please. Go ahead.
Well, I won't, but I was mentioned, and so that's the only reason Mr. Hudson was kind enough to lend me his time. And look, I'm not sure what Ms. Fletcher's point was about common sense, but again, the common sense aspect of this is that if you are defunding your police, you probably don't need more money for 911 call centers. That continues to be obvious. We agree, Houston has not defunded the police. Houston would be a recipient of this kind of funding, and that would be a good thing. Regardless of what kind of issues, crime issues are prevalent and what and what we should be taking seriously, that's besides the point. This is common sense. This isn't messaging. It's a very, very serious amendment because there's a very, very serious movement on the left to actually defund the police. And again, people are dying because of it. This is not disingenuous. The opposition to it is disingenuous, and I yield back.
I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Anyone
Chairman,
else?
is Congressman Cardenas, I seek to be recognized.
Who's
Strike
that?
Last word.
Mr.
Cardenas.
Cardenas wants to be recognized for 5 minutes. Yes, you're recognized.
Thank you very much. I would just like to afford my colleague, Ms. Fletcher, an opportunity to clarify her points that somebody tried to rebut when Mr. Crenshaw could have asked her directly. He had plenty of time to do so. I just wanted to give my colleague an opportunity to do that. Then I have a comment myself, if she would like to.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Cardenas. And again, I think that maybe this is a good point to end on, which is this amendment, as offered, is vague, and it is against common sense to vote for an amendment that is so overly broad and so vague that it literally cannot be followed by nearly any entity, that any eligible entity has had any conversation, has had any effort, any vote of any kind, whether it passed or not, on an ordinance or a budget. If an entity in this country had a 10% reduction in its budget, that would fall under this amendment. Those are not the kinds of things that make sense in this context. What makes sense is keeping our community safe by investing in the infrastructure that allows people across the country to be able to use the 911 system when there is an emergency. That's common sense. That's what the underlying bill does, and I appreciate my colleague, Mr. Cardenas, for yielding me that time. Thank you very much, and I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Pallone, I just would like to ask the staff a question so we can all be clear on what this amendment would do. It's my understanding that we got clarification from the staff.
You're talking about the council, right? You're asking the question of
yes.
council.
Yeah, of council. Isn't it the case that if any jurisdiction within a state was interpreted as this amendment broadly states about some kind of defunding or reducing resources from a police department, that it could be interpreted that all of those entities in that state would be precluded from being able to take advantage of Ms. Eshu's bill if it actually passed?
Congressman, yes, I read from this amendment that if there's an eligible entity within which there's been any vote or any effort or action, successful or unsuccessful, to defund or eliminate law enforcement, the eligible entity could not certify to the Assistant Secretary under subsection B.
Would the gentleman yield?
Mr. Chairman?
Oh,
Mr. Chairman, point of
Yes,
parliamentary inquiry.
yeah, there we go. Good.
Point of parliamentary inquiry. Mr. Chairman.
Well, wait a minute, look, this is Mr. Cardenas' time.
Okay.
I know, but this is a point of parliamentary inquiry.
Mm-hmm.
No, we're not doing.
It's about
Is
the
it in
council,
order to
Mr.
recognize
Chairman.
parliamentary inquiry when a person has the floor?
All right, look, can we just start a minute again? What Mr. Cardenas is asking is if, I don't know, Long Branch, New
I can ask
Jersey.
the question
I don't
again,
want to
Mr.
use my town. Let's just say town X in Pennsylvania decided to, cut the police department by 10%. Now, would that mean that Philadelphia then would be excluded from getting the 911 money? That's his question. You're going from one town to the other. You follow me, Dan?
Mr. Chairman, the amendment states that that the eligible entity has not made any efforts or taken action, including voting on ordinances, budgets, legislation, or resolutions to defund or eliminate law enforcement.
No, but that's not the question.
But,
What
okay, let me
he's
ask the
asking
question,
is,
Mr.
if
Chairman.
let's say that
Let me repeat the question.
Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, I'm just trying to get clarification. What he's saying, if Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania decided to, and now Doyle's going to get mad at me, if Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania decided to cut their police budget by 5%, would that mean that Philadelphia could no longer be eligible for the money? He's crossing.
Point of parliamentary inquiry, Mr. Chairman.
That's what he's asking.
Yeah, Congressman, since the eligible entity that's making the certification to the Assistant Secretary is the state, it would be the state making that certification on behalf of the entire state.
So you're saying that if one town in the state meets the criteria for defunding, then the whole state is disqualified. That's what he's saying.
The amendment says that has not made any efforts or taken action, including voting on ordinances, budgets, legislation, or resolutions to defund.
So that's his opinion. You don't have to agree with it.
Well, point of parliamentary inquiry.
But wait a minute, is it a parliamentary inquiry?
I have a parliamentary inquiry.
All right, look, can we just get done with this? Let Mr. Cardenas finish, and then we'll yield to someone else.
Mr. Chairman, the problem is that my point of parliamentary inquiry deals with the council. It's right now that I need to know, and we had this issue a couple of years ago, council was not legal counsel, and I'm just trying to clarify if this council is legal counsel or is not a lawyer by training.
All right, but listen, Mr. Griffith, this is a question of opinion, so that's his opinion.
But it's a judgment, but as the court always knows, the weight, the evidence might be admissible, but it's the weight. I want to know the weight of the evidence he's given.
Mr. Cardenas, do you have,
I yield back to
I'm going to go back to you if you want. Mr. Cardenas, look, do you want to ask anything else?
No, I yield back to
All right, you yield back. Now, if there's a Republican that wants to take some time, we have some that haven't had any time yet. I don't know who. Anybody on? You haven't had any time? Okay. So you're recognized for 5 minutes. Forget the parliamentary aspect.
Well, that's the only thing I want to talk about, Mr.
just
Chairman, is
ask
that
your
I'm trying to determine the weight of the evidence of the council that we've been asking this council for learned opinion.
Oh.
I have no idea whether the council who gave that learned opinion is a lawyer or not a lawyer.
I
We
can't.
had a member who said they'd practiced for 12 years.
I'm not going to question the council.
I'm just, well, I want to know what their training is. That's
No,
all
I'm not
asking.
getting into the training of the staff. No, we're not doing that. If you want it, he's already expressed his opinion. If you don't like it, that's fine. You don't have to respect his opinion.
I
but-
yield to my time to the ranking member of the full committee.
All right, she's recognized.
Thank you. I thank the gentleman from yielding. I'd like to follow up with the council on the question of defining the entity, the eligible entity. And I'm looking at page 9 and page 10 because the amendment is, let's see here. The amendment references eligible entity. Eligible entity means a covered state or a tribal organization and may be an entity including a public authority, board, or commission established by one or more entities described in subparagraph. Does that not suggest that it would have to be both? That this question as to a city making their own decision, a city is distinct from a state.
I'm sorry, Congresswoman, what was the question?
That a city is distinct from a state, that it is, that this idea that the question before you has been that if a city makes a unilateral decision or takes any action to defund or considers defunding the police, that the state loses its funding, according to this eligible entity definition, is not the city a separate entity?
So, Congresswoman, to talk briefly about the definition of eligible entity, as you know, it is a covered state.
You
Which
gotta
those,
take your mask off, Jerry. I can't hear you.
can you hear me a little better now, Chairman?
Yes.
So, Congresswoman, to go to the definition of a covered state, which I think is what you're referencing here.
Covered entity.
Well, eligible entity
Eligible
is,
entity,
is
yes,
either a covered
yes.
state or a tribal organization or a combination of those entities. So for purposes of the definition of what an eligible entity is, you are right, it is a state. I believe the point that's being raised with regard to municipalities or cities, I think you said, and states, I believe the definition offered by Mr. Johnson here notes that it's any action related to ordinances, including voting on ordinances, which are a function of cities.
So why is that wrong?
Because the eligible entity has not made any efforts or taken action to defund or eliminate law enforcement.
take. But just because it says ordinances, that does not automatically mean that an act by a city would apply to a state. An ordinance is something that is perhaps unique to a municipality.
Okay, so we would like the council to consider that the ordinance, okay, so the eligible entity has not made any efforts or taken action, and then it says including voting on ordinances, budgets, legislation, or resolutions. But that is, the ordinance is by the eligible entity, right? So it is the state, by the city, or any
Entity created by the state.
entity created by the state.
Not necessarily.
So if that's right, as you said, Congresswoman, it would be voting on an ordinance, which is generally done by cities. So merely voting on an ordinance. So it actually is, it's regardless of whether or not the ordinance passes or not, but voting on the ordinance is what is described in Mr. Johnson's amendment.
Well, I guess our point is that that is a descriptor of the action that is taken by the covered entity or the eligible entity, which could be either a city or the state. As if you go back to page 9 and 10 of the definition of eligible entity, because it means a state or a tribal or organization, and then it says, or maybe an entity, including.
And you get the final word, so say thank you.
So thank you, I yield back.
All right.
I yield.
Can we vote now?
Mr. Chairman,
Who?
Mr. Chairman.
Do you really want to ask again, Raul? Can we? All right, go ahead, Mr.
No,
Ruiz.
I'll be very quick, Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
because I like to get this past us and move on to a vote. But it really has to be shown that this was very clearly not well thought through, not only in the legislative language, because it was clearly a hyper-partisan political messaging tool from those on the other side of the aisle. However, it also wasn't really thought out through by showing that the 911 has many diverse services for constituents. I was a first responder 911 medical control command at director at Pittsburgh, and my first call as a resident there was to extricate a motor vehicle, a motorcycle rider who was pinned under a truck, bleeding blood, and I had to intubate him in back of an ambulance. There's numerous parents who call 911 because their child got into some potential poisonous substance underneath their sink, and 911 would either answer some questions or refer them to poison control. There's plenty of cases where there's an elderly who calls because they can't move their left arm, and 911 needs to call immediately to help send paramedics to their house to get them to the hospital, because minutes is nerve cell cost nerve cells if you don't get them to the neuro lab as soon as possible. And the doctors on this committee know. So this is one of those amendments where if you don't give their cities the opportunity to expand the 911 system, then you're really hurting patients. You're really hurting the very people that aren't even watching this committee, that don't care about this committee, that they believe they're having an emergency and a health emergency of some form, and now their local jurisdictions are going to be punished by some partisan interpretation of this amendment. So I really urge everybody to really use some common sense and look at the big picture here, and let's help make sure that we get our patients the care that they need through this expanded 911 service, and vote against this. I yield back.
All right, I'm going to proceed to a vote unless someone objects. So the vote is on the Johnson Amendment, and they've asked for a recorded vote. Recorded vote is ordered on the Johnson Amendment. Those in favor of the Johnson Amendment will say aye. Those opposed to the amendment will say no, and the clerk shall call the roll.
Mr. Rush.
Rush of Illinois, votes no.
Mr. Rush votes no. Ms. Eschew.
Eschew of California votes no.
Ms. Eschew votes no. Ms. DeGette. Mr. Doyle.
Doyle votes no.
Mr. Doyle votes no. Ms. Schakowsky.
Schakowsky votes no.
Ms. Schakowsky votes no. Mr. Butterfield.
Butterfield votes absolutely no.
Mr. Butterfield votes no. Ms. Matsui.
Matsui votes no.
Ms. Matsui votes no. Ms. Castor. Ms. Castor votes no. Mr. Sarbanes.
Sarbanes votes no.
Mr. Sarbanes votes no. Mr. McNerney.
McNerney votes no.
Mr. McNerney votes no. Mr. Welch. Mr. Welch votes no. Mr. Tonko.
Tonko from New York votes no.
Mr. Tonko votes no. Ms. Clark.
Clark from New York votes no.
Ms. Clark votes no. Mr. Schrader.
Schrader from Oregon votes no.
Mr. Schrader votes no. Mr. Cardenas.
Cardenas representing California votes no. So why don't we repeat it? Cardenas representing California votes no.
Mr.
Can you
Cardenas votes
see
no.
me? Can you hear me? Okay, thank you.
Mr. Ruiz.
Ruiz votes no. Ruiz votes no.
Mr. Ruiz votes no. Mr. Peters. Mr. Peters votes no. Mrs. Dingell.
Dingell votes no.
Ms. Dingell votes no. Mr. Vesey.
BC votes no.
Mr. Vesey, could you repeat your vote? I didn't see you.
Hold on, I'm having some trouble connecting here. VC votes no. You may want to come back to me.
Okay. Ms. Custer.
Custer votes no.
Ms. Custer votes no. Ms. Kelly.
Kelly votes no.
Ms. Kelly votes no. Ms. Barragan.
Barragan votes no.
Ms. Barragan votes no. Mr. McEachin.
McEachin of Virginia votes no.
Mr. McEachin votes no. Ms. Blunt Rochester.
Blunt Rochester of Delaware votes no.
Ms. Blunt Rochester votes no. Mr. Soto.
Soto of Florida votes no.
Mr. Soto votes no. Mr. O'Halloran.
O'Halloran votes no.
Mr. O'Halloran votes no. Ms. Rice. Ms. Rice votes no. Ms. Craig.
Ms. Craig votes no.
Ms. Craig votes no. Ms. Schreier.
Schreier votes no.
Ms. Schreier votes no. Ms. Trahan.
Trahan votes no.
Ms. Trahan votes no. Ms. Fletcher.
Fletcher votes no.
Ms. Fletcher votes no. Mrs. Rogers. Mrs. Rogers votes aye. Mr. Upton. Mr. Burgess. Mr. Scalise.
Scalise votes aye.
Mr. Scalise votes aye. Mr. Latta.
Latta votes aye.
Mr. Latta votes aye. Mr. Guthrie. Mr. Guthrie votes aye. Mr. McKinley. Mr. McKinley votes aye. Mr. Kinzinger.
Kinzinger votes aye.
Mr. Kinzinger votes aye. Mr. Griffith. Mr. Griffith votes aye. Mr. Bilirakis. Mr. Bilirakis votes aye. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Johnson votes aye. Mr. Long.
Aye.
Mr. Long votes aye. Mr. Bouchon.
Bouchon from Indiana votes aye.
Mr. Bouchon votes aye. Mr. Mullen.
Aye.
Mr. Mullen votes aye. Mr. Hudson. Mr. Hudson votes aye. Mr. Wahlberg.
Mr. Wahlberg votes aye.
Mr. Wahlberg votes aye. Mr. Carter. Mr. Carter votes aye. Mr. Duncan?
Duncan votes aye.
Mr. Duncan votes aye. Mr. Palmer? Mr. Palmer votes aye. Mr. Dunn?
Mr. Dunn from Florida votes aye.
Mr. Dunn votes aye. Mr. Curtis?
Curtis votes aye.
Mr. Curtis votes aye. Ms. Lesko?
Ms. Lesko from Arizona votes aye.
Ms. Lesko votes aye. Mr. Pence?
Pence from Indiana votes aye.
Mr. Pence votes aye. Mr. Crenshaw?
Crenshaw votes aye.
Mr. Crenshaw votes aye. Mr. Joyce?
Joyce votes aye.
Mr. Joyce votes aye. Mr. Armstrong?
Strong votes yes.
Mr. Armstrong votes aye. Mr. Pallone?
Pallone from New Jersey votes no.
Mr. Pallone votes no.
Now, I know there's
Chairman,
some... Ms. Daggett?
how am I recorded, Mr. Chairman?
You're not. Is that Ms. Daggett? You're not recorded.
Yes.
You vote
Daggett
yes?
votes no.
Ms. Daggett
Daggett
votes
votes
no.
no.
Okay. Mr. Veazey wasn't recorded either, was he?
VC votes no.
Anyone else? Mr. Upton?
Mr. Upton votes aye.
Is that it?
I haven't seen Mr. Vesey.
Oh, Mr. Veazey? Are you still there? I think he thought that he was. We see him for some reason. Is he? We see him.
Okay. Mr. Vesey votes nay.
Okay. All right, so is there anyone else who is looking to be? We're trying to get Mr. Burgess. All right, well, wait a minute.
Mr. Chairman, was Mr. Vesey present on the screen?
The clerk says that he was, finally, yes.
He's right here. He's on the screen now.
I mean, I can see him, but that doesn't matter. They say they saw him.
Right here. I got a little more light now.
Okay, that's it. The clerk will report the tally on the Johnson amendment.
On that vote, the yeas were 25 and the nays were 32.
All right, so the vote on the Johnson amendment is 25 ayes to 32 noes. The amendment is not agreed to. Are there further amendments to the amendment in the nature of such?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Griffith has an amendment.
CT 12.
Clerk have that?
Yes.
Okay. The clerk will report the Griffith amendment.
Amendment to Subtitle K offered by Mr. Griffith of Virginia, page 7, line 9, insert after the period at the end the following. Such center shall be located.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment will be dispensed with, and the gentleman from Virginia is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate it. I had the opportunity to serve for 17 years in the state legislature, and like our battle tonight, we had a long session and a short session, and like our battle tonight, sometimes folks would fight like cats and dogs, and then once we were finished, we had to move to the next issue. And oftentimes, people would listen to the next issue, and those who were bitter enemies on the last bill found common ground on the next bill or amendment. And so I hope that all the combatants on the last amendment will listen to my proposal, because I think Whether you agree with it or not, I think you'll find it's a reasonable proposal. Whether you end up voting for it or not, I think you'll find it's a reasonable proposal. So what does my amendment do? My amendment would require that the Next Generation 911 Cybersecurity Center described in Section 31102 be located in an area of economic need within the Appalachian region. We took the definition of the Appalachian region from the Appalachian Regional Commission. We took distressed economic area definition from other definitions in the code. And I think today we've established that not everything needs to be located in Washington, D.C. This hearing has gone from the Potomac, and in fact, my friend and colleague, Mr. McEachin, is close to the Atlantic Ocean. He's not quite there with his district. And my friend Anna Eshoo obviously touches the Pacific. So we've gone from almost to the Atlantic and the Pacific. We can certainly afford to have some of the federal government located outside of the Washington, D.C. metropolitan area. And the reason that I picked this, obviously, I have a district that is economically distressed, and large parts of Appalachia are economically distressed. Of those on this committee who represent parts of Appalachia, mine is the most distressed, but I touch West Virginia 3, which is more distressed, and Kentucky 5, which is more distressed than my district. But we talk all the time about, what we're going to try to do to reinvent the economy in the Appalachian region. And one of the things we need to do is to start thinking about using that area, bringing in federal agencies into that area. It brings in good paying jobs. The cost of doing business down there, rent, et cetera, is a lot less than it is in the Washington, D.C. metropolitan area. So it saves the government money. It creates new jobs. It brings people with money into the central Appalachian region and into the Appalachian region. And it doesn't say it goes into my district or Kentucky 5. It goes into some district. And there are a number of states, Alabama, Georgia, Kentucky, Maryland, Mississippi, New York, North Carolina, Ohio, Pennsylvania, South Carolina, Tennessee, Virginia, and all of West Virginia that would be eligible to at least make a pitch and to say, we want to have it here and we're able to provide you what you need. I think it's a reasonable amendment. It's a win-win-win, as we've heard people say tonight. You help a distressed area. You help people who need to have money being pumped into their region. It's kind of interesting because that Pacific Coast District has almost 3 times the amount of household monthly income or annual income as my district does. And so we really do need to help folks in the area. This is a way to do it. It doesn't do any harm to the bill itself. It just says when you're picking a spot, pick it in the Appalachian region in a distressed area. I think it's a win-win-win, and I hope that everybody would support this very reasonable, non-controversial amendment, and I yield back.
Is there anyone on the Democratic side that, Ms. Eshoo, I believe, had her hand up. Ms. Eshoo, you're recognized for 5 minutes. Or maybe not. Mr. McEachin is raising his hand. Mr. McEachin, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to ask my good friend from the 9th District of Virginia, if this amendment passes, does this get us his vote?
I would think that
on the main bill.
If the general yield, yes, I guess it's his time. If the general yield, I'll be glad to answer that. Unfortunately, this is such a huge bill that I cannot give him that. As he knows, Jefferson says if you make an amendment or a major amendment, you ought to be willing to vote for the bill. I consider this a minor amendment because it doesn't change the thrust of this section of the bill, and the rest of the bill is so large it wouldn't even fit, even with our more than $1 trillion section in this committee. We have a number of other committees that are considering the bill, so I cannot give him that commitment, but I think it's a very reasonable question, and I appreciate him for that question, and I thank the gentleman.
I thank the gentleman. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
I didn't know that Jefferson said that. That's kind of interesting.
Well, Mr. Chairman, you got two men who served under Mr. Jefferson, so take our word for it.
That's why I asked.
Does anyone else want to address the Griffith amendment on either side? All right, then I guess Ms. Eshu is there. Ms. Eshu, would you like to be recognized for 5
I
minutes?
would, Mr. Chairman.
The
Yes,
gentlewoman
thank
is
you.
recognized.
I move to strike the last word. Mr. Chairman, I think it's unclear what this amendment does. It's hard to say, but it appears to require that the Cyber Center, required by the legislation, must be located in a particular region of the country. It seems, I don't know, it seems like my colleagues are trying to direct the location of the center, maybe to their district. That's not something that's necessarily unusual, but how do we know? I mean, what's the yardstick by which we're going to measure this? Is this the best place? How do we know it? Every single member thinks that their district is the best district in the country. I'll stipulate to that. But it's hard to know because we're just hearing the idea. I don't know how we measure it. I think if we received the amendment in a normal amount of time, maybe we could have spoken with our colleagues to about whether, how best to do this. I don't think it makes sense for a cyber center to be located in Appalachia, but that's just my opinion. Maybe the next member thinks that their district is the best one. I just don't know, but it does seem arbitrary. And in light of that, I don't think that this amendment is ready for prime time. I yield back.
All right. Anyone else want to comment? If not, we'll go to a vote. All right. You want to record a vote?
I do want to record a vote, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate it.
Recorded vote is ordered on the Griffith Amendment. Those in favor of the Griffith Amendment will say aye. Those opposed will say no, and the clerk shall call the roll.
Mr. Rush.
Rush votes no.
Mr. Rush votes no. Ms. Eshu.
No.
Ms. Eshu votes no. Ms. DeGette. Mr. Doyle. Ms. Schakowsky. No. Ms. Schakowsky votes no. Mr. Butterfield.
Butterfield votes no.
Mr. Butterfield votes no. Ms. Matsui.
Matsui votes no.
Ms. Matsui votes no. Ms. Castor.
Castor votes no.
Ms. Castor votes no. Mr. Sarbanes.
Sarbanes votes no.
Mr. Sarbanes votes no. Mr. McNerney.
McNerney votes no.
Mr. McNerney votes no. Mr. Welch. Mr. Welch votes no. Mr. Tonko.
Tonko from New York votes no.
Mr. Tonko votes no. Ms. Clark.
Clark from New York votes no.
Ms. Clark votes no. Mr. Schrader. Mr. Cardenas.
Cardenas representing California votes no.
Mr. Cardenas votes no. Mr. Ruiz.
Ruiz from California votes no.
Mr. Ruiz votes no. Mr. Peters. Mr. Peters votes no. Mrs. Dingell.
Dingell votes no.
Mrs. Dingell votes no. Mr. Vesey.
BZ votes no.
Mr. Vesey votes no. Ms. Custer.
Custer votes no.
Ms. Custer votes no. Ms. Kelly.
Kelly votes no.
Ms. Kelly votes no. Ms. Barragan.
Barragan votes no.
Ms. Barragan votes no. Mr. McEachin. Mr. McEachin, I think you're muted.
McEachin votes yes.
Mr. McEachin votes aye. Ms. Blunt Rochester.
Blunt Rochester votes aye.
Ms. Blunt Rochester votes aye. Mr. Soto. Mr. Soto votes no. Mr. O'Halloran.
O'Halloran votes no.
Mr. Chairman, how am I recorded?
Who is that?
Blunt Rochester.
Oh, how is Ms. Blunt Rochester recorded?
Ms. Blunt Rochester voted aye.
Could I change my vote to no? Thank you.
Ms. Blunt Rochester votes no.
Mr. Chairman, how am I recorded?
Mr. Doyle?
Yes.
Mr. Doyle is not recorded.
You're not. How do you want to vote?
Mr. Doyle
Doyle
votes,
votes no.
Mr. Doyle votes no. Mr. O'Halloran.
Voted already, but I'll vote no again.
O'Halloran votes no. You don't see him?
Mr. O'Halloran votes no. Ms. Rice. Ms. Rice votes no. Ms. Craig.
Craig of Minnesota votes no.
Mr. Chairman, how am I recorded?
Okay, Craig, you have Craig as a no?
Ms. Craig voted no.
Mr. Schrader's not recorded.
Mr. Schrader's not recorded.
I'm a no.
Mr. Schrader votes no. Ms. Schreier.
Schreier votes no.
Ms. Schreier votes no. Ms. Trahan.
Trahan votes no.
Ms. Trahan votes no. Ms. Fletcher.
Fletcher votes no.
Ms. Fletcher votes no. Mrs. Rogers. Mr. Upton.
Mr. Upton votes aye.
Mr. Upton votes aye. Mr. Burgess. Mr. Scalise.
Since he quoted Thomas Jefferson, Mr. Scalise votes aye.
Mr. Scalise votes aye. Mr. Latta.
Latta votes aye.
Mr. Latta votes aye. Mr. Guthrie. Mr. Guthrie votes aye. Mr. McKinley. Mr. McKinley votes aye. Mr. Kinzinger.
Kinzinger votes aye.
Mr. Kinzinger votes aye. Mr. Griffith. Mr. Griffith votes aye. Mr. Bilirakis. Mr. Bilirakis votes aye. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Johnson votes aye. Mr. Long. Mr. Bouchon.
Bouchon from Indiana votes aye.
Mr. Bouchon votes aye. Mr. Mullen.
Yes.
Mr. Mullen votes
Yes.
aye. Mr. Hudson.
Hudson, North Carolina votes aye.
Mr. Hudson votes aye. Mr. Wahlberg.
Walbert from Michigan votes aye.
Mr. Wahlberg votes aye. Mr. Carter. Mr. Carter votes aye. Mr. Duncan.
Mr. Duncan votes aye.
Mr. Duncan votes aye. Mr. Palmer. Mr. Palmer votes aye. Mr. Dunn.
Mr. Dunn of Florida votes aye.
Mr. Dunn votes aye. Mr. Curtis.
Curtis votes aye.
Mr. Curtis votes aye. Ms. Lesko.
Lesko votes aye.
Ms. Lesko votes aye. Mr. Pence.
Pence from Indiana votes aye.
Mr. Pence votes aye. Mr. Crenshaw.
Crenshaw votes aye.
Mr. Crenshaw votes aye. Mr. Joyce.
Joyce votes aye.
Mr. Joyce votes aye. Mr. Armstrong.
Armstrong votes yes.
Thank you.
Mr. Armstrong votes aye. Mr. Pallone.
Pallone from New Jersey votes no.
Mr. Pallone votes no.
We have.
Mr. Chairman, this is DeGette. How am I recorded?
You're not.
DeGette votes no.
Ms.
Miss-
DeGette votes no.
Ms. Rogers?
Mrs. Rogers votes aye.
Mrs. Rogers votes aye.
Do you have Mr. Soto recorded?
Yes, Mr. Soto voted nay.
Votes no. And how about Mr. Long?
Mr. Long is not recorded.
Is he available? Does anyone else, Mr. Long or anyone else want to vote who hasn't?
I'm missing Mr. Burgess also.
Oh, I didn't even hear you call him. We're okay. You want to check? Go ahead. No? All right, the clerk will report the tally on the Griffith Amendment.
On that vote, Mr. Chairman, the yeas were 25 and the nays were 31.
25 and 31.
Yes, sir.
All right, so the vote on the Griffith Amendment is 25 ayes to 31 noes, and the amendment is not agreed to. Do we have any more amendments amendments to the Ains? Any more amendments to the Ains? No more? Okay. Then we'll go back to the Ains, which was Ms. Eshu's amendment in the nature of a substitute. Do you want to vote on that, or you don't care? Just final? All right, so on that one, we'll do a voice vote. If there is no further debate on amendments, we'll proceed to a vote on the amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee print subtitle K, Budget Reconciliation, Legislative Recommendations Relating to Next Generation 911. All those in favor of the amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee print subtitle K, Budget Reconciliation, Legislative Recommendations Relating to Next Generation 911 will signify by saying aye.
Okay, I'm here.
Aye.
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 All those opposed will say no.
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 The opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. So now we will go to well, let me announce the result on that. So the amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee print subtitle K, Budget Reconciliation, Legislative Recommendations Relating to Next Generation 911 is agreed to. And now the question occurs on approval and transmitting to the Committee on Budget the committee print subtitle K, Budget Reconciliation, Legislative Recommendations Relating to Next Generation 911 as amended. I move the committee do now approve and transmit the recommendations of this committee and all appropriate accompanying material, including additional supplemental minority or dissenting views, to the House Committee on the Budget in order to comply with the reconciliation directive included in Section 2002 of the concurrent resolution on the budget for fiscal year 2022, S-Con Res 14, and consistent with Section 310 of the Congressional Budget and Impoundment Control Act of 1974. And we are going to have a recorded vote on this. This is on final passage of the Next Generation 911. All those in favor will signify by saying aye. Those opposed will say no, and the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Rush.
Rush votes aye.
Mr. Rush votes aye. Ms. Eshu.
Eshu of California votes aye.
Ms. Eshu votes aye. Ms. DeGette.
DeGette votes aye. DeGette votes aye.
Ms. DeGette votes aye. Mr. Doyle.
Doyle votes yes.
Mr. Doyle votes aye. Mr. Strakowski.
Strakowski votes aye.
Ms. Strakowski votes aye. Mr. Butterfield.
Butterfield votes aye.
Mr. Butterfield votes aye. Ms. Matsui.
Matsui votes aye.
Ms. Matsui votes aye. Ms. Castor.
Castor votes aye.
Ms. Castor votes aye. Mr. Sarbanes.
Sarbanes votes aye.
Mr. Sarbanes votes aye. Mr. McNerney.
McNerney votes aye.
Mr. McNerney votes aye. Mr. Welch. Mr. Welch votes aye. Mr. Tonko.
Tonko from New York votes aye.
Mr. Tonko votes aye. Ms. Clark.
Clark from New York votes aye.
Ms. Clark votes aye. Mr. Schrader.
Schrader from Oregon votes no.
Mr. Schrader votes no. Mr. Cardenas.
Cardenas representing California votes aye.
Mr. Cardenas votes aye. Mr. Ruiz.
Ruiz from California votes aye.
Mr. Ruiz votes aye. Mr. Peters. Mr. Peters votes aye. Mrs. Dingell.
Dingell votes aye.
Mrs. Dingell votes aye. Mr. Vesey.
VC votes aye.
Mr. Vesey votes aye. Ms. Custer.
Custer votes aye.
Ms. Custer votes aye. Ms. Kelly.
Kelly votes aye.
Ms. Kelly votes aye. Ms. Bedegan.
Bedegan votes aye.
Ms. Bedegan votes aye. Mr. McEachin.
McEachin of Virginia votes aye.
Mr. McEachin votes aye. Ms. Blunt Rochester.
Blunt Rochester of Delaware votes aye.
Ms. Blunt Rochester votes aye. Mr. Soto.
Soto of Florida votes aye.
Mr. Soto votes aye. Mr. O'Halloran.
O'Halloran votes aye.
Mr. O'Halloran votes aye. Ms. Rice. Ms. Rice votes aye. Ms. Craig.
Ms. Craig of Minnesota votes aye.
Ms. Craig votes aye. Ms. Schreier.
Schreier votes aye.
Ms. Schreier votes aye. Ms. Trahan.
Trahan votes aye.
Ms. Trahan votes aye. Ms. Fletcher.
Fletcher votes aye.
Ms. Fletcher votes aye. Mrs. Rogers. Mrs. Rogers votes no. Mr. Upton.
Upton votes no. Upton votes no.
Mr. Upton votes no. Mr. Burgess. Mr. Scalise.
Mr. Scalise votes no.
Mr. Scalise votes no. Mr. Latta.
Latta votes no.
Mr. Latta votes no. Mr. Guthrie. Mr. Guthrie votes no. Mr. McKinley. Mr. McKinley votes no. Mr. Kinzinger.
Kinzinger, no.
Mr. Kinzinger votes no. Mr. Griffith. Mr. Griffith votes no. Mr. Bilirakis. Mr. Bilirakis votes no. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Johnson votes no. Mr. Long. Mr. Bouchon.
Mr. Bouchon from Indiana votes no.
Mr. Bouchon votes no. Mr. Mullen.
No.
Mr. Mullen votes no. Mr. Hudson.
Hudson of North Carolina votes no.
Mr. Hudson votes no. Mr. Wahlberg.
Wahlberg votes no.
Mr. Wahlberg votes no. Mr. Carter. Mr. Carter votes no. Mr. Duncan. Mr. Palmer. Mr. Palmer votes no. Mr. Dunn.
Mr. Dunn of Florida votes no.
Mr. Dunn votes no. Mr. Curtis.
Curtis votes no.
Mr. Chairman, how am I recorded?
Who is that?
Duncan?
Are they saying anything about?
Mr. Duncan's not recorded.
And I'm sorry, Madam Clerk, did you catch my vote? This is John Curtis.
Yes, Mr. Curtis voted no.
Thank you.
Mr. Duncan votes no.
Mr. Duncan votes no. Ms. Lesko.
Lesko votes no.
Ms. Lesko votes no. Mr. Pence. Mr. Pence votes no. Mr. Crenshaw.
Votes no.
Mr. Crenshaw votes no. Mr. Joyce.
Joyce votes no.
Mr. Joyce votes no. Mr. Armstrong.
Armstrong votes no.
Mr. Armstrong votes no. Mr. Pallone.
Pallone from New Jersey votes aye.
Mr. Pallone votes aye.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
DeGette votes no. Aye. DeGette votes aye.
Okay.
Ms. DeGette votes aye.
Is there anyone who hasn't voted who's here or who wants to vote? That's Burgess, really long. All right, everybody, we're done. The clerk will report the tally.
On that vote, Mr. Chairman, the yeas were 31 and the nays were 25.
25?
Yes.
Okay, so this is on Next Generation 911,
Mr. Chairman?
Subtitle K. Well, let me just
Oh, yeah,
announce
yep,
it.
yep.
The vote is 31 ayes to 25 noes. Mrs. Rogers?
Mr. Chair, I plan to file views and request the usual number of days.
Without objection, so ordered. The committee has approved the committee print Subtitle K, Budget Reconciliation Legislative Recommendations Relating to Next Generation 911 as amended, and ordered the legislative recommendations transmitted to the Committee on Budget.
The chair calls up the committee print Subtitle L Budget Reconciliation Legislative Recommendations relating to wireless connectivity. The clerk will report the title of the bill, please.
Committee print by the Committee on Energy and Commerce, providing for reconciliation pursuant to S-Con Res 14.
Without objection, the first reading of the bill will be dispensed with. The bill is now considered as read. Without objection, the bill is considered as read and open for amendment at any point. Are there any members seeking recognition to speak on the committee print Subtitle L Budget Reconciliation Legislative Recommendations relating to wireless connectivity?
Chairman?
Oh,
Mr. Chairman.
Sure. You're welcome. Who seeks recognition?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Doyle?
Okay, Mr. Doyle, for what purpose does the member seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment in the nature of a substitute at the desk. It is titled Sub L ANS1.
The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to Subtitle L offered by Mr. Doyle of Pennsylvania. Strike all and insert the following. Subtitle
Without
L.
objection, the reading of the amendment will be dispensed with. Mr. Doyle is now recognized for 5 minutes, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My amendment in the nature of a substitute makes technical and conforming changes to the committee print for Subtitle L. Colleagues, this subtitle provides a very important authorization when it comes to spectrum policy. In recent years, unfortunately, there's been a push to put individual spectrum using agencies in charge of our spectrum and auction process. This is bad policy, especially when the time-tested cooperation between the Department of Commerce, the FCC, and the White House, overseen by this committee, has proven to produce excellent results for the federal government and innovation in our nation. And it is through this long-established process that we have seen hundreds of billions of dollars returned to taxpayers. Stepping back for a second, I would note that the Infrastructure Investment and Job Act, otherwise known as the Bipartisan Infrastructure Deal, passed by the Senate, includes a provision that deals with the ban under discussion today. The Senate's provision improperly puts other agencies in a leadership role when it comes to spectrum auctions. This subtitle would right that wrong. In addition to requiring the auction of 200 megahertz of spectrum between the 3.1 and 3.45 gigahertz, this subtitle also makes spectrum available for unlicensed, licensed by rule, and opportunistic spectrum uses in the band. Spectrum allocations of this type promote innovation and help inventors and entrepreneurs create the next big breakthrough, like Wi-Fi or Bluetooth. And it bears stressing that the amendment before you today has the benefit of generating far more auction revenue than what we saw from the Senate. So instead of spending more, we are raising more, making this auction more fiscally responsible. Of course, this subtitle is merely about one band, and I know there are bipartisan members of this committee that are looking to comprehensively and updating our spectrum pipeline generally. I believe that's an important policy to consider going forward and something that I hope we can continue to work together on. But when it comes to what is before us now, this is an important amendment and an important subtitle, and I urge my colleagues to support it. Mr. Chairman, with that, I will yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Are there other members seeking recognition to speak on the amendment?
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Latta, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And I apologize for my voice. It's allergy season. But I have a question for council.
Please direct that question to council, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Council, this subtitle authorizes the Federal Communications Commission to auction 200 megahertz 3.1 to 3.45 gigahertz band. Is that correct?
Yes, Congressman, I think you're referring to paragraph 3 of the bill, which says, not later than 7 years after the date of enactment of this act, the commission, in coordination with the Assistant Secretary, shall commence a system of competitive bidding under Section 309J of the Communications Act of 1934, in accordance with paragraph 2 of this subsection.
Well, thank you. Mr. Chairman, would this auction positively score, as in would this spectrum auction offset some of the costs of what we are spending today? And if so, what would that amount be?
I'm sorry, is that a question for council?
Well, more for the chairman, but let me just go on if I may. Mr. Chairman, the Senate infrastructure bill that passed the Senate, the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, also authorized an auction of 3.1 to 3.45 gigahertz band, and the Congressional Budget Office estimated that would offset 10.175 billion of the cost of that legislation. So if this legislation in the Senate infrastructure proposal authorized the same spectrum auction, then one of the pieces of the legislation is not being paid for. What we should take up and consider is the Senate infrastructure package before the Energy and Commerce Committee, which includes many areas that fall within the expertise of this committee, to see what is actually in it. What else is falling through the cracks of the regular order? Mr. Chairman, we need to be honest with the American people. While this language may make it seem like some of the costs of the bill are being offset, that's misleading, because the exact same paid for is being used to pay for the Senate infrastructure legislation. So which one is it? The Democrats are now proposing to raise taxes by over 2.5 trillion to pay for the the socialist takeover of the government. We need to stop the reckless tax and spending spree and be transparent to the American people. The $1 trillion package we are considering today will only result in more inflation and less innovation. And I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Are there other members seeking recognition to speak on the amendment? Representative Clark from New York, recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I move to strike the last word.
The gentlewoman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, in recent years, unfortunately, we have seen a push from spectrum using agencies to be more in control of a process that should be led by the Department of Commerce and the FCC. I'm talking about spectrum reallocation. In fact, the Senate-passed version of the Infrastructure Investment and Job Act put other agencies in a leadership role when it comes to making the 3.1 to 3.45 band available. But I do take some solace in knowing that on this committee, we know how important it is for spectrum managing agencies to lead. That process has led to some incredibly innovative policies when you think about unlicensed spectrum, 5G, the Citizens Broadband Radio Service, and more. And there's really no good reason to alter a formula that we know already works. This bill ensures that any auction of spectrum in the 3.1 to 3.45 gigahertz band will be run by the FCC, who has a long and successful track record in running auctions. The Department of Commerce on the other hand, is the lead when it comes to spectrum reallocation. By doing that, this provision will raise more money, as much as 10 billion more for the Treasury. Let me repeat that, as much as 10 billion more. By getting the policy right and leveraging the expert agencies on spectrum, we can raise $10 billion more for the American people. Why would we not do that? It seems obvious. I urge all my colleagues to vote for this amendment. With that, I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. Are there any other members seeking recognition on the amendment? Yeah, do you have anyone? You're good? Okay. Seeing, okay, the chair recognizes Representative Matsui for what purpose do you seek recognition? Representative Matsui.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, I move this right for last.
The gentlewoman's recognized for 5 minutes.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. This plan included in this bill for freeing up much-needed mid-band spectrum in the lower 3 gigahertz band is really an important step forward. Now, while there's other legislation to address this band, I believe the language before us is a significant improvement. By requiring 200 megahertz of spectrum to be made available, we are asserting a clear commitment to winning the race to 5G and beyond. Now, while it's important to ensure that our federal agencies have the resources they need to complete their missions, especially when there are national security implications, we must also ensure that the United States has a healthy pipeline of spectrum to boost innovation and job creation. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back. For what purposes does Representative McNerney seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I move to strike the last word on the Ains.
The gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes.
I thank the chairman. The internet has transformed people's lives, and much of that transformation has come about through wireless connectivity. 5G technology and new Wi-Fi technologies move us toward a wireless future with faster data rates, lower latency, and more capacity for a more powerful network. And the United States has focused recently on making mid-band spectrum available. Some of us call it the Goldilocks portion of the spectrum because it has great properties. It's just right. The mid-band frequencies are low enough that they give mid-band spectrum important propagation characteristics that allow it to pass through walls and travel greater distances. At the same time, the mid-band spectrum is high enough so that it also allows greater capacity, allowing for more demanding internet applications like augmented reality and virtual reality. The Build Back Better Act, as strengthened by this amendment, will foster innovation by setting aside 200 megahertz of mid-band spectrum while still allowing for permissionless, opportunistic, or licensed by rule uses of spectrum to help Americans invent the next big breakthrough in wireless technology. And I can't wait to see what that's going to be. So I'm pleased to support this, Ains, and I thank you and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Are there any other members seeking recognition? Mr. Schrader, Representative Schrader, for what purpose do you seek?
Like, strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes.
Just like to express my support for the spectrum auction provision of this particular legislation, but would point out to the body that this is already anticipated in the bipartisan infrastructure framework. So I'm not sure there's a reason to go for it in this particular package, and I yield back, sir.
Gentleman yields back. Are there any other members seeking recognition? Any other members? Seeing or hearing none, we'll then move to a vote on the underlying amendment, the Ains amendment. Voice vote here?
We asked for a recorded vote.
Recorded?
Well, I'm fine to pass it.
Okay, so on this one, we're fine with the voice vote. So all those who are in favor of the underlying Ains indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
Aye.
Those opposed?
Nay.
The ayes have it. And the underlying amendment is approved.
Their director was sleeping. We have to go to the voice vote now.
Yeah, now we'll go to the recorded vote on the Ains. It's recorded, is ordered, and those in favor of the amendment will say aye. Those opposed to the amendment will say no, and the clerk shall call the roll, please.
Mr. Rush.
Aye.
Mr. Rush votes aye. Ms. Eschew.
Issue of California votes aye.
Ms. Eschew votes aye. Ms. DeGette.
DeGette votes aye.
Ms. DeGette votes aye. Mr. Doyle.
Doyle votes aye.
Mr. Doyle votes aye. Ms. Schakowsky.
Votes aye.
Ms. Schakowsky votes aye. Mr. Butterfield.
Butterfield votes aye.
Mr. Butterfield votes aye. Ms. Matsui.
Matsui votes aye.
Ms. Matsui votes aye. Ms. Castor.
Castor votes aye.
Ms. Castor votes aye. Mr. Sarbanes.
Sarbanes votes aye.
Mr. Sarbanes votes aye. Mr. McNerney.
McNerney votes aye.
Mr. McNerney votes aye. Mr. Welch. Mr. Welch votes aye. Mr. Tonko.
Taco from New York votes aye.
Mr. Tonko votes aye. Ms. Clark.
Clark from New York votes aye.
Ms. Clark votes aye. Mr. Schrader.
Schrader from Oregon votes no.
Mr. Schrader votes no. Mr. Cardenas.
Cardenas votes aye.
Mr. Cardenas votes aye. Mr. Ruiz.
Ruiz from California votes aye.
Mr. Ruiz votes aye. Mr. Peters. Mr. Peters votes aye. Mrs. Dingell.
Dingell votes aye.
Mrs. Dingell votes aye. Mr. Vesey.
Vesey votes aye.
Mr. Vesey votes aye. Ms. Custer.
Custer votes aye.
Ms. Custer votes aye. Ms. Kelly.
Kelly votes aye.
Ms. Kelly votes aye. Ms. Barragan.
Barragan votes aye.
Ms. Barragan votes aye. Mr. McEachin.
McEachin of Virginia votes aye.
Mr. McEachin votes aye. Ms. Blunt Rochester.
Blunt Rochester votes aye.
Ms. Blunt Rochester votes aye. Mr. Soto.
Soto votes aye.
Mr. Soto votes aye. Mr. O'Halloran.
O'Halloran votes aye.
Mr. O'Halloran votes aye. Ms. Rice. Ms. Rice votes aye. Ms. Craig.
Ms. Craig from Minnesota votes aye.
Ms. Craig votes aye. Ms. Schreier.
Schreier votes aye.
Ms. Schreier votes aye. Ms. Trahan.
Trahan votes aye.
Ms. Trahan votes aye. Ms. Fletcher.
Fletcher votes aye.
Ms. Fletcher votes aye. Mrs. Rogers. Mrs. Rogers votes no. Mr. Upton.
Upton votes no. Upton votes no.
Mr. Upton votes no. Mr. Burgess.
Burgess votes no.
Mr. Burgess votes no. Mr. Scalise.
Scalise votes no.
Mr. Scalise votes no. Mr. Latta.
Latta votes no.
Mr. Latta votes no. Mr. Guthrie. Mr. Guthrie votes no. Mr. McKinley. Mr. McKinley votes no. Mr. Kinzinger.
Kinzinger, no.
Mr. Kinzinger votes no. Mr. Griffith. Mr. Griffith votes no. Mr. Bilirakis. Mr. Bilirakis votes no. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Johnson votes no. Mr. Long. Mr. Bouchon.
Bouchon from Indiana votes no.
Mr. Bouchon votes no. Mr. Mullen? Mr. Mullen? Mr. Hudson?
Hudson, North Carolina,
I'm here.
votes no.
Mr. Hudson votes
Mullins
no.
here. Mullins here.
Mr. Mullen, how do you vote?
No.
Mr. Mullen votes no. Mr. Wahlberg?
Wahlberg votes no.
Mr. Wahlberg, can you repeat your vote, please?
Wahlberg votes no.
There it is. Mr. Wahlberg votes no. Mr. Carter? Mr. Carter votes no. Mr. Duncan?
Duncan of South Carolina votes no.
Mr. Duncan votes no. Mr. Palmer? Mr. Palmer votes no. Mr. Dunn?
Mr. Dunn of Florida votes no.
Mr. Dunn votes no. Mr. Curtis?
Curtis votes no.
Mr. Curtis votes no. Miss Lesko?
Lesko votes no.
Miss Lesko votes no. Mr. Pence?
Pence from Indiana votes no.
Mr. Pence votes no. Mr. Crenshaw?
Crenshaw votes no.
Mr. Crenshaw votes no. Mr. Joyce?
Joyce votes no.
Mr. Joyce votes no. Mr. Armstrong?
Armstrong votes no.
Mr. Armstrong votes no. Chairman Pallone? Chairman Pallone votes aye.
To be clear, the committee has just moved to approve and transmit the recommendations of this committee and all appropriate accompanying material, including additional supplemental minority or dissenting views, to the House Committee on the Budget in order to comply with the reconciliation directive included in Section 2002 of the concurrent resolution on the budget for fiscal year 2022, SCON Res 14, and consistent with Section 310 of the Congressional Budget and Empowerment Control Act of 1974. With that being said, Madam Clerk, are any members still needing to record their vote?
I don't have Mr. Long.
Let him go.
Okay.
We don't either.
Okay. Okay. Does any member wish to change her or his vote? If not, the clerk will report the tally, please.
On that vote, the yeas were 31 and the nays were 26.
So the vote 31 to 26 is a yes vote. It's approved. The committee has approved the committee print Subtitle L Budget Reconciliation Legislative Recommendations relating to wireless connectivity as amended and ordered the legislative recommendations transmitted to the Committee on Budget. And the chair recognizes our minority ranking member.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I plan to file views and request the usual number of days.
So granted.
All right. The chair calls up the committee print Subtitle M, Budget Reconciliation Legislative Recommendations Relating to Distance Learning, and the clerk will report the title of the bill.
Committee print by the Committee on Energy and Commerce, providing for reconciliation pursuant.
And Madam Clerk, without objection, the first reading of the bill will be dispensed with. The bill is now considered as read. And without objection, the bill is considered as read and open for amendment at any point.
Mr. Chairman?
You want to offer the Ains? Okay. Mr. Welch?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment in the nature of a substitute at the desk. It is titled Learning Recon 01.
All right. Do you have that amendment, Madam Clerk?
Yes.
Clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to Subtitle M, offered by Mr. Welch of Vermont. Strike
Without
all.
objection, Madam Clerk, the reading of the amendment will be dispensed with, and the gentleman from Vermont is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This committee, on a bipartisan basis, first raised the absolute urgency of getting rural America and all of America connected. We can't live in this modern world without internet connectivity any more than we could live without electricity. And in the American Recovery Plan, which we passed together, there was $7 billion in an emergency connectivity fund to provide funding for school libraries and for the purchase during COVID of 19 pandemic or connected devices and broadband connections that students used, school staff used, and library patrons used. It was a tremendous asset that really made a difference for lots of families. This amendment would add $4 billion. And what it would do is two things. One, extend that opportunity to provide devices, but also it would allow, through the libraries, to the opportunity to pay for the connectivity in the homes of those kids who need the internet. And a lot of us probably have experiences in our districts, and especially in rural districts, where we saw moms driving their kids outside of the library, or they saw the moms driving the kids to like a McDonald's where there was internet access, and the kids would be doing homework. And we saw lots of situations where kids were using their mom's iPhone if that had some connectivity, and they were trying to do the work as best they could. In Vermont, I went up to the Northeast Kingdom, and I invite you all to come up there. It's this beautiful place right on the Canadian border, in this little town of Gilman, where they have this tiny school with 28 kids, and we love them all, and they're fantastic kids, but they had no internet, and they were roaming around trying to find places where there was some way to connect, and the superintendent was a big advocate of this. The FCC commissioner came up. This program is making a difference, and the kids have to have it. So this is a $4 billion program that allows not just addressing the access to the internet, but there's two impediments to internet access. One is getting America wired, and we're all working on that. But the other is a lot of kids can't afford it. They just can't afford it. In fact, 40% of families whose incomes are under $30,000 in your district or my district, they don't have internet because of the expense. And this is really a way to do two things. Give the device that is necessary through the libraries, and then secondly, to make it affordable through the libraries for these kids to do their homework in their home. So I think that is as important in every one of our districts. It doesn't matter whether the folks there voted for Trump or they voted for Biden. They need the internet to do their work, to find out what's going on in the world and to become successful. There's a couple of other small provisions in here, minor edits, that would ensure that the bill have funding for the Inspector General to address any waste, fraud, and abuse. And let's acknowledge that just because a program has good intentions doesn't mean that it can be exempt from good oversight. So that's a part of this bill. And we also make certain that the funds we appropriate here are not used to fund suspect equipment like that produced from Huawei or ZTE. So keeping this program is going to be really tremendous for a lot of folks in Gilman, Vermont. But I am sure that it's going to help in a comparable small town in the district of all of my colleagues. So I urge that we all support this amendment. And with that, I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
I thank the gentleman. Did you yield back? Does anyone want to speak to this on the Republican side? No. No one wants to speak on the Ains. Okay. So then, who would like to offer an amendment to the Ains? Mr. Carter is recognized. Well, Mr. Carter, what is it labeled?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk, CT 19.
Does the clerk have that Carter amendment?
Yes, sir.
All right. The clerk will report that amendment.
Amendment to Subtitle M offered by Mr. Carter of Georgia. Page 2.
Without objection, Madam Clerk, the reading of the amendment will be dispensed with, and the gentleman from Georgia is recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, the effect of the pandemic has been long-lasting and wide-ranging. It has affected all of us in different ways, but has especially impacted our children and their education. For so many across this nation, our children have been zooming through their studies during a critical time in their development. Because of the last few school years, they have been impacted by the pandemic. Our nation's parents have now learned more of what their children are being taught in the virtual classroom. So many families are waking up to not just how their children are being instructed, but also to what they are being taught. My amendment would address both of these issues. It would help get students and teachers back in the classroom and address an issue that is raising its ugly head in schools throughout America: critical race theory, CRT. My amendment would prohibit appropriated funds from the Emergency Connectivity Fund to any school that teaches critical race theory. CRT makes race the prism through which its proponents analyze all aspects of American life, categorizing individuals into groups of oppressors and victims. When followed to its logical conclusion, CRT is destructive and rejects the fundamental ideas on which our constitutional republic is based. Applying this philosophy would violate a multitude of American civil rights laws by treating people differently according to race. For years, the far left has been pushing CRT into our public formative institutions, from public education to the Pentagon. In fact, we all know a curriculum that says that the only remedy to past discrimination is present discrimination. The only remedy to present discrimination is future discrimination, is inherently divisive and should not be in our schools. And so why are my colleagues interested in funneling more money into keeping our classrooms remote? Quite simply because the underlying legislation was written by the most liberal wing of the Democratic Party, who support CRT to fundamentally change America and not for the better. Instead of focusing on keeping schools open, Democrats want to recklessly spend an additional $4 billion in giveaways to teachers' unions through the Emergency Connectivity Fund to keep children at home. This temporary fund for remote learning was created in the Democrats' last hyper-partisan reconciliation bill at the same time teachers' unions were influencing the White House to keep schools closed. Adding more money to this is the latest example of Democrats ruling through fear and ignoring the risk of school closures on children's overall well-being. Pouring money into keeping children at home and isolated is just as bad as teaching them a divisive theory like CRT and indoctrinating impressionable students with the Marxist philosophy. Instead, my friends on the other side of the aisle should remember the words of Martin Luther King Jr. as he spoke of his dream for his 4 little children. He longed for the day when all children would live in a nation where they would not be judged by the color of their skin, but by the content of their character. I believe in that dream as well. CRT would not make his dream come true. Our children are our future, and they deserve much better from us. I urge adoption of my amendment to help our students, not teachers' unions, and I yield back.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, the gentleman from Vermont is recognized.
Well, I always enjoy my colleague from Georgia, and you speak well. Unfortunately, I don't know what you're talking about insofar as it relates to my amendment. I mean, essentially, I get it. You don't like critical race theory. The folks in Gilman, Vermont, they're like 8-year-olds. And they're going to school or they want to be in school, and some kids are remote, but mostly they're going to school. This is going to allow them to get access to the internet at home. So it's going to be them being able to do what it is they do on the internet, their homework. So there's no like critical race theory here. The other thing is, that's a discussion to have, but is this America's school board? That's my question. Yeah. Do we want to talk in here about whether QAnon theories are taught or not, or what happened on January 6th, and we prescribe what the proper teaching is of that? We're not the school board, we know that. What we do know is that your kids in your district, I dare to say, and the kids in my district, they need access to the internet. And I bet you would agree with me on this. So this is not about funding schools. It's about giving access to the internet for these kids, many of whom are low income, but high aspiration. They really do believe in that beautiful Martin Luther King quote you had. So let's not head off, we call it the pucker brush in Vermont. This is simply about providing the opportunity through libraries to let a kid with parents have access to a device and the internet. I yield back.
Mr. Chairman, was that directed to me? Can I respond?
No.
Well, he'd have to yield to you.
Will the gentleman yield?
I've yielded my time back already. Thank
You
you.
yielded it back? Or you want to
Bill, I
get
need
somebody
some
on the
time.
Republican side to yield to you?
Bill, I need some time.
Mr. Johnson is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I moved to strike last word, and I yield my time to my colleague from Georgia.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. To my colleague from Vermont, who I have immense respect for, and I appreciate your service, you know, I agree with you, and I agree with the underlying premises of this bill that we do need to make sure that we've got broadband and high-speed internet available. Listen, I represent South Georgia, rural area. We've got people who are struggling. The examples that you gave about going to a hotspot, those are real-life examples in South Georgia, trust me. And there's a simple solution to getting that money to them. And that solution is just make sure that we're not teaching CRT within the school systems there. That is the simple solution. Not only that, but as you well know, and as my colleagues on the other side of the aisle know, there has been numerous other instances where we have funded broadband and high-speed internet. I mean, there are so many different instances where we have put money toward this. $20.4 billion through the Rural Digital Opportunity Fund, $9.6 billion of which is in the process of being awarded. $600 million a year through the USDA Reconnect program. $1 billion through new NTIA Tribal Broadband Program. $300 million through new NIT Rural Broadband Program. And on and on and on. So my point is that I'm all in favor of it. Trust me. We need it in South Georgia. We need it desperately. And I want to make sure it gets there. But I don't want it being used to teach CRT. So the solution is simple, that we just make sure that we're not teaching CRT, which I don't think any of us would agree with. And I certainly hope my colleagues on the other side of the aisle would agree that the only division we should be teaching in school is in math, not through CRT. And I would yield back. Bill.
Is the time? No?
I yield back, Mr.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. Mr. Johnson had the time.
I'm ready to vote. I mean,
I
there's
yield back.
You yield back? Well, we can vote, but I don't know if anybody else wants to say anything. Anybody else, or we will vote?
So, Mr. McNerney.
Mr.
Chairman?
Mr. McNerney? Is your hand up, or that's from the previous vote?
Oh, it's up, Frank.
You want to be recognized? Okay. Now, you know, you're the math whiz, and I saw all those division and other things behind your bookcase there. All those books on math and gravitation and everything.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes.
Today, we're taking the important steps to help close the homework gap, providing $4 billion for the Emergency Connectivity Fund. And I thank my good friend from Vermont for this amendment. These funds will help students, teachers, library patrons, to make sure they have internet service at home and locations other than the premises or of a school or a library. And last year, I held a virtual town hall with now acting FCC Chair Rosenworcel and education leaders in my district. I heard from parents, students, and teachers, and many members of the community how urgent the need is for distance learning. It's critical in my district, especially. We've seen a significant demand for emergency connectivity funds, and there's more that we need to do to connect to all of our students. So let's not threaten to withhold education funds because of this partisan effort to derail resources for children's education. It doesn't behoove us. It doesn't become us. I urge my colleagues to support this aims, and I yield back to the chair.
Will the gentleman yield?
Uh,
Jerry Mike Doyle, will the gentleman yield?
Yes, I'll yield to Mr. Doyle.
Yeah, you know, this is just another red herring. I'm sorry, let me put my video on. I'd like to know what school district is teaching critical race theory. I don't know of any school district in the state of Pennsylvania that's teaching this. We hear all this stuff about critical race theory as if it's being taught in all the schools across the United States. And they did a recent survey of 1,100 teachers from a nonpartisan teacher organization. Not a single teacher knew of anywhere in their area where this is being taught. This is just, this is just like the other amendment that was done a little earlier tonight. It's a gotcha amendment trying to create this hysteria that somehow we're indoctrinating kids in school with critical race theory, when I don't know of any school in the country that's offering it. I'd love to see someone list the school districts as we speak today that are teaching critical race theory, because I don't believe there are any. And if there are, it's less than I can count on one hand. So again, enough of this political posturing, these red herring amendments that everybody knows is a bunch of BS. Let's just vote on the bill that we all agree on, and let's dispense with these kinds of amendments. We should definitely vote this down.
Well, thanks for those comments, Mr. Doyle. I don't even know what critical race theory is. I haven't seen any curriculums that explains what it is. Again, this is just posturing, and it's meant to embarrass people. It's not real. But let's get down to business and do the work for our nation, for our children. Thank you. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields back. Anyone, the ranking member is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I rise and I'm going to speak in support of the amendment offered by the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Carter. I can tell you in Eastern Washington, there's a lot of concern around critical race theory. And as the gentleman said, as parents have seen more directly what is being taught in the classrooms, they're raising this concern. And I believe that this is an appropriate debate for us to have, because if we all agree that critical race theory should not be taught in the classrooms, let's support the amendment. I spoke earlier this morning about the sense that the promise of America is slipping away. The idea that everyone, no matter their gender, race, religion, or creed, has a chance here in the United States of America for life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And unfortunately, critical race theory undermines all of that with fear, division, and racism. It's tearing the moral fabric of this nation. When our children walk into the classroom, we want them to have the dream of a better life. We want them to have hope, to learn truth, to build friendships and trust, to learn to forgive, treat others with compassion no matter who they are, and appreciate that, yes, America is on a journey to a more perfect union for liberty and justice for all. That's always been our history. It's what made America the beacon of hope for freedom-loving people all over the world. So I know countless parents who agree. They do not want critical race theory determining what is true for our kids. We're battling it in Washington State. It's not a curriculum, but it is a political agenda. So I would ask us to come together around what Dr. Martin Luther King dreamed for his children, that one day children would live in a nation where they're not judged by the color of their skin, but by the content of their character. Mr. Carter's amendment can stop this dangerous teaching of CRT, and I urge my colleagues to vote for freedom and opportunity. I yield back.
Anybody yelled at me? Yelled at me?
All right.
Mr. Chairman?
The gentlewoman yields back. Mr. Plum. Mr. Butterfield?
Mr. Chairman?
Recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. First, let me thank my friend, Mr. Welch, for his amendment. And thank you, Peter, for your years of advocacy for distance learning and broadband deployment in rural communities. You know, those who live in urban settings where broadband is plentiful, you may not have an appreciation for the disadvantages that children in rural communities are facing. Broadband is absolutely essential, particularly during a pandemic where children need this type of learning. Now, my friends, this debate has now taken a bad turn. It reminds me of the debate that we had on the Next Gen 911 earlier today, and I urge you, please don't go down this path. Critical race theory is not being taught in high school or middle school classrooms in my district. It's not being taught in Vermont or Georgia or Pennsylvania or North Carolina. It is not being taught. This is nothing but a red herring. It's a distraction. Please don't go down this path and don't accuse the Democratic Party of promoting critical race theory. That is a lie. The Democratic Party does not promote critical race theory in our nation's schools, and this debate is simply divisive. So to my friends from Georgia and from the state of Washington, to invoke the name of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., my goodness, to invoke the name of Dr. King in this debate does a disservice to this debate. It does a disservice to the legacy of Dr. King. Dr. King advocated equal opportunity, and that's exactly what Mr. Welch's amendment seeks to accomplish. Mr. Welch's amendment is very constructive and is not deserving of this type of distraction. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chairman.
Did you want to yield to Mr. Tonko, Mr. Butterfield?
No, no. You can just strike the last word to yield to
Yes,
Mr. Welch.
I'll yield to my friend from New York, Mr. Tonko.
Oh, you want to yield to Mr., I'm sorry. You will yield to Mr. Welch, if that's all right. He's asking.
I'll yield to the gentleman from Vermont. Yes.
Okay.
Just a ironic observation. We all can have our views on critical race theory, although I suspect most of us couldn't tell you what it is. But how is it that I end up becoming the conservative and my friend from Georgia is the liberal? Are we a school board? This amendment that I'm proposing literally has nothing to do with any school in any district, in any state in this country. And we're talking as though if this amendment were passed, somehow it would be a pipeline for critical race theory in each of our schools. Those decisions are going to be debated, as the ranking member has mentioned, by school districts. Those are tough questions. It's very fraught for a lot of parents, as any curriculum issue is. But I have news for my colleagues. We're not a school board. If we were smarter, we might be. But we're not. So all this is about letting a kid in a rural community have access to affordable internet to do what needs to be done under the supervision, by and large, of that child's parents. Thank you.
Butterfield yields back.
Reclaiming my time, I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Is there a Republican who wants to speak on this?
Mr. Chairman, I have my hand raised.
Mr. Wahlberg, recognized for 5
Thank you,
minutes.
Mr. Chairman. Strike the last word. You know, I certainly don't want to get this debate going in the wrong direction. And I'm sorry if I take a different position than some of my colleagues on this, but I've listened to a lot of my constituents. I've listened to many of them who have joined hundreds of people in school districts in my district, speaking to school boards about their concern for CRT, 1619 project, whatever it is, being taught to their children in schools by certain teachers or groups using curriculum. That's all I'm going on. I might not be smart enough to know how it's taking place over the United States, but I do know my district. Federal law is clear. The federal government has no business interfering in the curriculum decisions of states and school districts. I agree with my good friend from Vermont totally on that. But unfortunately, this is exactly what the Biden administration has done. The administration under Secretary of Education Cardona And I have the privilege of sitting on the Education and Labor Committee and have had a chance to question him. But the administration under the secretary has proposed to use federal grant funds to push a radical, discredited curriculum on our nation's schools. And those are my schools as well. As Congress, we have an obligation to stand up to this abuse of authority and ensure it cannot happen again. This amendment will help accomplish that. That's all. We certainly agree with the agenda of our good friend from Vermont and support the idea of getting rural broadband out there. But some Democrats may respond to this amendment with several untruths. First, they'll say that Republicans want to whitewash history. This is false. We should acknowledge the injustices in our nation's past and our ongoing struggle to form a more perfect union. Students should learn this history. Despite some individuals' false claims, the fight over critical race theory is not an effort to ignore our past. Second, some Democrats will argue that the fight over critical race theory is a made-up scandal. We've heard that already. They might argue that critical race theory isn't being taught in schools at all. This is a false argument from my experience and many others that relies on petty semantics. Curriculum inspired by critical race theory is being shoved down our students' throats all over the country. We hear about that regularly from parents. When students are told that a focus on finding the right answer in math is racist, that's critical race theory in action. When they're taught that nation's founding principles are a tool of white supremacy, that's critical race theory in action. Third, some Democrats might argue that we want to silence speech. Again, this is false. Unlike these, we do not believe the federal government has any business interfering in the curriculum decisions of states and school districts. That's their purview. Mr. Chairman, the debate over critical race theory pits two different visions of America against each other. Do we want to further divide our country into rigid categories based on the color of our skin or where we come from? Critical race theorists would say yes. Proponents of that vision are telling students of color that their race is determinative, that they have no hope of better life because their race has consigned them to a particular outcome. That is pernicious, a pernicious lie. But there is an alternative vision. It's the vision that we as Republicans have. We believe that all American history should be taught honestly, including the horrible injustices within that history and the great triumphs. We believe that progress toward defeating racism and discrimination has happened through appeals to our founding principles and not through abandonment of those principles. Our founding documents espouse a belief that all people are created equal. Critical race theorists would argue that this principle is a tool of white supremacy. We believe the principle of equality is the very best tool for defeating white supremacy, critical race theory, and every other ideology that seeks to divide us. That's all we're asking. Putting this as an opportunity to speak out on this issue when we have the opportunity of spending money on something I think that's valuable. I urge all my colleagues to support this amendment. And I
The
yield.
gentleman yield for a question very quickly.
Would
Will the
Mr.
gentleman use-
Wahlberg yield
Yeah.
to Mr. Butterfield?
It's a very quick one.
Well,
Or
I guess
very
you're out of
quickly.
time. We'll have to
Yeah.
get another person, Mr. Butterfield. Who else on the Democratic side wants this?
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. VC? Did you want
Yes.
time?
Yes, I would like time, Mr. Chairman.
The gentleman's recognized. Maybe you can give some of it to Mr. Butterfield.
Mr. Chairman, I would like to yield time to Mr. Butterfield of North Carolina.
I just need a few seconds. Thank you very much for yielding. Let me ask Mr. Wahlberg, and I was just looking at your bio a moment ago, and you are an ordained pastor. And I have great respect for the clergy, and you live in Tipton, Michigan. Do you know any schools at all in Tipton that teach critical race theory? Do you personally know any schools in your hometown that do this?
No, I don't, not in my hometown, but I know in my district, several schools that have had school board meetings flooded by literally tens and ultimately hundreds of parents who are critical of.
Can you name two?
I'm not going to name them here, but if
Thank
you'd
you.
like to talk, if you'd like to-
Reclaiming my time, Mr.
if you'd
Chairman.
like to talk with me personally, I'd be glad to tell you that.
Thank you, Reverend. Thank you. Back to you, Mr. Veazey. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, yes, I'll be very brief. I honestly, I'd never even heard of critical race theory until I heard conservatives talking about it on shows. You know, I'm a Gen Xer. I'm old enough to remember people talking about busing. As a Gen Xer, we were the first members of the Fort Worth Independent School District to go to integrated schools. The baby boomers didn't go K through 12 integrated. Some of the younger ones went to integration in their high school and maybe the latter part of their junior high year. But I didn't go. We went K through 12 integration, but we went through busing, and I saw that term used to scare people. We're going to bus your kids across town. You know, I thought that was a very tragic time period for the United States, because it was a time that we should have been trying to come together to learn and get past all of those years of being legally segregated from one another. You know, and there are other loaded terms that were used, and I think whether or not we think those terms are moral, when trying to scare our neighbors or scare people around the issue of race. You know, I think that debate is going to continue to be had. We saw it in Willie Horton commercials. We've seen it in all sorts of things. But I just don't think that it belongs here. It's going to be up. It's going to the conscience of political consultants are going to decide what they think is good or bad for the course of this country, and what's going to be used to try to scare voters during campaigns. But it just doesn't belong here. When you look at broadband and what this amendment is trying to do, regardless of what your race is, regardless of where you happen to live, we ought to be trying to get people connected. And that's exactly the point of this amendment. I saw a lot of our school kids of all races and all incomes suffer by not being able to go to school, and particularly lower income kids by not having access to the internet. And we ought to try to work on those sorts of things together, and not use this as an opportunity to try to scare Gordon June Cleaver or to try to scare Donna Reed or the Bradys or whomever we're trying to move for midterms. It just doesn't belong in this debate. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back and I support this amendment.
Will you yield, please?
I yield time to the gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Thank you. You're right. This is an amendment that doesn't belong in this bill. And I would defy any member of this committee to identify one school district that's teaching critical race theory. I think what people are seeing is what I saw on the news in Pennsylvania, where parents are being ginned up by right-wing internet sites and by right-wing media, that somehow this critical race theory is just spreading through the whole country. And they are flooding school boards and attacking members of school boards, and the school board members don't even know what they're talking about. There's no such thing going on in the school, and I have seen news story after news story around the Pittsburgh area of school board members constantly telling parents that there's no such thing taking place in their school district. But these parents have all been ginned up because they have seen this on the internet, or they have heard this on some of the television shows that they're watching. This is a complete red herring. And to equate this somehow with Democrats are for critical race theory and Republicans are for mom and apple pie and the American flag is just another. Just stop this, okay? It's so political and it's so obvious what you guys are trying to do. It has nothing to do with this amendment. So let's get back to the voting
All
on.
right, the time has expired.
And I yield back to you, Mark.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Palmer next. Mr. Crenshaw, did you want to speak on this?
No, Palmer's more.
Oh, Palmer? Okay, we'll start with Mr.
Yes.
Palmer.
Yes, I do.
Mr. Palmer is
I guess not.
recognized for 5 minutes.
I move to strike the last word. Mr. Chairman.
Palmer is recognized.
Thank you. it's, a couple of different colleagues have asked to give an example of where critical race theory is being taught. There are 7 school districts in Wisconsin teaching it, and this is what I found in just a few minutes that I've had to look it up. Manhattan Institute reported that 30 public school districts in 15 states are teaching it, and I think it should be noted that the National Education Association passed a resolution endorsing the teaching of critical race theory in their meeting this summer. With that, I yield back. And obviously, there's at least one Democrat here who endorses it. So with that, I yield back. I yield to the gentleman from Georgia.
Mr. Chairman, excuse me, out of all due respect to my colleagues on the other side of the aisle who say this is not necessary, that this is not being done, if I could just point out that last week, at the United States Conference of Mayors, a resolution that was sponsored by Lori Lightfoot from Chicago, Illinois, Lauren McLean from Boise, Idaho, Greg Fisher from Louisville, Kentucky, and Ted Wheeler from Portland, Oregon, was adopted in support of critical race theory in public K through 12 education. So, Mr. Chairman, is that really necessary?
What's necessary?
Okay. My point is, it is being taught. And it is something that we need to take the opportunity, as Mr. Wahlberg has pointed out, to stop it right now. We need to take a stand and say, no, we don't want this. This isn't what we are. Whether you're a Democrat or Republican, this doesn't represent what we want and what we are. And this is our opportunity to do that. If it's not being taught, as has been suggested by those on the other side of the aisle, then what harm is it going to do? The only thing it's going to do is to give relief to those extremists, as they were described, who are spreading these right-wing theories. We can end that right now. That's why the amendment, I hope, will pass, and I hope will be supported by those on the other side of the aisle. And I'll yield back to the gentleman from Alabama.
All right. Who else wants to? Mr. Palmer.
Yeah, my time is not
Your time.
expired. My whole point here was, and I'm a big supporter of broadband, having grown up in rural Alabama. But my point here was there are members of this committee saying that critical race theory is not being taught anywhere. They ask that we name places where it's being taught. I think I just proved that it's being taught. And I think also proved that the nation's largest teacher union endorses teaching critical race theory. And I will add this. I had the opportunity to be on the football team at the University of Alabama under Coach Bear Bryant. People introduced me as having played there. I correct the record to say that I practiced there. But I can assure you that there were players on the team that didn't like each other, but it had absolutely nothing to do with their race. And when we went out on that field, we went out as one. And as a nation, this is the last thing we need, is something that will divide us as intensely as this will divide us. So I appeal to all of the members of this committee and our colleagues in the rest of Congress to find a way to come together and be united for the good of the future of this nation. And I yield back.
All right. Anyone else want to address this?
Mr. Chairman,
Ms. Kelly is recognized for 5 minutes.
I won't be that long. I have a very, very good relationship with the mayor of Chicago. So I just asked her about what was just read, and she said, no, that was not even on the agenda. So I don't know what paper you're reading from. And I can't even repeat some of the stuff she's saying, but she said, no, it wasn't even on the agenda, and that's not true. So thank you. I yield back.
All right. Anyone else on this amendment, on the Carter Amendment?
Mr. Crenshaw.
Mr. Crenshaw was recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Strike the last word. I guess got to address directly some of the things my colleagues have been saying. I mean, I know it's infuriating when we just repeat what the left says, and then you guys say, no, we never said that, except that, it is kind of part of the mainstream philosophy of the left these days, critical race theory, as much as you'd like to deny it. And then there's this other thought out there that it just doesn't exist. It's not being taught anywhere. We don't know what you're talking about. Okay, I'm actually going to take that point pretty seriously because I'm willing to believe that a lot of people are just out of touch and don't pay attention to these things. Look, I mean, when I grew up, I never heard about it either. So I may actually see where you're coming from on this. But luckily, I have Google as we debate this, and it's really easy to find examples. So Texas Tribune reported, this is all recent stuff, just a couple weeks ago. So this is the title of this article. Quote, I wanted to teach differently than I had been taught how some Texas educators practice anti-racist teaching. Conservative lawmakers denounce critical race theory and say it facilitates racism. But some teachers say it actually informs their efforts to counter racism in the curriculum and classroom, even though they don't teach it directly to students. That's an important point I'm going to get to in a second. But we were talking about Pennsylvania just a second ago. This is a recent one too. In Allegheny County in Pennsylvania, councilwoman introduced a resolution asking all local school districts to teach critical race theory. But hey, all those parents who are complaining at school board meetings, yeah, they don't know what they're talking about, right? They're just a bunch of right-wing redneck rubes who don't understand anything and follow me on social media. So they're just getting lied to, right? Come on, people. Take these parents seriously. There's thousands of them throughout the country. And if you're paying attention, you're seeing these videos get more and more traction. And you know what some of the most amazing ones are? They're from Black parents, because Black parents don't want their Black child being taught that they're disadvantaged automatically because of their skin color, or that they should see white people as an enemy. And and I can say this honestly to you guys, they're not teaching a class called critical race theory in middle school or high school. I get that, but those theories infuse directly their teachings. And whether that teaching is called diversity and inclusion, or it's given some nice name, it is infused with the toxic teachings of critical race theory. I gotta say this too, critical race theory is a direct affront to liberalism. And it seems conservatives are the one who defend traditional liberalism. And I'm sure a lot of my colleagues would identify as liberals. Let me read to you, if you just Google, the first thing that comes up about critical race theory, the definition. It's a body of legal scholarship, etc. Here's where it gets interesting. It seeks to critically examine the intersection of race and US law and to challenge mainstream American liberal approaches to racial justice. This is from New York University Press. It's called Critical Race Theory, an Introduction, 3rd edition by Richard Delgado and Gene Stefancic. It says, unlike traditional civil rights discourse, which stresses incrementalism and step-by-step progress, critical race theory questions the very foundations of the liberal order, including equality theory, legal reasoning, Enlightenment rationalism, and neutral principles of constitutional law. It's challenging liberal principles like the neutral application of law. It's challenging these things because it's in fact a racist ideology that believes you should treat people differently based on their skin color. So I'm glad that everybody here says that they're against it. But then why not just vote for these amendments so that we can actually say we're against it together, so that we can actually lock arms and stand together against racist policies? You say it has no place in this amendment, in this policy discussion. Well, you know what? Then maybe from the beginning, work with Republicans along the whole $3.5 trillion bill. I mean, that's what I would say to that. This stuff is important. It's important to our culture. It's important to thousands of parents across the country. And the dismissal, the sneering, condescending dismissal of those parents' concerns is really abysmal, because those parents are bringing actual examples of curriculum. They're bringing actual examples of curriculum to those school board meetings, and you need to watch those videos and actually listen. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
All right. Anyone else on this topic? Yes, Mr. Joyce is recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, I strike to move the last word.
Gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I too am an advocate for expanding connectivity for all students, especially the students that I represent in rural areas. But it is essential that our children return to the classroom to learn in an environment that teaches them what is great about our country and what makes the United States an exceptional place to live, not a mix of half-truths about our founding fathers.
What message do we want children to learn in school? We must teach our children to fight against intolerance. And we must teach them to have an understanding, to be critical, lifelong thinkers. Telling our students what to believe, which is what occurs with CRT, does nothing for their intellectual development. Critical race theory does not accomplish our goals, and it doesn't educate our students, and it simply has no place in our classrooms. Thank you, and I yield back my time. I yield to Mr. Hudson.
Mr. Carter, are you yielding to Mr. Carter?
Yes, I'd like to yield to Mr.
Mr.
Carter.
Carter?
Mr. Chairman, I had asked unanimous consent to add to the record resolution number 68 from the 89th annual meeting of the United States Conference of Mayors, adopted resolution in support of critical race theory in public K through 12 education.
Mr. Carter, you got to show me that first,
I'm gonna tell you.
and then we'll go back to it. Let me look at it while we proceed here. Thank you. Mr. Joyce, did you want to continue?
I'm willing to yield. Does anyone need additional time? Does anyone need additional time? I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. All right, we're fine with this. I would ask unanimous consent to include in the record this document from U.S. Conference of Mayors 89th Annual Meeting, 2021 adopted resolutions. Without objection, so ordered.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, would you like to speak for 5 minutes? You're recognized, Mr. Rush.
I want to speak on your unanimous consent. I'd like to hear more about the content of that document that you are entering into the record. I'd like for the clerk to read it.
This resolution that was just put in the record?
I like that document. I'd like to hear the clerk read it so I know what's in it before I agree to unanimous consent.
Did you object?
Point of order, Mr. Chairman. Point of order. Can't the chair just receive it into the record without unanimous consent?
No, but Mr. Rush, this is from the U.S. Conference of Mayors. It's a resolution.
Mr. Chairman, I reserve the right to know what is in that.
All right, why don't we just, before you object, can we just send it to your staff and you look at it? All right?
Okay.
All right. And before the end of the night, we'll get back to you. We'll send it to you, all right? But it's a document from U.S. Conference of Mayors. You take a look at it, and then we'll come back. All right, what is, was that all you wanted to ask about? Did you yield back? Okay, you were just ejecting, but rather than object, you look at it and then we'll deal with it later. Anybody else want to speak on this? All right, so we're on Mr. Carter's amendment. You want to have a roll call? Or you don't care? Roll call? All right. All right, recorded vote is ordered on the Carter amendment. Those in favor of the amendment will say aye. Those opposed to the amendment will say no, and the clerk shall call the roll.
Mr. Rush.
As the son of an ex-slave in the U.S. and as a veteran of the U.S. Army, as a member of the Chicago City Council, and as a congressman for the first district of Illinois, Rush votes resoundingly no.
Mr. Rush votes no. Ms. Eshoo.
Eshoo of California votes no.
Ms. Eshoo votes no. Ms. DeGette.
DeGette votes no.
Ms. Degat votes no. Mr. Doyle?
Doyle votes no.
Mr. Doyle votes no. Ms. Schakowsky? Ms. Schakowsky? Ms. Schakowsky votes no. Mr. Butterfield?
Mr. Butterfield of North Carolina has read the bipartisan resolution from the U.S. Conference of Mayors and votes no.
Mr. Butterfield votes no. Ms. Matsui?
Matsui votes no.
Ms. Matsui votes no. Ms. Castor?
Castor votes no.
Ms. Castor votes no. Mr. Sarbanes?
Sarbanes votes no.
Mr. Sarbanes votes no. Mr. McNerney?
McNerney, California, no.
Mr. McNerney votes no. Mr. Welch?
No.
Mr. Welch votes no. Mr. Tonko?
Taco from New York votes no.
Mr. Tonko votes no. Ms. Clark?
Clark from New York votes no.
Ms. Clark votes no. Mr. Schrader?
Schrader from Oregon votes no.
Mr. Schrader votes no. Mr. Cardenas?
Cardenas representing California votes no.
Mr. Cardenas votes no. Mr. Ruiz?
Ruiz from California votes no.
Mr. Ruiz votes no. Mr. Peters? Mr. Peters votes no. Mrs. Dingell?
No.
Mrs. Dingell votes no. Mr. Vesey?
VC votes no.
Mr. Vesey votes no. Ms. Custer?
Custer votes no.
Ms. Custer votes no. Ms. Kelly?
Kelly from Illinois, Chicago, absolutely not. No.
Ms. Kelly votes no. Ms. Barragan?
Barragan votes no.
Ms. Barragan votes no. Mr. McEachin?
McEachin of Virginia votes no.
Mr. McEachin votes no. Ms. Blunt Rochester?
Blunt Rochester of Delaware votes no.
Ms. Blunt Rochester votes no. Mr. Soto?
Soto from Florida votes no.
Mr. Soto votes no. Mr. O'Halloran?
O'Halloran votes no.
Mr. O'Halloran votes no. Ms. Rice? Ms. Rice votes no. Ms. Craig?
Craig votes no.
Ms. Craig votes no. Ms. Schreier?
Schreier votes no.
Ms. Schreier, could you repeat your vote?
Schreier votes no.
Schreier votes no. Ms. Trahan?
Trahan votes no.
Ms. Trahan votes no. Ms. Fletcher?
Fletcher votes no.
Ms. Fletcher votes no. Mrs. Rogers? Mrs. Rogers votes aye. Mr. Upton? Mr. Burgess?
Votes aye.
Mr. Burgess votes aye. Mr. Scalise?
Scalise votes aye.
Mr. Scalise votes aye. Mr. Latta?
Latta votes aye.
Mr. Latta votes aye. Mr. Guthrie? Mr. Guthrie votes aye. Mr. McKinley? Mr. McKinley votes aye. Mr. Kinzinger? Mr. Griffith? Mr. Griffith votes aye. Mr. Bilirakis? Mr. Bilirakis votes aye. Mr. Johnson? Mr. Johnson votes aye. Mr. Long? Mr. Bouchon?
Bouchon from Indiana votes aye.
Mr. Bouchon votes aye. Mr. Mullen?
Aye.
Mr. Mullen votes aye. Mr. Hudson?
Hudson of North Carolina votes aye.
Mr. Hudson votes aye. Mr. Wahlberg?
Wahlberg from Michigan votes aye.
Mr. Wahlberg votes aye. Mr. Carter? Mr. Carter votes aye. Mr. Duncan?
Mr. Duncan votes aye.
Mr. Duncan votes aye. Mr. Palmer. Mr. Palmer votes aye. Mr. Dunn.
Mr. Dunn of Florida votes aye. Mr. Dunn of Florida votes aye.
Mr. Dunn votes aye. Mr. Curtis.
Curtis votes aye.
Mr. Curtis votes aye. Ms. Lesko.
Lesko votes aye.
Ms. Lesko votes aye. Mr. Pence.
Pence votes aye.
Mr. Pence votes aye. Mr. Crenshaw.
Crenshaw votes aye.
Mr. Crenshaw votes aye. Mr. Joyce.
Mr. Joyce of Pennsylvania votes aye.
Mr. Joyce votes aye. Mr. Armstrong.
Armstrong votes yes.
Mr. Armstrong votes aye. Mr. Pallone.
Malone from New Jersey votes no.
Mr. Pallone votes no.
Anyone who hasn't been recorded who wants to be? Mr. Upton, it sounded like he was there, but I couldn't hear it. You didn't record him.
Mr. Upton's not
Are you there, Fred? Fred? All right, anyone else? Otherwise, we're going to close it out. The clerk will report the tally. I
On
thought I
that
heard
vote,
Fred, but
the yeas were 23
say
and the
it.
nays were 32.
would you repeat that again?
On that vote, the yeas were 23 and the nays were 32.
All right, so on the Carter amendment, the vote is 23 ayes to 32 noes, and the amendment is not agreed to. Are there any further amendment to the
Mr. Chairman.
Ains?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Mr. Wahlberg is, what is the amendment labeled?
It's title CT 21.
Does the clerk have the Wahlberg amendment?
Yes, sir.
All right, the clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to Subtitle M offered by Mr. Wahlberg of Michigan. Strike Subtitle M.
Without objection, the reading of the Wahlberg amendment will be dispensed with, and the gentleman from Michigan is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Earlier this year, Congress passed a partisan $2 trillion package that appropriated over $7 billion.
I'm sorry. And have the members not speak while Mr. Wahlberg is speaking, please. The gentleman is recognized. This gentleman from Michigan.
$2 trillion package that appropriated over $7 billion for distance learning to keep connected while schools. Mr. Chairman, it's tough to talk when mics are still on.
Mr. McKinley is having a problem with his hearing.
Could I have some seconds back?
Yes. What do you want to do? All right, we're okay. You can start again at 5 minutes. You have 5 minutes, Mr. Wahlberg.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate that. Earlier this year, Congress passed the partisan $2 trillion package that appropriated over $7 billion for distance learning to keep kids connected while schools were closed as a result of COVID-19. Now, Democrats want to continue their reckless tax and spending spree by giving more money to keep schools closed. Mr. Chairman, we need to be reopening our schools instead of paying off teachers' unions and putting our children further behind in their education with distance learning. Today, this committee is proposing to spend another $4 billion to keep our children at home instead of listening to the science that says it's safe to reopen schools. I'd like to hold up an article, in fact, in a recent news report that detail email exchanges that show the Biden-Harris administration and the CDC were pressured into adopting a stricter mask guideline after being threatened by teachers' unions. Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent to enter this document into the record.
What is it again, the document?
It's a document from the National Review.
I think we got to look at it, if you don't mind. Can you send it to us?
No problem with that. It should be delivered to your desk.
All right, we'll look at it, and then we'll get back to you. Do you want to continue?
This is unacceptable for our children. It's an unacceptable way to make policy. This reckless spending comes when most of the $2 trillion from the last spending package has not yet been spent. In fact, the FCC still has not spent all $7 billion Congress gave them for this program in February. But here we are about to give them even more money for distance learning. And what for? For Zoom classes, for a giveaway to teachers' unions and their cronies that want to stay locked down forever? I remind my colleagues that this fund was specifically established for COVID response, not for eternity. The text of this subtitle says the money can be used, and I quote, regardless of whether those costs are incurred during a COVID-19 emergency period. So that means this is essentially a new FCC subsidy program. If that's the case, maybe we should hold a hearing, get testimony from SEC commissioners and stakeholders, and then mark up this program through regular order instead of jamming it through a $3.5 trillion budget resolution. Mr. Chairman, we all know what happens when Congress creates new government funding programs. They grow and grow, adding to our already enormous bureaucracy, even when they become entirely unnecessary and wasteful. Such is the fate of this program by funding billions more under this bill. We owe it to our children not to mortgage their future on an $11 billion program that will further starve them of a valuable in-classroom education. Instead of reopening schools, this spending will only accelerate the Biden inflation, crushing our economy and jobs. Consumer prices have hit an all-time high. Inflation is up over 5%. Instead of working with Republicans to close the digital divide, Democrats are doubling down on more spending that will tax the middle class with job-crushing inflation. It's critical that we put our children first, and I urge my colleagues to join me in that effort and support my amendment to get the kids back to school. Thank you.
The gentleman yields. Mr. Walsh would like to speak on the Wahlberg amendment. The gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes.
Yes, I try to listen carefully to the arguments, and there's one argument that we shouldn't spend the money, even though 40% of kids who come from families whose income is below $30,000 have no access to internet at all. And we can each make a decision. I think we should spend the money. I think there's nothing better we can spend the money on than giving kids the tool they need in order to have a chance to make it on their own and be a responsible and contributing citizen. So Mr. Wahlberg and I disagree on that. Second, he said this is a giveaway to teachers' unions. There's no teacher unions here. You can say things that provoke people, but have them bear some passing, glancing relationship to the truth. There's nothing in this legislation at all about teacher unions. Number three, there was an argument that this is about distance learning and you want kids to be at home, not to be at home learning. Well, you want to know something? When they're doing homework at night, I think it's great they're at home. It's a nice place to be for a 10-year-old with his mother, with her father. I think that's great. And in fact, a lot of kids aren't at home because they're cruising around with their parents looking for a place where they can get a hotspot and get internet. And seriously, Mr. Wahlberg, what's so great about kids not being home at night with their parents? Tell me what's so great about that. And then, I don't know what you're talking about with inflation. Inflation can be an issue. We have that debate. But this is about a family whose income is less than $30,000 a year. And that's a family, by the way, where that income is $30,000 and they're working really hard. at pretty low wages, but they are proud and hardworking folks. They're parents who want their kids to work hard and have a chance to succeed. And they're in a real poor community like Gilman, Vermont, but they're very proud. And they need some help because internet is expensive. And it goes through a local institution, the library, and the library hooks them up with the internet so they can be home where I think it's really great they are at night. So you've got an amendment, but you've got arguments that don't have a single thing to do with this particular bill other than cost. And if it's your view, we don't want to pay with government funds to help folks with their kids get educated, that's a position that I disagree with. I yield back.
Does anyone else want to speak on the Wahlberg amendment? Yes, Mr. Guthrie is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for the recognition. And I appreciate, I have rural areas such as Mr. Welch does, and we do want children to have access. And I know there's been so much, I've had people tell me in my area with all the money from the money directly to counties and so forth, that there's opportunities for broadband. It's just getting construction to build it now. And this fund, as I look at it, it would be helpful in that way as always. You know, the concern is, though, is that when we did the American Rescue Plan earlier this year, we had concerns that by making it easier to do remote learning, it makes it disincentive to have kids back in school. We know kids are better off if they're back in the classroom. And I had school systems in my district that some didn't go to school for most of the year and some went almost every day with no spread. And so that's one thing that we're just concerned about, because we've seen that happen in other where districts could go to school when they didn't go to school. But what I would like to do is yield time to Mr. Wahlberg.
I thank the gentleman. And I appreciate what my friend from Vermont says, but I think he missed the point. I don't mind kids being at home at night with their parents, with their brothers and sisters doing homework, no problem. But my concern is that we've made it easier for teachers to keep them at home and still teach them remotely. And in fact, we haven't used all the money yet that we already appropriated for that, $7 billion. And we've got another $2 trillion that hasn't been spent already to deal with this remote issue of rural broadband. The president's pledge that spending in the reckless tax and spending reconciliation package would not duplicate spending in the bipartisan infrastructure package. He's violated that already. $40 billion for broadband deployment already there. And yet we want to add more. Let's use what we have already. Thank you, and I yield back to the gentleman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Now yield back.
Is there a Democrat that wants to speak on this? Huh? Well, Mr. Palmer wants time. A gentleman from Alabama is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I'm not speaking on this. I just would like unanimous consent to enter into the record the business item 39, the resolution adopted by the NEA related to promoting critical race theory.
I just got to check these things out. Where is this from?
It's the PDF from the NEA of the resolution they passed at their last meeting.
No, but what I'm saying, what am I looking at
Bipartisan
here?
organization.
It's the National Education Association's resolution promoting critical race theory in American public schools.
Is that different from the one that we had before?
Yes. That's the Conference of Mayors.
Oh, and this is the NEA?
Yes, sir.
All right, let me take a look at it. We'll get back to you.
Thanks, sir.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, who's asking for recognition?
Mr. Chairman, it's Bouchon. My hand is up when it comes to the next Republican.
Mr. Bouchon. Mr. Bouchon is recognized for 5 minutes.
Move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized. Gentleman from Indiana is
Thank you, Mr.
recognized.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll be very brief. I represent a rural area, and I want to agree with my colleague, Mr. Welch. I think the unfortunate part of this, as it relates to broadband, is that it's in this large reconciliation package, and that we've already done some things on it, but it's unfortunate we can't come together and really have a consistent plan how to address this problem. Because in my district, there's two issues. One, physical infrastructure for people to get broadband access, and number two, as Mr. Welch has pointed out, people just don't have the money, even if it's available. And we have to address both of those. I mean, I see this issue honestly, and I'm going to take it out of the context of education, which is what we're talking about now. Just functioning overall in our lives in society today, you have to have access to the internet. I mean, I think this is similar to the situation with electricity to the last farm and the telephone out to the last farm. So I just want to say I'm a supporter of rural broadband, urban broadband, broadband for everyone, and the issues are different in rural America. Again, like I said, no infrastructure. Urban America, many people just can't afford it, and I think we need to address all of those issues, however we do it. I just think it's unfortunate right now that this happens to be in the middle of a partisan reconciliation package. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Well, Dr. Bushon, would you yield to me?
I will.
Mr.
I'll
Burgess.
yield to Mr. Burgess from Texas.
Thank you, Dr. Bushon. Mr. Wahlberg has struck a nerve with me because he's exactly right. We did pass the American Rescue Plan the 1st of February. We spent a ton of money. We've not had any hearings on how we've done with the money that we've already allocated and already spent. Look, we are an authorizing committee. That's what we are supposed to do. We're supposed to hold the hearings, gather the experts, look at what has been spent, how have we done. And it's not that I object to spending more money on broadband. What I object to is the velocity with which we're spending money, because we're simply never taking toll or taking stock of what has already occurred. And again, that's been the rich history of this committee, one of the pre-authorizing committees in the Congress. And yet we're spending money so fast, you possibly could mistake us for appropriators, which would be a dreadful scenario to occur. So I just want to voice my support for Mr. Wahlberg. Thank you, Dr. Bushon, for yielding, and I'll yield back.
Yeah, I reclaim my time. The lack of oversight, I think, is really not only in this area, but for example, in healthcare, MACRA. We've been asking to get multiple hearings on MACRA to go over that. I mean, oversight is one of the critical things I think that Congress does. And I think when you don't do that, then you do get into situations like this where we don't really know the effect of the money that we've already spent. What the effect of that is, whether that has helped rural America, urban America, in broadband. Are we making strides? Have we had people that to acquire the money and they have a plan to address it? We just don't know because we don't have oversight. And again, I think that's one of the things that Congress, in a bigger picture, in my over 10 years here, has really dropped the ball on. The oversight of the executive branch, regardless of party, and the oversight of the things that we have passed in bipartisan ways to make sure that congressional intent is carried out. And I think broadband is going to be one of those areas because, everybody is clamoring for the money, but we want to make sure that's done right. I mean, I don't want to put in broadband that in 6 months is outdated because the speed is insufficient. So my friend, Mr. Welch is spot on. We need to address this. I just think, again, it's unfortunate that we're in the middle of this reconciliation package and we really haven't had a lot of oversight on what we've already spent. I yield back.
Thank you. Now, I apologize, but we're getting hit with all these unanimous consent requests with things that we haven't seen before. So Mr. Wahlberg asked that we enter into the record a article from the National Review, CDC announced stricter school masking guidelines by Carolyn Downey, September 8th, 2021. Now, understand, I'm trying to, I want to verify that these are what they appear to be and not objecting to the content of it, all right? So this one is what it appears to be. It is this article in the National Review, and Mr. Wahlberg has asked unanimous consent it be entered into the record, and without objection, it will be entered into the record. Are there any other questions? Does anyone else? We still have the other two about the CRT that we're still trying to make sure that they are what they appear to be. Does anyone else on it want to ask or comment on the Wahlberg amendment? Okay, we're going to go to a vote. I assume, Mr. Wahlberg, that you want a recorded vote. Would that be accurate?
Yes, please, Mr. Chairman.
All right, a recorded vote is ordered. Those in favor of the Wahlberg amendment will say aye. Those opposed to the amendment will say no, and the clerk shall call the roll.
Mr. Rush.
Rush votes no.
Mr. Rush votes no. Ms. Eshoo.
Eshoo of California votes no.
Ms. Eshoo votes no. Ms. DeGette.
DeGette votes no.
Ms. DeGette votes no. Mr. Doyle.
Doyle votes no.
Mr. Doyle votes no. Ms. Schakowsky.
Schakowsky votes no.
Ms. Schakowsky votes no. Mr. Butterfield.
Butterfield votes no.
Mr. Butterfield votes no. Ms. Matsui.
Matsui votes no.
Ms. Matsui votes no. Ms. Castor.
Castor votes no.
Ms. Castor votes no. Mr. Sarbanes.
Sarbanes votes no.
Mr. Sarbanes votes no. Mr. McNerney.
McNerney, California, no.
Mr. McNerney votes no. Mr. Welch. Mr. Welch votes no. Mr. Tonko.
Tonko from New York votes no.
Mr. Tonko votes no. Ms. Clark.
Ms. Clark from New York votes no.
Ms. Clark votes no. Mr. Schrader.
Schrader from Oregon votes no.
Mr. Schrader votes no. Mr. Cardenas.
Cardenas representing California votes no.
Mr. Cardenas votes no. Mr. Ruiz.
Ruiz votes no. Ruiz votes no.
Mr. Ruiz votes no. Mr. Peters. Mr. Peters votes no. Mrs. Dingell.
Dingell votes no.
Mrs. Dingell votes no. Mr. Vesey.
Vesey votes no.
Mr. Vesey votes no. Ms. Custer.
Custer votes no.
Ms. Custer votes no. Ms. Kelly.
Kelly votes no.
Ms. Kelly votes no. Ms. Barragan.
Barragan votes no.
Ms. Barragan votes no. Mr. McEachin.
McEachin of Virginia votes no.
Mr. McEachin votes no. Ms. Blunt Rochester.
Blunt Rochester of Delaware votes no.
Ms. Blunt Rochester votes no. Mr. Soto.
Soto votes no.
Mr. Soto votes no. Mr. O'Halloran.
O'Halloran votes no.
Mr. O'Halloran votes no. Ms. Rice. Ms. Rice votes no. Ms. Craig.
Craig votes no.
Ms. Craig votes no. Ms. Schreier.
Schreier votes no.
Ms. Schreier votes no. Mr. Hand.
Trahan votes no.
Ms. Trahan votes no. Ms. Fletcher.
Fletcher votes no.
Ms. Fletcher votes no. Mrs. Rogers. Mrs. Rogers votes aye. Mr. Upton.
Upton votes aye.
Mr. Upton votes aye. Mr. Burgess.
Burgess votes aye.
Mr. Burgess, could you repeat your vote? I can't see you.
Burgess votes aye.
Mr. Burgess votes aye. Mr. Scalise.
Scalise votes aye.
Mr. Scalise votes aye. Mr. Latta.
Latta votes aye.
Mr. Latta votes aye. Mr. Guthrie. Mr. Guthrie votes aye. Mr. McKinley. Mr. McKinley votes aye. Mr. Kinzinger.
Kinzinger votes aye.
Mr. Kinzinger votes aye. Mr. Griffith. Mr. Griffith votes aye. Mr. Bilirakis. Mr. Bilirakis votes aye. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Johnson votes aye. Mr. Long. Mr. Bouchon.
Bouchon from Indiana votes aye.
Mr. Bouchon votes aye. Mr. Mullen.
Aye.
Mr. Mullen votes aye. Mr. Hudson.
Hudson of North Carolina votes aye.
Mr. Hudson votes aye. Mr. Wahlberg.
Wahlberg votes aye.
Mr. Wahlberg votes aye. Mr. Carter. Mr. Carter votes aye. Mr. Duncan.
Mr. Duncan votes aye.
Mr. Duncan votes aye. Mr. Palmer. Mr. Palmer votes aye. Mr. Dunn.
Mr. Dunn of Florida votes aye.
Mr. Dunn votes aye. Mr. Curtis.
Curtis votes aye.
Mr. Curtis votes aye. Ms. Lesko.
Lesko votes aye.
Ms. Lesko votes aye. Mr. Pence.
Pence votes aye.
Mr. Pence votes aye. Mr. Crenshaw.
Crenshaw votes aye.
Mr. Crenshaw votes aye. Mr. Joyce.
Joyce from Pennsylvania votes aye.
Mr. Joyce votes aye. Mr. Armstrong.
Armstrong votes yes.
Mr. Armstrong votes aye. Mr. Pallone.
Pallone from New Jersey votes no.
Mr. Pallone votes no.
Has anyone not voted, Madam Clerk?
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long, are you there? All right. The clerk will report the tally. This is on the Wahlberg amendment.
On that vote, Mr. Chairman, the yeas were 25 and the nays were 32.
So on the Wahlberg amendment, the vote is 25 ayes to 32 noes. The amendment is not agreed to. As the night goes on, we're getting more people coming back. That's an interesting phenomenon. All right. Are there any other amendments to the Ains? Mr. Latta has an amendment to the Ains. Gentlemen.
Well, thank you very much, Mr.
Do we have the, do you want to, what is the label? What is the number for your amendment, Mr. Latta?
It's CT 25.
Does the clerk have that?
Yes, I have it.
All right, the clerk will report the Latta amendment.
Amendment to Subtitle M offered by Mr. Latta of Ohio. Page 1, line 8.
Without objection, the reading of the Latta amendment will be dispensed with, and the gentleman from Ohio is recognized for 5 minutes.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Move to strike the last word. And again, I apologize for my allergies. Again, thank you, Mr. Chairman. For nearly a decade now, this committee has worked in a bipartisan way on enacting good broadband policy to connect rural areas and close the digital divide. And I know this for a fact through all the work that we've done in our rural broadband caucus. But today, Democrats are throwing bipartisanship to the side and putting politics before progress. Last fall, Congress enacted 2 bipartisan broadband programs totaling $1.3 billion to connect Americans in rural and tribal areas that are now in the process of accepting applications. Additionally, under the Trump administration, the FCC voted to make $20 billion available for broadband deployment in rural areas, with all 5 commissioners supporting it. The Emergency Connectivity Fund was created during
during as a temporary response, I emphasize temporary, to an emergency situation, the COVID-19 pandemic, and help Americans stay connected to work and learn from home when they could not attend in person. Yet schools and places of work are now reopening, and the urgent need for these funds is no longer necessary. In fact, the SCC has about $2 billion in unspent money in the Emergent Connectivity Fund available to be distributed. This legislation would add $4 billion to the Emergent Connectivity Fund, but changes the purpose so that these funds can be used after this legislation passes. It does nothing to require these funds to be used to respond to the COVID-19 emergency. My good friend and colleague, the chairman of the Subcommittee on Communication and Technology, said during his opening statement that these funds are necessary to close the homework gap to connect teachers and students so they can complete their homework. But unfortunately, that's not true. The Emergent Connectivity Fund allows funds to be used to provide broadband to students, staff, and library patrons at any location that is a school, library, or that include locations other than a school or library. That means this money can be used anywhere for anything that constitutes providing broadband service, no priority for unserved areas. If you want to know how to close the homework gap, close the digital divide, direct scarce federal resources to areas that currently have no broadband access. Don't create a slush fund for the teachers' unions that would just add to the inflation that this legislation would advance. My amendment is simple. It would direct funds the Democrats want to give away to police teachers unions to deploy long-term broadband infrastructure in rural areas. In light of the COVID pandemic, we all know how important broadband access is, including for members who are conducting this markup right now remotely. We should be putting this $4 billion toward permanent broadband infrastructure rather than on temporary solutions to close the digital divide once and for all. I urge my colleagues to support the building on this bipartisan broadband success and provide more support for rural and tribal broadband. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back the balance of my time.
We thank the gentleman. Would anyone else like to speak on the latter amendment? Mr. Welch, recognized for 5 minutes.
Well, first of all, I want to acknowledge the good work that Mr. Latta has done over the years on broadband. But this amendment really raises a question, a choice, a policy choice. Do we want to put more money into the deployment? And obviously, deployment is something that has to be done, particularly in our rural areas, and we're doing it. Or do we want to take this money, and it's limited, the $4 million, and make the existing infrastructure, make it affordable for kids who live in these rural areas to get the device they need and then be able to afford access to the internet? There's two things that have to be present in order for somebody to be on the internet. One is the infrastructure, and that's what Mr. Latta's amendment is talking about, but it's also the area where we have spent considerable money. But then secondly, a family who is along the infrastructure has to be able to afford to connect. And the target of my amendment is to make that infrastructure that's present be accessible through this support of the amendment, so that that library in that community is able to connect that child in a home. I mean, that's a child in a family that otherwise would not be able to afford it. So, you know, Mr. Latta makes a good point. I'm not going to be critical of his commitment to the broadband build-out. We have to have that. But this amendment is about getting that kid and that family along the line being able to connect up, because if they are unable to afford it, absent this amendment, that internet going by their house will never be connected to their device. I yield back.
Thank the gentleman from Vermont. Anyone else on this Latta amendment? If not, we'll go to a vote. I assume we want to record a vote, Mr. Latta, or you don't care? Recorded vote? Recorded vote is ordered on the Latta amendment. Those in favor of the amendment will say aye. Those opposed will say no, and the clerk shall call the roll.
Mr. Rush.
Rush votes aye. No, Rush votes no.
Mr. Rush votes no. Ms. Eschew?
Eschew of California votes no.
Ms. Eschew votes no. Ms. Zagat?
Zagat votes no.
Ms. Zagat votes no. Mr. Doyle?
Doyle votes no.
Mr. Doyle votes no. Ms. Schakowsky?
Schakowsky votes no.
Ms. Schakowsky votes no. Mr. Butterfield?
Butterfield votes no.
Mr. Butterfield votes no. Ms. Matsui?
Matsui votes no.
Ms. Matsui votes no. Ms. Castor?
Castor votes no.
Ms. Castor votes no. Mr. Sarbanes?
Sarbanes votes no.
Mr. Sarbanes votes no. Mr. McNerney?
McNerney votes no.
Mr. McNerney votes no. Mr. Welch? Mr. Welch votes no. Mr. Tonko?
Taco from New York votes no.
Mr. Tonko votes no. Ms. Clark?
Clark from New York votes no.
Ms. Clark votes no. Mr. Schrader? Mr. Cardenas?
Cardenas representing California votes no.
Mr. Cardenas votes no. Mr. Ruiz?
Ruiz votes no.
Mr. Ruiz votes no. Mr. Peters? Mr. Peters? Mr. Peters votes no. Mrs. Dingell?
Votes no.
Mrs. Dingell votes no. Mr. Vesey?
VZ votes no.
Mr. Vesey votes no. Ms. Custer?
Custer votes no.
Ms. Custer votes no. Ms. Kelly?
Kelly votes no.
Ms. Kelly votes no. Ms. Barragan?
Barragan votes no.
Ms. Barragan votes no. Mr. McEachin?
McEachin of Virginia votes no.
Mr. McEachin votes no. Mrs. Blunt Rochester?
Ms. Blunt Rochester of Delaware votes no.
Ms. Blunt Rochester votes no. Mr. Soto?
Soto votes no.
Mr. Soto votes no. Mr. O'Halloran?
O'Halloran votes no.
Mr. O'Halloran votes no. Ms. Rice? Ms. Rice votes no. Ms. Craig?
Ms. Craig of Minnesota votes no.
Ms. Craig votes no. Ms. Schreier?
Schreier votes no.
Ms. Schreier votes no. Ms. Trahan?
Trahan votes no.
Ms. Trahan votes no. Ms. Fletcher?
Fletcher votes no.
Ms. Fletcher votes no. Mrs. Rogers? Mrs. Rogers votes aye. Mr. Upton?
Upton votes aye.
Mr. Upton, could you repeat your vote?
Yeah, Upton votes aye.
Mr. Upton votes aye. Mr. Burgess?
Burgess votes aye.
Mr. Burgess votes aye. Mr. Scalise?
Scalise votes aye.
Mr. Scalise votes aye. Mr. Latta? Mr. Latta? Mr. Latta, I think you're muted.
Latta votes aye.
Mr. Latta votes aye. Mr. Guthrie? Mr. Guthrie votes aye. Mr. McKinley? Mr. McKinley votes aye. Mr. Kinzinger?
Kinzinger votes aye.
Mr. Kinzinger votes aye. Mr. Griffith? Mr. Griffith votes aye. Mr. Bilirakis? Mr. Bilirakis votes aye. Mr. Johnson? Mr. Johnson votes aye. Mr. Long? Mr. Bouchon?
Bouchon from Indiana votes aye.
Mr. Bouchon votes aye. Mr. Mullen?
Aye.
Mr. Mullen votes aye. Mr. Hudson.
Hudson of North Carolina votes aye.
Mr. Hudson votes aye. Mr. Wahlberg.
Wahlberg votes aye.
Mr. Wahlberg votes aye. Mr. Carter. Mr. Carter votes aye. Mr. Duncan. Mr. Palmer.
Duncan votes aye.
Mr. Duncan votes aye. Mr. Palmer. Mr. Palmer votes aye. Mr. Dunn.
Mr. Dunn of Florida votes aye.
Mr. Dunn
Mr.
votes
Dunn of
aye.
Florida votes aye.
Mr. Dunn votes aye. Mr. Curtis.
Curtis votes aye.
Mr. Curtis votes aye. Ms. Lesko.
Lesko votes aye.
Ms. Lesko votes aye. Mr. Pence.
Pence from Indiana votes aye.
Mr. Pence votes aye. Mr. Crenshaw.
Crenshaw votes aye.
Mr. Crenshaw votes aye. Mr. Joyce.
Joyce from Pennsylvania votes aye.
Mr. Joyce votes aye. Mr. Armstrong.
Armstrong votes yes.
Mr. Armstrong votes aye. Mr. Pallone.
Pallone from New Jersey votes no.
Mr. Pallone votes no.
Now, has any, Mr. Schrader? I don't think you voted.
Mr.
How about-
Schrader's not recorded.
Mr. Schrader.
Schrader from Oregon is no.
Mr. Schrader votes no.
Anyone else who hasn't voted and wants to? Everyone else has voted? Okay. The clerk will report the tally on the Ladder of Ohio amendment.
On that vote, Mr. Chairman, the yeas were 25 and the nays were 32.
So the vote on the Ladder amendment is 25 ayes to 32 noes. The amendment is not agreed to. Are there further amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute? Any more on this one? Nope. All right, then we'll go to the amendment in the nature of a substitute, which was Mr. Welch's. We can have a voice vote on that, right? All right. So, we're going to now proceed to a vote on the amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee print subtitle M, Budget Reconciliation Legislative Recommendations Relating to Distant Learning. All those in favor of the amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee print subtitle M, Budget Reconciliation Legislative Recommendations Relating to Distance Learning will signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
All those opposed will say no.
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 Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. And the amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee print subtitle M, Budget Reconciliation Legislative Recommendations Relating to Distance Learning is agreed to. Question now occurs on approval and transmitting to the Committee on Budget the committee print subtitle M, Budget Reconciliation Legislative Recommendations Relating to Distance Learning as amended. I move the committee do now approve and transmit the recommendations of this committee and all appropriate accompanying material, including additional supplemental minority or dissenting views to the House Committee on the Budget in order to comply with the reconciliation directive included in Section 2002 of the concurrent resolution on the budget for fiscal year 2022, S-Con Res 14, and consistent with Section 310 of the Congressional Budget and Impoundment Control Act of 1974. I assume we're going to have a roll call. A recorded vote is ordered, please. All those in favor will signify by saying aye, and those opposed will say no. This is a final passage, and the clerk shall call the roll.
Mr. Rush.
Rush of Illinois votes no. Votes aye.
Mr. Rush votes aye. Ms. Eshoo.
Eshoo of California votes aye.
Ms. Eshoo votes aye. Ms. DeGette.
DeGette votes aye.
Ms. DeGette votes aye. Mr. Doyle.
Doyle votes yes.
Mr. Doyle votes aye. Ms. Schakowsky.
Chakowski votes aye.
Ms. Schakowsky votes aye. Mr. Butterfield.
Butterfield votes aye.
Mr. Butterfield votes aye. Ms. Matsui.
Matsui votes aye.
Ms. Matsui votes aye. Ms. Castor.
Castor votes aye.
Ms. Castor votes aye. Mr. Sarbanes.
Sarbanes votes aye.
Mr. Sarbanes votes aye. Mr. McNerney.
McNerney from California votes aye.
Mr. McNerney votes aye. Mr. Welch. Mr. Welch votes aye. Mr. Tonko.
Taco from New York votes aye.
Mr. Tonko votes aye. Ms. Clark.
Clark from New York votes aye.
Ms. Clark votes aye. Mr. Schrader.
Schrader from Oregon votes no.
Mr. Schrader votes no. Mr. Cardenas.
Cardenas, representing California, votes aye.
Mr. Cardenas votes aye. Mr. Ruiz.
Ruiz votes no. I'm sorry, Ruiz votes aye.
Mr. Ruiz votes aye. Mr. Peters. Mr. Peters votes aye. Mrs. Dingell.
Dingell votes aye.
Mrs. Dingell votes aye. Mr. Vesey.
DC votes aye.
Mr. Vesey votes aye. Ms. Custer.
Custer votes aye.
Ms. Custer votes aye. Ms. Kelly.
Kelly votes aye.
Ms. Kelly votes aye. Ms. Barragan.
Barragan votes aye.
Ms. Barragan votes aye. Mr. McEachin.
McEachin of Virginia votes aye.
Mr. McEachin votes aye. Ms. Blunt Rochester.
Blunt Rochester of Delaware votes aye.
Ms. Blunt Rochester votes aye. Mr. Soto. Mr. Soto votes aye. Mr. O'Halloran.
O'Halloran votes aye.
Mr. O'Halloran votes aye. Ms. Rice. Ms. Rice votes aye. Ms. Craig.
Craig from Minnesota votes aye.
Ms. Craig votes aye. Ms. Schreier.
Schreier votes aye.
Ms. Schreier votes aye. Ms. Trahan.
Trahan votes aye.
Ms. Trahan votes aye. Ms. Fletcher.
Fletcher votes aye.
Ms. Fletcher votes aye. Mrs. Rogers. Mrs. Rogers votes no. Mr. Upton.
Upton votes no.
Mr. Upton, could you repeat your vote?
Yeah, Upton votes no.
Mr. Upton votes no. Mr. Burgess.
Burgess votes no.
Mr. Burgess votes no. Mr. Scalise.
Scalise votes no.
Mr. Scalise votes no. Mr. Latta.
Latta votes no.
Mr. Latta votes no. Mr. Guthrie. Mr. Guthrie votes no. Mr. McKinley. Mr. McKinley votes no. Mr. Kinzinger.
Kinzinger votes no.
Mr. Kinzinger votes no. Mr. Griffith. Mr. Griffith votes no. Mr. Bilirakis. Mr. Bilirakis votes no. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Johnson votes no. Mr. Long. Mr. Bouchon.
Bouchon from Indiana votes no.
Mr. Bouchon votes no. Mr. Mullen.
No.
Mr. Mullen votes no. Mr. Hudson.
Hudson of North Carolina votes no.
Mr. Hudson votes no. Mr. Wahlberg.
Wahlberg votes no.
Mr. Wahlberg votes no. Mr. Carter. Mr. Carter votes no. Mr. Duncan.
Mr. Duncan votes no.
Mr. Duncan votes no. Mr. Palmer. Mr. Palmer votes no. Mr. Dunn.
Mr. Dunn of Florida votes no.
Mr. Dunn votes no. Mr. Curtis.
Curtis votes no.
Mr. Curtis votes no. Ms. Lesko.
Lesko votes no.
Ms. Lesko votes no. Mr. Pence.
Pence from Indiana votes no.
Mr. Pence votes no. Mr. Crenshaw.
Crenshaw votes no.
Mr. Crenshaw votes no. Mr. Joyce.
Joyce from Pennsylvania votes no.
Mr. Joyce votes no. Mr. Armstrong.
Armstrong votes no.
Mr. Armstrong votes no. Mr. Pallone.
Pallone from New Jersey votes aye.
Mr. Pallone votes aye.
Has anyone else who wants to be recorded not been recorded? And no? All right. If not, the clerk will report the tally. And again, this is final passage of Subtitle M, Distance Learning.
On that vote, the yeas were 31 and the nays were 26.
26. Okay, the vote is 31 ayes to 26 noes. The committee has approved the committee print Subtitle M, Budget Reconciliation, Legislative Recommendations Relating to Distance Learning as amended and ordered the legislative recommendations transmitted to the Committee on Budget. Now, yes, oh, I'm sorry.
I plan to file views and request the usual number of days.
Without objection, so ordered. Now, the plan is to at least, well, the plan is to get through the drinking water and energy titles, which are 2 more bills tonight. That still only gets us to like 7 out of the 16, but I don't think we can stay here all night because otherwise how are we going to work tomorrow? So we're going to proceed to the drinking water title now, and then after that, we'll do energy. Where's the drinking water title here?
C.
This is now drinking water. The chair calls up the committee print Subtitle C, Budget Reconciliation, Legislative Recommendations Relating to Drinking Water, and the clerk will report the title of the bill.
Committee print, Budget Reconciliation, Legislative Recommendations.
And without objection, Madam Clerk, the first reading of the bill will be dispensed with. The bill is now considered as read. And without objection, the bill is considered as read and open for amendment.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Tonko has the Ains.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I have an amendment in the nature of a substitute at the desk labeled Subtitle C01.
And I assume the clerk has that?
Yes.
The clerk will report the Ains.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to committee print for Subtitle C, offered by Mr. Tonko of New York.
Madam Clerk, without objection, the reading of the amendment will be dispensed with, and Mr. Tonko of New York is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, we know the challenges faced by our nation's drinking water systems. The EPA's 2018 needs survey estimated that over $472 billion is required to maintain our drinking water systems over the next 20 years. In my district, we have 100-plus-year-old pipes and near daily water main breaks. The infrastructure needs of these aging systems are immense, and for every year we wait, those needs continue to grow. We also have a rise of dangerous contaminants, lead, PFAS, and many others, threatening the public health of Americans all across our country. And we have a growing and serious need to address water affordability. In light of the COVID-19 pandemic, as well as other strains on our water systems, including aging infrastructure, customers are finding it more and more difficult to pay their bills for this essential service. The investments included in this subtitle will go a long way in addressing these issues. This amendment makes a few minor changes to the previously circulated committee print, but the bulk of the $32.5 billion invested in drinking water remains unchanged. The subtitle invests in water system resilience, state water programs, colonias, tribes, disadvantaged communities, and areas that have experienced natural disasters. It provides $500 million for water assistance, building upon funding enacted in the past year to address water affordability issues. It also has funding to reduce lead in school drinking water, including filtration systems, water fountain replacement, and enhanced testing. Most importantly, this subtitle includes $30 billion for full lead service line replacements through the Drinking Water State Revolving Fund. In 2021, no American family, regardless of its race, income level, or zip code, should have to worry about lead in their drinking water. But sadly, we know there are an estimated 10 million lead service lines in use across our country. This funding will put Americans to work eliminating lead in our water systems. The infrastructure we rely upon has been ignored and neglected for decades. The resources in this subtitle will ensure the federal government steps up to support local and state governments and protect communities. We have a once-in-a-generation opportunity to make the investments that will rebuild our water infrastructure, protect public health, and certainly create jobs. I urge all members, Mr. Chair, to support this amendment in the nature of a substitute. And with that, I yield back.
Gentlewoman, the ranking member is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
I plan to oppose this subtitle, and I encourage my colleagues today to oppose as well. I want to protect safe water drinking systems. That's why Mr. McKinley and I are leading on the Drinking Water Funding for the Future Act. Most of the programs contained in Subtitle C. This is not a partisan issue, and it should not be one. Coming together on drinking water infrastructure has never been an issue in my time here until this Congress. What I don't want for our children and their futures is the mountains of debt and increased inflation this subtitle will create. Let me be clear, many of us are getting dizzy from this year's parade of record spending bills, which are triggering high inflation. Everyday working Americans in this country are going to suffer for all of this excess, and it's not going to be pretty. States used to be the laboratories of democracy, but following California is not bound to make us better, just vulnerable and broke. I want to take a couple of minutes to put into context just how sweeping and reckless the spending is in this section. Subtitle C spends $32.5 billion for drinking water-related matters, most of which is not in rural areas. For context, the proposed budget for the entire EPA by this president for the upcoming fiscal year is $11.2 billion. So this subtitle is spending nearly 3 times the amount of the entire EPA budget. Section 30301 spends $30 billion in supplemental funding for lead pipe replacement under the Drinking Water Revolving Loan Fund. This amount is 500 times the existing annual authorization for lead pipe replacement. This supplemental money is being spent even though EPA admits it has no idea where all the lead pipes are or how much this whole thing might cost. And as we will soon hear, this subtitle gives free property upgrades to anyone, regardless of income level. This kind of handout to the wealthy is not something we can afford with the debt that we have. Section 30302 provides extra funding that is 20 times higher than the current annually authorized amount. Section 30303 gives an 80% increase in spending for implementing the Safe Drinking Water Act. Section 30304's additional funding is a 400% increase in the annual authorization for drinking and wastewater services in the United States and Mexico. Section 30305 has 2 elements to it. It appropriates funding at levels that are nearly 700% higher than the annually authorized amount for these purposes. Then it spends $500 million for a brand new program that is not even authorized. Section 30308 appropriates additional funding at 350% higher levels than the authorized amount. Section 30309 appropriates additional funding at 1,000% higher than the authorized amount. Finally, Section 30311 re-ups the additional funding for the Drinking Water Low-Income Household Assistance Program at $500 million. This subtitle also contains many programs that were covered in the Senate infrastructure bill. President Biden made a promise to the Senate negotiators that anything that they agreed to and the bill would not be added during a partisan reconciliation process. This subtitle, along with several other provisions we'll consider, breaks this promise. We all support and have supported helping people who are suffering economically during this pandemic by no fault of their own. In this case, I'm concerned about this program being mismanaged, especially when EPA is avoiding questions we've already sent about initial money and how it was spent. Mr. Chairman, I cannot support this language and its reckless price tags. I don't want to build more inflation. Let's win the future at a price tag that makes sense for all Americans. I yield back.
Thank the ranking member. Next, we go to Ms. Schakowsky, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Lead service lines remain a serious threat to health and safety of people all around the country. In my home state of Illinois, there are more than 680,000 lead service lines, the most of any state in the entire nation. In Chicago, part of which is in my district, there are more than 400,000 such lines. This is really unacceptable, but we can do something about it, and we are. This bill authorizes $30 billion in funding to fix this toxic problem. Now, I know that it's going to cost more down the line, and I am hoping that this is just a start. It is time that we make this significant investment to finally get lead service lines out of the ground and to, oh, you need more? Okay, out of the ground and to protect communities from this danger. The problem cannot be overestimated. The EPA estimates that there are more than 9.3 million lead service lines nationally. We can't let even one of these lines stay in the ground. While experience tells us that the harms of inaction will fall disproportionately on environmental justice communities, I want to emphasize that, that lead lines are everywhere, including in some of the suburban communities that have aging water systems. We must further invest in our nation's drinking water as soon as possible. And I want to say that lead poisoning can have tragic results and create neurological problems in our children that are absolutely irreversible. I have met some of those children who are victims of lead poisoning. And there's an urgency about this that we need to address. So I urge my colleagues to support the funding now of $30 billion to consider that, as I said, just a start, and end the scourge right now of lead service lines and get them all replaced. And with that, I yield back my time.
Thank the gentlewoman. Anyone on the Republican side? Mr. Latta is recognized for 5 minutes. Mr. Latta, did you have your virtual hand up?
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, I need to take that down from the last. I'm sorry about that.
Anyone else on the Republican side? Anyone at all on either side? Ms. Dingell? Oh, Ms. Dingell is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word.
And a woman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I can't be silent tonight, and I'm as tired as anybody else is. But in the midst of this ongoing global pandemic, social and economic turmoil, and everything that we're experiencing, we can't forget that this nation is facing a real drinking water crisis nationwide. If we truly are going to build back better, we've got to make significant investments in replacing every lead service line in this country, eliminating lead in our schools, and helping low income communities ensure water is accessible and affordable. This week, I've had both a chemical spill in my district and the parents of Benton Harbor have looked at me and begged me. They have had lead exceedance for 3 straight years. Their children are drinking water with lead. It wasn't bad enough. We're poisoning the children in Flint. We've got to fight for the children of Benton Harbor and the cities across the country that don't even know they're being poisoned by lead. We test for it in Michigan. And these parents just look at me with tears in their eyes and say they're depending upon us. We have to do something. Water, clean drinking water is a fundamental human right that no one should be denied. I'm proud of this subtitle because in Michigan, we know what happens when children drink water that has lead in it. And there are too many communities across the country, and I don't care where they are, they're in every state, that we need to get the lead out of those pipes. This is an opportunity for all of us together to make a difference in children's lives, to replace lead pipes and service lines across our drinking water systems. It gives 420 million for grants to assist schools in the installation and maintenance of lead filtration lines. Our kids shouldn't be drinking water with lead in the schools. It gives $150 million for grants for school and childcare programs to test for lead, and $50 million in grants for schools for the replacement of school drinking water fountains that do contain lead. There's been a growing strain across this nation on households to cover the costs of water bills for far too long, and COVID-19 has exacerbated that problem. We need to do this, my friends. We need to help the states and the tribes to assist low income water customers in reducing rearages and water rates for these customers. I thank everybody who's worked on this, and I know there isn't a single member of this committee that wants another child to be poisoned by lead in this country. And I just beg you to support this amendment because it is so critical for the children and adults in this country. I yield back.
Thank you, Ms. Dingell. Anyone else? Mr. Bouchon is virtual, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Move to strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized.
I just want to say, I appreciate Ms. Dingell's passion on this issue. But like a lot of other issues that we deal with at the federal level, this is the result of decades and decades of mismanagement, in my view, at the local level. And now here we are again, bailing state governments, local governments out because they mismanaged their systems for decades. And why did they do that? Because they had to make difficult decisions about how to pay for these things at the local and state level, and they just don't want to make those decisions. That's been true in my district. Look, I want every lead pipe in America to be replaced. But we have to recognize that, the federal government isn't always the end all be all. Most of these things should be taken care of by local systems. And they should have been doing it for decades. I mean, if you buy a car and you never do maintenance for 20 years, what happens? And that's what's happened here in many cases. Not all, but many cases. So here we are again, just like we've done in education, we're now every student, parent, school of higher education just expects us to continue to throw hundreds of thousands of dollars, millions and millions of dollars at people. And guess where that's gotten us? Now the cost of education continues to spiral upward because why? Because we just have a bottomless pit and we keep funding these things and bailing local people out, including state governments. And there needs to be more accountability at the local and state level for this issue. There's no reason why when local communities and states know that they have lead pipes, these shouldn't have been replaced decades ago. I mean, when did we take lead out of gasoline, for heaven's sakes? You know, when did we take lead out of paint? In the 1970s. How come we didn't take it out of our water pipes? Because people didn't want to pay for it at the local level. So, I mean, I hate to be a skeptic here, but you know, everything is not the responsibility of the federal government to address. And I think that's where we're going. That's why we continue to call these type of things socialist programs, because at some point, every person in America is going to depend on the federal government.
Drinking
And we're, again, do the taxpayers in the 8th District of Indiana that have almost very few lead pipes not want them replaced around the country? Sure they do. But they want local communities and state governments to step up, and they want politicians at those levels to have the guts to tell their constituents what needs to be done. So, I mean, you know, again, I think it's not that I don't support this type of infrastructure, because of course I do. But I just think if we continue as a federal government to take responsibility for everything in our country and allow local and state political leaders to shirk their responsibility because they're afraid to make tough decisions, then it's going to get us where we are today, and even worse. Of course, healthcare is my area. I was a surgeon before, and that's what we've done in healthcare. That's what we've done in the student loan programs, and look where that's gotten us. Has it controlled the cost? Has it gotten things more efficient and effective? No, it's done just the opposite. So what's the next thing the local communities and state governments are going to want us to fix when they won't do it? This is just an example of that. Again, decades of mismanagement have led to this problem. And now here we are again, you know, passionately promoting a federal government bailout. I'll be a no. I yield back.
All right, now we're still speaking on the Ains. We haven't even gotten to the amendments. Does anyone else want to speak on the Ains, or can we go to Mr. Schrader? He's recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to be very supportive of drinking water infrastructure in our country. As everyone's talked about, it's been grossly underfunded and not kept up to the standards that we would like. I would point out to everyone here today that we already have legislation we're going to be voting on here on the 27th of this month that makes the largest investment in American history in infrastructure for drinking water. That would be the bipartisan infrastructure framework that the Problem Solvers Caucus started, the Senate picked up, and the President has enthusiastically supported. Those are his words. Biggest investment in drinking water in American history. It deals with the lead pipes. It deals with the school issues. This is huge. This is huge. Could you spend more? You can always spend more. But if you're spending the largest amount in American history that would, according to the fact sheets from the President of the United States, deal makes communities safer, more resilient, funds to protect droughts and floods, major investments. I mean, it takes care of PFAS. It will replace all the nation's lead pipes and service lines. President of the United States, from rural towns to struggling cities. This is a huge investment. Can you do more? I suppose you can always do more. But can you afford it? To Mr. Bouchon's question, probably not. We have to make tough choices. I'm proud to support the bipartisan infrastructure framework and the $55 billion they put in, largest investment in American history. I yield back.
Is anyone else that want to speak on this? Is there a Republican? Mr. McNerney seeks recognition. A gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes.
I thank the chairman for that. This legislation under consideration contains important investments to support our nation's drinking water infrastructure, and it'll help ensure that everyone has access to clean, safe drinking water. That includes funding to replace lead service lines and to address lead in school drinking water. We've heard about this. The latter point is especially important in protecting children from exposure to lead, which can damage the brain and the nervous system and cause other problems with these children that'll last their whole lives. If we don't pay for lead pipes, we're going to pay for it later. Let me tell you, in California, we're experiencing unprecedented extreme drought. and we are acutely aware of the importance of having access to clean and resilient drinking water. As the drought rages on, entire towns in the valley, in the San Joaquin Valley, where my district is, are now completely without running water. Often these communities have to make tough choices between relying on bottled water or using contaminated water. And this is especially true in low-income and disadvantaged communities. That's completely unacceptable. Clean water is absolutely essential. I applaud the committee's efforts to expand the contamination monitoring and mitigation to improve water system resilience to natural disasters, which we're going to be seeing more of, and ensure low-income customers retain access to affordable drinking water. Now, I know that the ranking member said this is a Democratic wish list, and you know what? Our nation's infrastructure is crumbling. You don't need to go very far to see that. And so, yeah, we wish to improve our nation's infrastructure. When you guys are in the majority, you wished to lower taxes to the wealthiest people in this country, and it costs just about the same amount. So who are we serving anyway? I thank the chairman, and I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. McNerney. Anyone else on the Ains? All right, we'll move to amendments. Are there members seeking recognition in order to offer an amendment to the Ains? I think we have some, don't we?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the.
Mr. Curtis is recognized. Well, Mr. Curtis, what's the label for your amendment?
B3_05.
Does the clerk have that one?
Yes, sir.
Clerk will report the Curtis amendment.
Amendment to Subtitle C offered by Mr. Curtis of Utah at the end of section 30.
Without objection, the reading of the Curtis amendment will be dispensed with, and the gentleman is recognized in support of his amendment. The gentleman from Utah.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My amendment is very simple. It prevents subsidizing people who make over $1 million per year from getting government-funded home upgrades. A lead service line has two portions, one owned by the municipality or a water system that runs from the street into a residential property. Then the property owner picks up responsibility as it runs into their home. Section 30.301 spends $30 billion on replacing all portions, both sides of the service line throughout the country. Section 30.301 also does not define a lead service line and prohibits use of the funding to replace only a portion of the lead service line. This means that any person, regardless of income, is guaranteed an upgrade on their privately owned pipes if their water system obtains this funding to replace lead service lines. The amendment would prevent individuals with adjusted gross incomes of $1 million or more from receiving this benefit to their private property. The overall bill has been much talked about, includes tax increases, and would increase federal taxes on wealthy Americans, then effectively send some of that money back to them to replace their pipes. That doesn't seem very effective or the intent of the bill. Additionally, I would hope somebody making 16 times the average median American income would be able to take care of their own property without the federal government assisting financially. If my Democratic colleagues believe millionaires make enough money to pay higher taxes, I hope they believe they can make enough money to take care of their own property. I'd urge my colleagues to vote in favor of my amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Curtis. Mr. Tonko is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you. I speak in opposition to the amendment, which would unnecessarily complicate the distribution of lead service line replacement funding under this bill. This amendment is either unnecessary, dangerous, or both. I think it is unnecessary because we do not need a prohibition on the use of these funds to replace lead service lines owned by millionaires. Do you know why? Because I doubt any millionaires are getting their water from lead service lines. The risks of lead service lines have been known for decades. Homeowners that can easily afford to replace their service lines already have. They aren't waiting for this funding. It is our low-income communities and neighbors and environmental justice communities that are waiting for this funding. And they have been waiting for far too long. So why did I say this amendment might be dangerous? Because it is overbroad, and I think it would sweep in multifamily residences like apartment buildings based on the income of the owner. Tenants in multifamily residences should not be left without safe water or worse, exposed to the risks of partial line replacements because of the income of their landlords. This funding is so important. And, you know, I think it's important for us to see this through the lens of our children. Now, a lot of talk about the cost of doing this program. What's the cost of not doing it? Irreversible damage to our children? Is that the America we want to promote? You know, a lot of talk, too, about pointing a finger at local governments for having failed to do this. Let's look internally. The federal government has dropped off precipitously over the decades with the support for water infrastructure. It's down to a dismal bit of support. So if anybody failed to step up to the plate, it was the federal partnership. So this funding is important. Let's do it for our children. Let's do the right, compassionate, responsible, effective thing and speak to the needs of our children. They're counting on us to do this correctly. So I urge all of my colleagues to oppose this amendment and support the underlying bill. With that, I yield back.
Anyone else on the Curtis amendment? Mr. Griffin?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to yield my time to Mr. Curtis.
Mr. Curtis?
Thank you very much. I'll take just a moment. I'm pretty sure this amendment just got called dangerous, and I'm not sure I see the danger in this. I will once again brag about being mayor of my city. I know for a fact nobody, millionaires or not, replaces their pipes going out to the street. It just doesn't happen. And I'm quite confident that there are plenty of lead pipes going to millionaires' homes. And it seems ironic that the very people who blame us for wanting to tax the rich are willing to give them a pass on this. I'd also like to associate myself with the comments of Dr. Bouchon. What do we say to those cities who have made hard decisions and have replaced water pipes and taxed their residents to do that? I'm not a constitutional expert, but I can't find our constitutional responsibility for water pipes in the Constitution at the federal government level. Dr. Bouchon asked what's next. I can predict it's their sewer systems that they're going to need help with, and their city roads and their county roads. It's endless. As a mayor, I know those needs are endless. I would love to have help, but at the end of the day, it's the responsibilities of cities and counties and state governments. I yield my time.
And Mr. Chairman, I would further say in addition to Mr. Curtis's comments that it's my understanding the EPA doesn't know where all the lead pipes are. So that means that there's a likelihood that the owners don't necessarily know where the lead pipes are either. And therefore, even if you have $1 million, you may not have replaced them because you may not know you have lead pipes. I yield back.
Hey, will you yield to me? This is Mark Wayne.
I gladly yield to Mr. Expert on this, Mullins.
Yeah, I just kind of want to bring it up. I hear the Democrats talking about lead piping for drinking water. And I just want to use the fact that in 1858, 59, it became widely known that lead was a poison and was recommended not to be used. In 1920, it was recommended not to use at all in the plumbing system. 1928, a lobbying firm for the Lead Association went out and started lobbying to keep it around, and it started being used almost exclusively for sewer systems. It hasn't been used at all in water systems, even with plumbing fittings, since 1991. As far as piping goes, you're not going to find it in these systems. You're not going to find it in a distribution system. You might find it in municipalities, but you're not going to find it in a building. You're not going to find it in a house. You're not going to find it in service lines. Why? Because they've all had leaks and they've all been repaired if they were put in the 1800s. So all this talk about the millionaires and about the individuals and about the children and to the school systems, your drinking system, your drinking piping isn't lead. A few of the fittings may be, a little bit of it, but like I said, it hasn't been in there since 1991. We wasn't even allowed to use it, and a fitting wasn't allowed to be produced with any lead since then. So I hear people pulling at strings, pulling at people, talking about millionaires, talking about millionaires and anything else, but it goes back to what Bouchon says. It's going to be a bailout for cities, municipalities that hasn't done it right, because there isn't a house, a school, or a building that is overran with lead. It's municipalities that's neglected their systems and not replaced them. With that, I'll yield my time back.
And I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Anyone else who's looking to speak on the Curtis Amendment?
Cardenas.
Mr. Cardenas is
Cardenas
recognized for 5 minutes.
Move to ask to be recognized to strike the last word. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Appreciate being recognized. Mark Wayne, I'm sorry, Congressman Mullen. Mullen, thank you so much. You're very accurate on that, but there's just one little thing that I wanted to add to that. You did point out that there are likely not vast amounts of lead in systems. You mentioned that it might be in fittings or what have you. But the fact of the matter, to a child, 3, 5, 7, 10 years old or what have you, all it takes is small traces of lead to negatively affect their brain capacity. And that's something that I just wanted to point out. A lot of accuracy in what you said, and you're on point. Thank you so much for helping to educate those of us who didn't know those breakpoints and dates and things of that nature. I take it as fact, and I appreciate it. But I just wanted to point out that those small traces do, in fact, create damaging effects on children's brains and their ability to learn for the rest of their life. So this is something that is serious, and even those small traces need to be, we need to do everything that we can and help local government to do their job. Because unfortunately, when adults don't do their job, mayors, council members, et cetera, water districts don't assist or encourage or get people to do the right thing, and children aren't in the position to make those decisions. They're just subjected to the lack of good decisions of the adults around them. So
Will the gentleman yield?
Will the gentleman yield to DeGette?
I'll cede a little bit of time to Mr. Mullen, and then I'll go to you, Ms. DeGette. Go ahead.
I just want to make a point of reference here. I'm probably the only licensed operator for water and wastewater systems on the committee. And you're going to have a trace of lead in water because it's a natural occurrence. And the only way to get it out is by using a chemical. So you have the natural, or you can introduce a chemical. But there's always going to be a small trace because it's a natural occurrence. It's a natural metal. It's a natural part of the ground. So I just want to throw, you can take spring water that is running from the best aquifer underground and measure it, and you're still going to have a trace of lead in it. With that, I'll yield back.
Thank you once again, and I appreciate that reminder and that education on that point. But I also do want to point out that that natural trace of lead, you're absolutely right. But man-made opportunities for lead to get into drinking water of children is in fact an issue to this day, even in America. Congresswoman DeGette, I'll yield to you.
I thank the gentleman. I just want to point out that while what Mr. Mullen says may be true in his community, in my urban community in Denver, Colorado, we have lead pipes throughout the city, including a couple of years ago, they learned that the pipes into my home, which is not in a poor area of Denver, it's in a fairly affluent area of Denver. My home is serviced by lead pipes, and my current home was built on an old site. My current home was built in 1992, but yet the pipes into my home, into all the homes in my neighborhood, and to most of the homes in Denver, Colorado, including in the poor areas and in the low-income communities and the environmental justice communities, all of those homes were serviced by lead pipes. And we are now undertaking a massive effort to replace these pipes. And this is true not just in urban areas around the country, but also in many rural areas. So maybe it's just fittings in a few places, but for many millions of Americans, their children are being impacted by the lead coming through their pipes. And I want to thank Mr. Cardenas and yield back to him.
Thank you, Congresswoman DeGette. And I'll just close by just reminding everybody that those of us who were in local government, especially on local city councils or counties. There were always rubber meets the road issues that we would love to address, but there was never enough funding for us to grab out there and do the right thing and do the things that we identified that needed to be done for our constituents. So anytime that we can get into those local governments to try help them do the responsible thing and the right thing sooner than later, especially when it comes to lead, we're going to have children better off for it. And as one of my colleagues said earlier, the cost of not doing something to deny a child the brain capacity because we passed up this opportunity is just would be unfortunate. So it looks like my time's about to expire. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Cardenas. The ranking member is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just to clarify and to join in support of this amendment, we are in favor of replacing lead pipelines. And in fact, I mentioned that Mr. McKinley and I have been leading on legislation, Drinking Water Funding for the Future Act, which reauthorizes most of the programs within Subtitle C. We want our children to be protected, absolutely. We would never want our children to be exposed to lead that would damage them. What we are proposing in this amendment is that for the federal government to get involved, we will join. The federal government would be a part of replacing lead pipes up to this between the street and the property line. If the property line goes to a place, a home, a property that is over $1 million in value, that they would be responsible for replacing their own pipes. That this is that we do not have unlimited money, even though I know we're printing a lot of money right now. We all have to set priorities, and the priority should be to the areas that have the biggest needs and to actually the areas that are low income and not replacing pipes for millionaires. That's the amendment, and I urge support.
Anyone else want to speak on this amendment, the Curtis amendment? If not, we will proceed to a recorded vote, I assume.
Yes.
Recorded vote is ordered on the Curtis amendment. Those in favor of the amendment will say aye. Those opposed will say no, and the clerk shall call the roll.
Mr. Rush.
Rush votes no.
Mr. Rush, I can't see you. Can you repeat your vote?
Rush votes no.
Mr. Rush votes no. Ms. Eshoo. Ms. DeGette.
DeGette votes no.
Ms. DeGette votes no. Mr. Doyle. Ms. Schakowsky. Ms. Schakowsky votes no. Mr. Butterfield.
Good morning. Butterfield votes no.
Mr. Butterfield votes no. Ms. Matsui.
Matsui votes no.
Ms. Matsui votes no. Ms. Castor.
Votes no.
Ms. Castor votes no. Mr. Sarbanes.
Sarbanes votes no.
Mr. Sarbanes votes no. Mr. McNerney.
McNerney votes no.
Mr. McNerney votes no. Mr. Welch.
Mr. Welch votes no. Mr. Welch votes no.
Mr. Welch votes no. Mr. Tonko.
Tonko from New York votes no.
Mr. Tonko votes no. Ms. Clark.
Clark from New York votes no.
Ms. Clark votes no. Mr. Schrader.
Schrader from Oregon votes no.
Mr. Schrader votes no. Mr. Cardenas.
Cardenas from California votes no.
Mr. Cardenas votes no. Mr. Ruiz.
Ruiz votes no.
Mr. Ruiz
votes no.
Mr. Ruiz votes no. Mr. Peters. Mr. Peters votes no. Mrs. Dingell.
Dingell votes no.
Mrs. Dingell votes no. Mr. Vesey.
Vesey votes no.
Mr. Vesey votes no. Ms. Custer.
Custer votes no.
Ms. Custer votes no. Ms. Kelly. Ms. Barragan.
Barragan votes no.
Ms. Barragan votes no. Mr. McEachin.
McEachin votes no.
Mr. McEachin votes no. Ms. Blunt Rochester.
Blunt Rochester of Delaware votes no.
Ms. Blunt Rochester votes no. Mr. Soto. Mr. Soto votes no. Mr. O'Halloran.
O'Halloran votes no.
Mr. O'Halloran votes no. Ms. Rice. Ms. Rice votes no. Ms. Craig.
Craig of Minnesota votes no.
Ms. Craig votes no. Ms. Schreier.
Schreier votes no.
Ms. Schreier votes no. Ms. Trahan. Ms. Fletcher.
Fletcher votes no.
Ms. Fletcher votes no. Mrs. Rogers. Mrs. Rogers votes aye. Mr. Upton.
Good morning. Mr. Upton votes aye.
Mr. Upton votes aye. Mr. Burgess.
Burgess votes aye.
Mr. Burgess votes aye. Mr. Scalise.
Scalise votes aye.
Mr. Scalise votes aye. Mr. Latta.
Latta votes aye.
Mr. Latta votes aye. Mr. Guthrie. Mr. Guthrie votes aye. Mr. McKinley. Mr. McKinley votes aye. Mr. Kinzinger.
Kinzinger, aye.
Mr. Kinzinger votes aye. Mr. Griffith. Mr. Griffith votes aye. Mr. Bilirakis. Mr. Bilirakis votes aye. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Johnson votes aye. Mr. Long. Mr. Bouchon.
Mr. Bouchon from Indiana votes aye.
Mr. Bouchon votes aye. Mr. Mullen.
Votes aye.
Mr. Mullen votes aye. Mr. Hudson.
Hudson of North Carolina votes aye.
Mr. Hudson votes aye. Mr. Wahlberg.
Wahlberg votes aye.
Mr. Wahlberg votes aye. Mr. Carter. Mr. Carter votes aye. Mr. Duncan. Mr. Palmer. Mr. Palmer votes aye. Mr. Dunn.
And Mr. Dunn of Florida votes aye.
Mr. Dunn votes aye. Mr. Curtis.
Curtis votes aye.
Mr. Curtis votes aye. Ms. Lesko.
Lesko votes aye.
Ms. Lesko votes aye. Mr. Pence.
Pence from Indiana votes aye.
Mr. Pence votes aye. Mr. Crenshaw.
Crenshaw votes aye.
Mr. Crenshaw votes aye. Mr. Joyce.
Joyce from Pennsylvania votes aye.
Mr. Joyce votes aye. Mr. Armstrong.
Armstrong votes yes.
Mr. Armstrong votes aye. Mr. Pallone.
Pallone from New Jersey votes no.
Mr. Pallone votes no.
I know we have some people, a few that haven't voted. Ms. Eshu?
Issue of California votes no.
Mr.
Ms.
Doyle, I see.
Ms. Eshu votes no.
Mr.
Doyle votes no.
Mr. Doyle votes no.
Mr. Duncan? Ms. Trahan?
Trahan votes no.
Mr. Long? Anyone that we missed that wants to vote? All right, on the Curtis Amendment, the clerk will report the tally.
On that vote, Mr. Chairman, the yeas were 24 and the nays were 31.
On the Curtis Amendment, the vote is 24 yeas to 31 noes. The amendment is not agreed to. Are there further amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute? Hearing none, okay. Then we'll go to the Haynes. You can do that by voice, I think. We'll proceed to a vote on the amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee print subtitle C, Budget Reconciliation, Legislative Recommendations Related to Drinking Water. All those in favor of the amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee print subtitle C, Budget Reconciliation, Legislative Recommendations Relating to Drinking Water, will signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed will say no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. And now we're going to go to, well, the amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee print subtitle C, Budget Reconciliation, Legislative Recommendations Relating to Drinking Water, is agreed to. So now we'll go to final passage. The question now occurs on approval and transmitting to the Committee on Budget, the committee print subtitle C, Budget Reconciliation, Legislative Recommendations Relating to Drinking Water as amended. I move the committee do now approve and transmit the recommendations of this committee and all appropriate accompanying material, including additional supplemental minority dissenting views, to the House Committee on the Budget in order to comply with the reconciliation directive included in Section 2002 of the concurrent resolution on the budget for fiscal year 2022, S-Con Res 14, and consistent with Section 310 of the Congressional Budget and Impoundment Control Act of 1974. So all those in favor, this is final passage of the drinking water title. All those in favor will, I'm sorry, we're going to do this by recorded vote. Recorded vote is ordered. All those in favor will signify by saying aye. Those opposed will say no, and the clerk shall call the roll.
Mr. Rush,
Of Illinois votes aye.
Mr. Rush votes aye. Ms. Eschew,
Aye.
Ms. Eschew votes aye. Ms. DeGette,
Get votes aye.
Ms. DeGette, could you repeat that? I couldn't see you.
Yes. Get votes aye.
Ms. DeGette votes aye. Mr. Doyle,
Doyle votes aye.
Mr. Doyle votes aye. Ms. Schakowsky, Ms. Schakowsky votes aye. Mr. Butterfield,
Votes aye.
Mr. Butterfield votes aye. Ms. Matsui,
Matsui votes aye.
Ms. Matsui votes aye. Ms. Castor,
Castor votes aye.
Ms. Castor votes aye. Mr. Sarbanes,
Sarbanes votes aye.
Mr. Sarbanes votes aye. Mr. McNerney,
McNerney votes aye.
Mr. McNerney votes aye. Mr. Welch,
Mr. Welch votes aye.
Mr. Welch votes aye. Mr. Tonko,
Tonko from New York votes aye.
Mr. Tonko votes aye. Ms. Clark, Ms. Clark votes aye. Mr. Schrader,
Schrader for Oregon votes no.
Mr. Schrader votes no. Mr. Cardenas,
Cardenas representing California votes aye.
Mr. Cardenas votes aye. Mr. Ruiz,
Ruiz votes aye.
Mr. Ruiz votes aye. Mr. Peters, Mr. Peters votes aye. Mrs. Dingell,
Dingell says good morning and votes aye.
Ms. Dingell votes aye. Mr. Vesey,
VC votes aye.
Mr. Vesey votes aye. Ms. Custer,
Aye.
Ms. Custer votes aye. Ms. Kelly,
Kelly votes aye.
Ms. Kelly, could you repeat your vote? I couldn't see you.
Kelly votes aye.
Ms. Kelly votes aye. Ms. Barragan.
Barragan votes aye.
Ms. Barragan votes aye. Mr. McEachin.
McEachin votes aye.
Mr. McEachin votes aye. Ms. Blunt Rochester.
Blunt Rochester votes aye.
Ms. Blunt Rochester votes aye. Mr. Soto.
Soto votes aye.
Mr. Soto votes aye. Mr. O'Halloran.
Halloran votes aye.
Mr. O'Halloran votes aye. Ms. Rice. Ms. Rice votes aye. Ms. Craig.
Ms. Craig of Minnesota votes aye.
Ms. Craig votes aye. Ms. Schreier.
Schreier votes aye.
Ms. Schreier votes aye. Ms. Trahan.
Trahan votes aye.
Ms. Trahan votes aye. Ms. Fletcher.
Fletcher votes aye.
Ms. Fletcher votes aye. Mrs. Rogers. Mrs. Rogers votes no. Mr. Upton.
Mr. Upton votes no.
Mr. Upton votes no. Mr. Burgess.
Votes no.
Mr. Burgess votes no. Mr. Scalise.
Mr. Scalise votes no.
Mr. Scalise votes no. Mr. Latta.
Latta votes no.
Mr. Latta votes no. Mr. Guthrie. Mr. Guthrie votes no. Mr. McKinley. Mr. McKinley votes no. Mr. Kinzinger.
Kinzinger is no. Kinzinger, no.
Mr. Kinzinger votes no. Mr. Griffith. Mr. Griffith votes no. Mr. Bilirakis. Mr. Bilirakis votes no. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Johnson votes no. Mr. Long. Mr. Bouchon.
Bouchon from Indiana votes no.
Mr. Bouchon votes no. Mr. Mullen.
No.
Mr. Mullen votes no. Mr. Hudson.
Hudson of North Carolina votes.
Mr. Hudson, could you repeat your vote?
Hudson of North Carolina votes no.
Mr. Hudson votes no. Mr. Wahlberg.
Mr. Wahlberg votes no.
Mr. Wahlberg votes no. Mr. Carter. Mr. Carter votes no. Mr. Duncan. Mr. Palmer. Mr. Palmer votes no. Mr. Dunn.
Mr. Dunn of Florida votes no.
Mr. Dunn votes no. Mr. Curtis.
Curtis votes no.
Mr. Curtis votes no. Ms. Lesko.
Lesko votes no.
Ms. Lesko votes no. Mr. Pence.
Pence from Indiana votes no.
Mr. Pence votes no. Mr. Crenshaw.
Crenshaw votes no.
Mr. Crenshaw votes no. Mr. Joyce.
Joyce from Pennsylvania votes no.
Mr. Joyce votes no. Mr. Armstrong.
Armstrong votes no.
Mr. Armstrong votes no. Mr. Pallone.
Pallone from New Jersey votes aye.
Mr. Pallone votes aye.
And do we have anyone who hasn't voted who would like to? No? All right, then the clerk will report the tally on the final passage of the drinking water title, Subtitle C.
On that vote, Mr. Chairman, the yeas are 31 and the nays are 25.
25. So the vote is 31 ayes to 25 noes. Yes.
Mr. Chair, I plan to file views and request the usual number of days.
Yes, without objection, so ordered. The committee has approved the committee print, Subtitle C, Budget Reconciliation Legislative Recommendations Relating to Drinking Water as amended, and ordered the legislative recommendations transmitted to the Committee on Budget. So we're going to do one more title tonight, and that's the energy title. Chair calls up the committee print Subtitle D, Budget Reconciliation, Legislative Recommendations Relating to Energy. The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Committee print to Budget Reconciliation Legislative Recommendations Relating to Energy. Subtitle D, Energy.
Without objection, Madam Clerk, the first reading of the bill would be dispensed with. The bill is now considered as read. And without objection, the bill is considered as read and open for amendment at any point. Is there, who's doing the
Chairman.
A's? Mr. Rush? I recognize Mr. Rush to offer an amendment in the nature of a substitute.
Mr. Chairman, I want to thank you. I have an amendment in the nature of a substitute for subtitle D, and the desk is D01.
The clerk have the A's?
Yes, sir.
Clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to committee print for Subtitle D offered by Mr. Rush
Madam
of
Clerk,
Illinois.
without objection, the reading of the amendment by Mr. Rush will be dispensed with, and the gentleman from Illinois is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Subtitle D includes vital investments that are critical to President Biden's Build Back Better agenda. It ensures funding for the Clean Electricity Performance Program, a program that provides resources to decarbonize our electricity sector. It contains billions of dollars of rebates for America's homeowners to retrofit their homes in order to reduce energy costs, and also it invests in the weatherization assistance program so that low-income homeowners must not be left out of the energy efficiency revolution. This subtitle also includes some vital provisions from my No Exhaust Act to ensure that all communities have the resources that they need to embrace an electric vehicle future. Finally, it contains funds to revitalize our electric grid that will be the backbone of our 21st century clean energy economy. Individually, each of these investments would be invaluable. Together, they are transformative. They will help our country advance in the fight against the climate crisis. At the same time, they create millions of jobs, ensuring that every American has access to the technologies that will drive our economy for the next 100 years. Critically, the bill before us today makes these investments in an equitable and honorable way. It includes $1 billion to fund projects deploying electric vehicle infrastructure in underserved or disadvantaged communities. It also provides for $5.5 billion to fund home electrification projects in low and middle income and tribal households. Finally, it is worth reiterating, Mr. Chairman, that this package includes $3.5 billion for the weatherization assistance program, which reduces energy costs for low-income households. These investments are what we need to truly and equitably build back better and build back equitably. But even with these policies, more work needs to be done. A recent USA Today article entitled Jobs in the Green Energy Field, Jobs in Green Energy Field with White Men encapsulates the urgency of ensuring that the impact of these policies reach Black and Brown Americans. The article cites a concerning report published by A2 just last week, which showed that women and Black workers are vastly underrepresented in the clean energy workforce. While it is unfortunate that it could not be included in today's package, I look forward to working with the chairman and the ranking member to swiftly pass vital investments in energy workforce development to increase the diversity of the energy sector, including through my Blue to Clean to Green Collar Jobs Development Act. Mr. Chairman, for now, the bill before us contains much needed investment for the American people. My amendment in the nature of a substitute simply makes technical changes to the bill, and I encourage every member of this committee to vote for this amendment as well as for the underlying bill. Now you're back.
Thank you, Mr. Rush. Who would,
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Chairman, Burgess here.
Mr. Upton is recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, thank you, and I ask to strike the last word.
Gentlemen.
So Mr. Chairman, I know that there's a number of us that have deep concerns about moving forward with such a rushed process now that we're close to 1 a.m. This amendment in the nature of a substitute was just, I was going to say released yesterday, but I guess since it's after midnight 2 days ago now, but the members really haven't had much of a chance to review it. And technical experts or agency officials certainly have not had the opportunity to weigh in either. This is not the way to legislate on something like this. None of these programs in the AINS have had any vetting. And so why are we talking about taking hundreds of billions of dollars in government spending programs? There's no question that the rush process is going to lead to waste, fraud, and abuse. It's going to make the inflation and the labor crisis even worse. And I would note that this subtitle has 2 provisions in it that appropriate $200 million and $100 million respectively to DOE and FERCs under the guise of making NEPA reviews more efficient and effective. But again, our colleagues, some of our colleagues on your side think that maybe throwing the money at something is the solution to all challenges versus literally having a hearing that walks through real procedures that might be more beneficial. You know, our side, we've got a suite of bills in our Securing Cleaner American Energy agenda that's actually going to remove regulatory barriers to deploying more clean energy and promote more energy innovation, reforming the permitting and license processes associated with nuclear energy, hydro, natural pipelines, transmission lines, and manufacturing facilities under these bills will produce real results. America will be more energy secure, prices are going to be more affordable, and emissions will be reduced. So, Mr. Chairman, the American people need more than just this bill from Congress. We know that this bill is dead on arrival in the Senate. We don't want the Green New Deal. Our folks want reliable and affordable energy. They don't want to lose their electricity when there's a cold snap or have to go without air conditioning during the heat wave when the wind stops blowing. Look at what's happening in Europe today. Americans don't want carbon cap and trade, natural gas taxes, or a mandate to drive an electric vehicle. Instead, this committee ought to be focused on delivering what Americans do want: clean, reliable, affordable energy, more resilient power grid that can withstand all the hazards. Americans want choices, not mandates, when it comes to the cars we drive and the products we buy. So, Mr. Chairman, I hope we can get back to regular order, real hearings, bipartisan legislating. That's how we make laws that truly benefit everybody. And with that, I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Upton. Now, before I forget, we had 2 documents that were submitted for the record that related to this, what is it, CRT? One was from the United States Conference of Mayors, a resolution number 68, and the other was from the National Education Association, their resolution on the same topic, item number 39. And so I would ask unanimous consent that these be submitted for the record. Without objection, so ordered. Now, who else would like to speak on the Ains? We could also just go to the amendments, but we have Ms. Daggett is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, climate change is here today, and every single member of this committee has seen evidence of it in their congressional district. Here in Colorado, we've had drought and wildfires, and throughout in the West, but we've also had storms, floods, sea level rising throughout this country, and frankly, the most vulnerable among us face the worst impacts. And as the scientists predict, this is just the beginning. And everybody on this committee, those of you who served with me when we tried to tackle this in 2009, 2010, knows we are long overdue for action on climate change. And that's why I'm really excited about the investments that we're making in this legislation through the Clean Energy Performance Program, because with these strategic investments, we're going to be building an affordable, reliable, and cleaner electricity system without mandates, just the kinds of things that my dear friend, Mr. Upton, is talking about. And furthermore, the Clean Energy Program generates electricity from zero carbon sources. And I want to say, I want everybody to listen to me. I know it's late, and it's even later than it is in Colorado on the East Coast. But I want you to know the sources listed in this bill are zero carbon sources like renewable energy, nuclear energy, even fossil fuels, as long as the carbon is captured and sequestered, as well as the things my colleagues keep talking about, wind, solar, and hydropower. All of those things can be included so long as carbon is clean. And that's what this is about. And so I'm going to say it again, because I know we're going to hear people saying we're having mandates for only certain types of energy. That's not what this is about. What it's about is making sure that we can generate electricity from zero carbon sources, irrespective of what those sources are. And so that's why this is really, really a great section. And that's why the Ains is so great. I want everybody to support it, because it is going to help put the United States at the forefront of a growing global market for the technologies. And it's going to have the added effect of taking us to our goal of zero carbon emissions. With that, I yield back.
Thank the gentlewoman. Does have someone on the Republican side?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Burgess here.
Mr. Burgess is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. I have an amendment to the Ains. It's pretty simple.
Well,
and
I don't know.
straightforward.
Were there other members that wanted to speak on the underlying bill? We should do that first, Mr. Burgess.
Very well.
All right.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
Mr. Chairman.
But do we have a Republican that wants to speak on the underlying? All right, then we'll go to the Democrats. Mr. Sarbanes is recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, move to strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized.
I want to thank you, Mr. Chairman, for pulling this legislation to get this bill back. Better legislation, which is making record investments in critical programs across the government. That's what this whole discussion has been about, very critical. In particular, I appreciate including in this subtitle $17.5 billion for the Federal Energy Efficiency Fund, which is a tremendous investment for purpose of decarbonizing our federal facilities and federal fleets. this particular investment aligns with the funding included in a bill that Congressman Welch and I introduced, the Federal Building Clean Jobs Act. The building sector in the United States consumes a significant amount of energy for a variety of purposes, including heating and cooling and lighting, and is currently responsible for approximately 40% of energy consumed and greenhouse gas emissions produced. As the single largest building owner and manager in the United States, that makes sense, of course, the federal government has a responsibility to lead on this, to lead in terms of making buildings more resilient, healthy, and efficient. In addition to using these funds for energy efficiency measures and retrofits, this provision that's included in the subtitle allows the Department of Energy to partner with federal agencies to procure 24/7 clean power, as well as develop and deploy low carbon materials such as low carbon cement and steel. By making the US government a major purchaser of these industrial materials, the government will drive innovation and help develop a market for these next generation products. Ultimately, the fund allows the government to take a significant step towards a cleaner future that we all want to see. I urge my colleagues to support the provision and the overall bill. I yield back my time.
Thank the gentleman. Unless there's a Republican, I'm going to go to Democratic side again. Mr. Gentleman from Oregon, Mr. Schrader is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate that. A big supporter of the energy investments we're making, some of which are in this bill, some of which, frankly, are also, as I've talked about before, the bipartisan infrastructure framework. Some of these are very duplicative, to be quite honest. The bipartisan infrastructure package that we are hopefully going to be voting on here on 9/27 put $73 billion, the single largest investment in clean energy transmission in American history, on the table. That's the largest investment in clean energy transmission in American history. It's in the bipartisan infrastructure framework. I do not want to see that, frankly, duplicated here. It also has a new grid development authority that will modernize our grid distribution system, promote smart grid technologies, exactly what we need to be doing here. I'd also point out that while I'm a big fan of the EV program, that's already done in the bipartisan infrastructure framework. Why are we spending more money here? According to the President of the United States, the deal will deliver thousands of electric school buses nationwide, including rural communities, helping school districts across the country with clean, American-made zero-emission buses. It's the first ever national investment in EV charging infrastructure in the United States, critical element in the Biden-Harris administration's plan to accelerate the adoption of EVs. Why do we duplicate that in this bill? I don't understand that. We don't have unlimited amounts of money. We spent a lot of money, well spent, making sure America survived COVID. It's time to cut back on some of our expenditures and, frankly, get it paid for. We already have the pay-fors here in the bipartisan infrastructure framework. So I just wish we would consider that as we move forward. Let's be smart in the investments. And I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Mr. Peters, assuming we have no Republican, Mr. Peters is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There's a lot to say, but I won't say it at this hour. Just a couple of points. First of all, I want to say that I support the Clean Energy Performance Program and thank Ms. DeGette for her leadership on this and on her clean energy standard. Two caveats. First, as we develop this program, we should ensure that early actors are rewarded and not penalized for our previous investments in clean energy. California, in particular, has been leading the nation in renewable energy deployment, and our utilities and ratepayers should not be harmed as others try to catch up to our example. And I hope that will be taken care of as we move this bill ahead. Second, I continue to maintain that a technology-neutral, economy-wide price on carbon is more efficient and effective way to incentivize the movement away from fuels that drive climate change. The CEPP is terrific for the energy sector, but for the rest of the sectors, we need an economy-wide incentive. Most of the revenues from any price on carbon could be refunded to taxpayers, particularly earning under $400,000 per year, so they don't have to see an increase in energy expenditures. And we could also help fund communities who depend on legacy energy production. So I've said many things about that, that issue from this chair, and I won't do it again. I just hope that the Senate considers that as a possible tool as well. With that, I yield back.
Thank you, gentlemen. Mr. O'Halloran is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Arizona has seen the consequences of inaction on climate change, and every year Arizonans and the West fight record-setting wildfires. The wildfire season lasts longer and is more intense due to climate change. Droughts are also getting worse year after year. We're in the middle of about a 22-year drought. Lake Mead is at its lowest level in history, and a water shortage has been declared for the Colorado River for the first time ever. We need action to protect American lives and livelihoods. Towns are being destroyed throughout the West, and our forests and their resources destroyed. Our state is also playing a key role in solving climate crisis. There is no better place for solar investment than sunny Arizona. I support many provisions of this bill which promote energy efficiency and encourage the development of clean energy sources. However, broad changes to energy production must be done carefully with solutions that work long-term. I don't believe a pricing scheme can work that takes a 12-month view of clean energy production. Our energy producers in Arizona are already phasing out coal over the next decade. They put timelines in and are ready to do that and are in the process of doing that. Plans are in motion to replace high carbon fuels with cleaner forms of energy. These aren't changes that can be made on a dime. They take long-term planning. The workforce currently isn't trained and in place to bring online the clean energy resources needed to meet the targets of the Clean Energy Performance Program. Furthermore, this new program is banking on the development of technology that is currently not available. We don't have the battery capacity required for this switch. The transition away from coal is already happening. Market forces and common consumer demand are bringing more solar and wind resources online daily. We need to take a smarter approach to encourage these changes. We don't need blunt penalties that are impossible for energy producers to avoid. As this bill moves forward, I will continue to push for changes to this section. I believe we can find a solution that will promote clean energy sources in a workable way, and I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. O'Halloran. Ms. Schreier is next, recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word. With a warming climate, increasingly catastrophic wildfires plague the entire Western United States. And every summer, we choke on smoke and gather our most important belongings just in case we need to evacuate quickly. And this summer, we saw an unprecedented heat wave that threatened people's lives and livelihoods. And given what we know about our warming climate, this is our new baseline. It's not too late, though, to change the trajectory. The Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, the IPCC, found earlier this year that we have less than a decade to slash our carbon pollution in half, or we will sail past that 2 degrees Celsius benchmark that will result in the most disastrous impacts. And in order to meet this kind of ambitious goal, we need bold action here, now, and in cooperation with the world. That's why I'm so excited about the Build Back Better Act and its climate provisions. For example, this bill invests $5 billion to replace heavy-duty vehicles like garbage trucks and school buses with zero-emission alternatives. Heavy-duty vehicles play an outsized role in pollution. Although they represent only 7% of the vehicles on the road, they're responsible for 25% of the greenhouse gas emissions, 50% of the nitrous oxide emissions, and 67% of the particulates. And our children should not be sucking in toxic fumes while their school buses idle or while we drive behind a truck. I am also glad this bill invests in the installation of zero emission equipment and technology at our nation's ports. It is vital that our ports, especially along our shores, are included in efforts to tackle the climate crisis. Also, I'd like to associate myself with the comments made by my colleague, Representative Peters. I support the historic investments in the Clean Electricity Performance Program, which will make clean energy more feasible across the country. But as we implement this program, it's really important to make sure we get the details right. Here in the Northwest, like in California, we have abundant hydropower and our utilities are ahead of the curve and have been working for years toward a goal of 100% clean power. So I appreciate the work that's been done to account for utilities that have already taken great steps toward clean energy. And I hope we can continue to work together to ensure that there's still flexibility necessary for the utilities who are working on that last 20% and not the first 80% because they are much tougher. I look forward to working with you together to get there cleaner and faster and at lower cost for customers. I'd also like, Mr. Chairman, to submit for the record a letter from Puget Sound Energy related to the CEPP program. Finally, I'd like to highlight the funding that this bill provides to assist communities in developing and implementing plans to prepare for and mitigate the health and environmental impacts of wildfire smoke. Climate change threatens our planet, our health, our national security with droughts in the West and floods in the East, and it is long past time that Congress stepped up to sharply curtail our greenhouse gas emissions. As a mom and as a pediatrician, I believe we owe this to our children and grandchildren. I yield back. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Soto, you had your hand up. You're recognized for 5 minutes.
Move to strike the last word, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman's recognized.
Tonight, we are acting on climate. This committee is finally putting our money where our mouth is with the Build Back Better Act. The $150 billion Clean Electricity Performance Program is the foundation of combating climate change in the 21st century. It's the workhorse that will power 4% increases each year in clean electricity performance every year for the next 8 years, helping us reach those 2030 through 2050 CO2 goals. And it's energy neutral. If you can reduce CO2 with that energy source and that technology, you can use it. Solar, wind, hydro, gas, and nuclear will all be competitive. We're also boosting electric vehicle infrastructure by over $25 billion. Transportation has already passed up utilities as the biggest emitter of CO2 in our nation. We must act now. Hurricanes, flooding, wildfires are consuming our nation. In Florida, we face these threats and rising seas, and tonight we do something about it. And I yield back.
Thank you. Does anyone else want to speak on the underlying, or I guess it's on the AINS? If not, we're...
Yes.
Who? Mr. Welch is recognized for 5 minutes.
This is a tremendous component of the bill. And one of the elements is Hope for Homes, which is something that I've been working on with Mr. McKinley for well over 10 years. And what it does is provide incentives for homeowners to retrofit their homes. And the best way to cut down on carbon emissions, and there's many, and we have to do them all, is efficiency. And this provides a direct incentive for homeowners to basically retrofit their homes. And 40% of the carbon emission reductions that we have to achieve can be done through efficiency. And what Mr. McKinley and I have been promoting in this legislation is developing a partnership between the federal government and the homeowner, and through incentives, where at the end of the day, homeowners will save money with a tighter and more efficient home. It creates local jobs. It's all tradespeople who are doing this installation work. It's tough, it's hard, it's important. And of course, by the way, we're reducing carbon emissions. So my hope is that we'll be able to get this bipartisan component of this legislation passed tonight in this mark. Thank you.
Thank you,
yield
Mr.
back.
Thank you, Mr. Welch. Are there any other? McNerney, Mr. McNerney wants to speak on the aims of the underlying bill. The gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We've really run out of time. Climate change is here and is accelerating. The longer we wait, the worse it's going to be. Here's what's going to happen. 30 years from now, your grandchildren are going to say, what were you doing when we still had a chance to fight climate change? And you want to be able to say, I was part of the solution. But not all of us are in that position right now. And you know what? History is watching and history remembers. I yield back.
Thank you. All right, we're going to go to amendments. We have some Republican. You have a Republican amendment? Mr. Burgess, oh, I'm sorry, I saw you before. Okay, Mr. Burgess, what is the amendment that you have? What is your amendment labeled?
B213.
Clerk have that one? After this. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, I didn't realize we had Democratic amendments, Dr. Burgess. And I think it's going to be withdrawn, so why don't we do that first? Mr. Schrader has an amendment?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Is that labeled? Or you just have one?
I just have the one.
Do the clerks have it?
I have it.
All right, so what is, the clerk will report the Schrader amendment.
Amendment to Subtitle D offered by Mr. Schrader of Oregon. At the end of Part 8, add the following. Section 3048.5, duration of offset after September 16th.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment will be dispensed with. And Mr. Schrader is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate it. The Columbia River Treaty is a 6-year-old agreement for coordinating hydropower and flood control operations in the Columbia River Basin. But the treaty, which the United States and Canada first agreed upon in 1961, is outdated and badly in need of modernization. Due to a formula agreed to in the 1960s, my constituents, more than 6.5 million electric ratepayers across Oregon, Washington State, Idaho, and Montana now disproportionately send an average of about $150 million to subsidize Canadian power, above and beyond any benefits they received from the Columbia River Treaty. This amounts to a direct wealth transfer from every single Bonneville Power Administration ratepayer to the provincial government of British Columbia. In fact, Bonneville ratepayers currently overpay Canada 70 to 90% of the presumed downstream power benefits. Totally unfair. Electricity ratepayers in the Pacific Northwest are subsidizing our neighbors to the north because of the so-called Canadian entitlement based on an outdated and frankly obsolete formula. The Columbia River Treaty needs to be updated. The United States could have acted back in 2014 to address this wealth transfer from my constituents. Negotiations with Canada have been virtually non-existent since then. Frankly, Canada wants even more money from the United States. It's unacceptable. These delays cost Bonneville ratepayers approximately $1 million every 3 days. And with no federal funds in the game, State Department has demonstrated little interest to press Canada to address this costly, unfair, and out-of-date wealth transfer. That's why I'm offering this amendment. It would provide relief to Bonneville ratepayers on our side of the border until the United States and Canada can agree on updates to the Canadian entitlement. My amendment creates a powerful incentive for our government to finalize renegotiation of the Columbia River Treaty in a timely manner. It's unfair that my constituents should have to continue this massive overpayment to Canada because treaty negotiators aren't really progressing. It's critical we modernize that treaty so Bonneville ratepayers must no longer endure this inequity. Bonneville's renewable, zero-carbon hydropower is vital to achieving our climate goals, and it's long past due for the State Department to renegotiate the Columbia River Treaty. Mr. Chairman, I understand there's some jurisdictional concerns regarding my amendment, so I'll be withdrawing it in hopes that we can address this inequity in another way. I hope we can work together to hold the State Department and Canada accountable for getting the job done. With that, I yield back, Mr.
Well,
Chairman.
before
Withdraw
you
my-
yield, if you would yield to me.
I will yield to the
All
chairman,
right.
yes, sir.
I want to thank the gentleman from Oregon for bringing attention to this critical issue, and thanks to you and the gentlewoman Schreier, Dr. Schreier, for your continued efforts to protect ratepayers in the Pacific. Oh, I should add you? Okay. All right, all right. So I thank you, the ranking member, Mrs. Rogers, and Dr. Schreier for your continued efforts to protect ratepayers in the Pacific Northwest. I agree that Americans should not continue to pay to export electricity to Canada, and I look forward to working with all three of you and President Biden to protect Washington and Oregon ratepayers. And I yield back.
With that, I withdraw my amendment and also yield back, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
All right, so the gentleman has yielded back. Ms. Schreier, all right, before, well, you haven't withdrawn it yet. So Ms. Schreier, well, I don't know, did you want to say something? No? All right, Dr. Schreier is recognized for 5 minutes.
Oh, well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. If it is not yet withdrawn, I would move to strike the last word. And I just simply want to thank my colleague, Representative Schrader, for introducing and offering this amendment, which elevates this issue that is really important to the three of us from the Northwest. Washington State is the nation's largest producer of hydropower, and much of that is generated by publicly owned utilities along the Columbia River in central Washington. And the Columbia River Treaty has governed flood control and hydropower production in the Northwest since 1964. And the treaty has been a real success, a model of international cooperation, but it's way past time to negotiate, as you already heard. The rates are based on a 1960s era growth projection that really never came to fruition. The dams are already built, and as a result, the U.S. overpays Canada about $150 million a year. And Chelan County PUD in my district is the single largest payer into the treaty's Canadian entitlements, with Grant and Douglas PUDs close behind. And the payments are costing local ratepayers millions of dollars more than they should for my constituents, just like for Representative Schrader's. While these negotiations start and stall again and again, ratepayers in the Northwest remain on the hook for these overpayments. I want to thank Congressman Schrader for this amendment and continue to look forward to continuing to work together, the three of us on this committee, to modernize the Columbia River Treaty as soon as possible. I thank you and I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back. Anyone else before Mr. Schrader withdraws? Save our dams. All right, Mr. Schrader.
Thank you, thank you for the consideration, Mr. Chairman. I withdraw my amendment and yield back.
Withdrawn his amendment. Now we're going to go to another offer and withdraw, I believe, from Mr. O'Halloran. Mr. O'Halloran, for what purpose do you seek recognition? You're muted, apparently. You have to unmute yourself.
I have an amendment at the desk, Mr. Chairman.
What is your amendment labeled?
I do not have that right now, Mr. Chairman. They should.
There's only one. We have it. The clerk will report the O'Halloran amendment.
Amendment to Subtitle D offered by Mr. O'Halloran of Arizona. At the end of Subtitle D, insert the following. Part 9, National Energy Workforce.
Madam Clerk, without objection, the reading of the O'Halloran amendment will be dispensed with, and the gentleman from Arizona is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I agree with my colleagues that this bill is an important step forward in achieving a clean energy future. There's no question that our country must transition away from fossil fuels and reduce carbon pollution as soon as possible. However, this bill falls far short in assisting communities that have been left behind. I'm talking about communities which are economically dependent on coal and other fossil fuels. They have been working for generations to supply the fuel to keep the lights on for the rest of the country. In my district, the Navajo Generation Station closed 2 years ago. It was one of the largest coal-fired power plants in the Southwest. And there are 4 more on schedule by 2031. The closing of the plant And the Kayenta coal mine cost Northern Arizona community over 700 good paying union jobs. This is devastating for the local economy. Tax revenues go down with impacts to local schools, healthcare, and other vital services. This will be taking place around our country. This story will be repeated time and time and time again. In my district alone, the remaining coal-fired power plants will be retiring starting in 2025. If we want this transition to clean energy to succeed, we need to target relief at those impacted communities. We can't have winners and losers. These are communities that have been overlooked for many years. We have an opportunity here to provide real relief. The bill before us today does not do this to the level it should. It proposes a $2 billion fund for utilities to repurpose coal assets and make investments in these communities. I'm not opposed to this program, but it is not nearly enough. We need to help these communities replace lost tax revenue. We need targeted investments in workforce training and education. We need to replace the local jobs with real careers. And we can't ask these workers to sit and wait for assistance for years after their jobs are lost. They need support even before the coal plant closes its doors. They need stability and investment. They need to know that their community will continue in the educational systems and the hospitals and the fire districts. My amendment would add the text of the New Promise Act. My bill would provide an additional $1.35 billion in support of coal communities as a transition away from carbon-intensive fossil fuels. Even my amendment is not sufficient to meet the needs of these communities over the long haul, but it's a good start. Before the Build Back America Plan Act is voted on by the whole House, I would like to see changes in this area. Whether we amend Title D or make changes to other titles that focus on workforce development, we must bring more investment to these energy transition communities. I trust the chairman and other leaders in the House are open to doing more in this area. I look forward to working with you and on this issue. I withdraw my amendment and yield back.
I thank the gentleman. You've officially withdrawn the amendment for now. We're going to work with you. All right, thank you so much. Now we're going to go back to Dr. Burgess has an amendment. What is it labeled?
I have an amendment that's labeled B2-13.
Does the clerk have the Burgess amendment?
Yes, sir.
Clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to Subtitle D offered by Mr. Burgess of Texas. Strike Section 30411.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment will be dispensed with, and the gentleman from Texas is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As the clerk was about to report, this amendment strikes Section 30411. And that's the section that enacts the Clean Energy Performance Program. Look, I recognize that it's late and our audience across the country has probably dwindled with the lateness of the hour, but it should be intuitively obvious to the casual observer that the Clean Energy Performance Program is a threat to the reliability of our electric grid and to the wallets of ratepayers, and of course jeopardizes energy jobs across America. Look, here's the simple truth. America has reduced carbon emissions year over year, every year since 2005. And America leads the globe in reducing carbon emissions. Most of this is because of the transition from coal to natural gas. And I think we should see that as a good thing. But instead of promoting this transition to natural gas, the Clean Energy Performance Program will instead seek to limit its use and paradoxically then raise emissions. Look, Mr. Upton said it very, very well. This is a complicated system that we're considering late at night without the proper vetting by the committee, without the proper oversight, without the proper work on the authorization side. And what the net effect is going to be is to lead to higher costs for utilities across the nation. And guess who pays those higher costs? It's the ratepayer. It's the consumer when they pay higher electric rates. Several people have mentioned tonight, and this entire section basically was the Waxman-Markey cap and trade bill that the committee marked up for several days in 2009. And now we've got scarcely an hour tacked on to the end of what has already been a very long day. Now, the good news is back in 2009, Waxman-Markey did not become law. However, as a member of the committee back then, I will tell you it's disheartening to see that once again we have similarly ill-conceived legislation being considered today. So look, instead of raising costs on consumer, let's increase reliability. Instead of picking winners and losers, let's create a level playing field and promote a diverse energy mix. Instead of reducing our energy security further, we should instead prioritize our energy independence and promote our domestic energy sources. I strongly urge colleagues to consider this amendment, and I ask the chairman for its passage, and I yield back.
Thank you, Dr. Burgess. Does anyone want to respond to this? What did you want? Oh, just before I recognize Ms. Castor, I wanted to say, there's a bunch of members who still have their hand up virtually from the previous speeches. So if you could lower it, because otherwise I won't know who wants to be recognized on this. So if your hand is up and you don't want to be recognized on the Burgess Amendment, please put your virtual hand down. And now I recognize Ms. Castor for 5 minutes.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members, through this Build Back Better package, we intend to unleash American ingenuity to avoid rising costs and the catastrophic impacts of the climate crisis. A broad bipartisan majority of Americans support clean energy. It's less expensive and it comes with less pollution. And scientists across the globe recently released an alarming warning in its 6th assessment. It was described as a code red for humanity. In essence, it said we better decarbonize the economy as soon as possible in order to avoid the worst impacts of climate change. So as lawmakers, we've got to heed these warnings and act upon them. We've got to meet the urgency of the moment. And this Clean Energy Performance Program is key to solving the climate crisis. And we can do this. Climate change is human-caused, and that means humans can help solve it. Now, all Americans would benefit from the investments through the Clean Energy Performance Program. It's estimated that this effort will create nearly 8 million jobs and lead to nearly $1 trillion in economic growth over the next 10 years through incentives to local electric utilities that increase their share of clean electricity each year. And regarding jobs, you'll see good-paying jobs grow in every congressional district. Rural, suburban, urban, family-sustaining careers for engineers, electrical workers, wind energy technicians, solar installers, and battery manufacturers. I know the Clean Energy Performance Plan will create a huge number of jobs in solar in my home state of Florida, but I was thrilled to hear that Ørsted, the offshore wind developer, was planning to partner with an American company to build ships to help construct and maintain the offshore wind turbines at Port Tampa Bay. These are the kind of jobs where you may not even know about them, you may not expect them, but these new vessels will be constructed at Port Tampa Bay and other shipyards in Louisiana and Mississippi. These jobs are going to ripple out across the country. In addition to jobs, the Clean Energy Performance Plan would also reduce pollution and improve the public health, which is especially critical for underserved environmental justice communities that too often carry the disproportionate burden of pollution. By cutting pollution like sulfur dioxide and nitrogen oxide, the Clean Energy Performance Plan would lead to annual climate and public health benefits ranging from $100 to $184 billion. And here's the bigger picture. When electricity suppliers have the resources they need to transition to clean energy, it unleashes innovation throughout our economy, from transportation to manufacturing, to industry, to homes and commercial buildings. It eliminates their sources of harmful pollution too. So it's a win-win-win, but there's one other consideration for all of us. It's the moral obligation we have to our kids and future generations to act, to leave them with a livable planet. It's at risk now unless we act. And this Clean Energy Performance Program is a linchpin to getting there. So I urge my colleagues to vote no on the Burgess Amendment and move forward expeditiously on our clean energy future. I yield back.
Thank the gentlewoman. The ranking member, Mrs. Rogers, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to strike the last word to speak in support of the amendment.
Chairwoman is recognized.
My fellow colleagues, do you know what America's most abundant renewable energy resource is? Hydropower. And unfortunately, the clean energy standard would be devastating to hydropower. According to the proposal, electricity suppliers will be required to increase their supply of certified, keyword, certified clean energy by 4% annually. This one-size-fits-all mandate ignores the substantial progress that many utilities across the country have made in recent years, especially utilities that use hydropower for electricity generation. The 4% annual mandate creates problems for variable hydro generation because if hydro conditions change due to weather conditions or environmental restrictions, it can be difficult or impossible to meet a 4% increase from the prior year. There are no off-ramps or exceptions in the current proposal, which means that hydro-based utilities and their customers will be forced to pay the crushing penalties. The Democrats' clean energy standard, or maybe we should call it the China electricity payment program, will increase every American's electricity bills and discourage the cheapest and most abundant form of renewable energy we have in this country, hydropower. In Washington state alone, hydropower accounts for 70% of our state's clean energy. This kind of top-down federal standard is exactly what we do not want to see happen to a country's affordable and reliable electricity. And it's worth noting that we know this bill doesn't stand a chance in the Senate, and they're going to completely rewrite it. In conclusion, I urge my colleagues to join me in supporting this amendment to strike the clean energy standard to protect dams, protect clean, renewable, affordable hydropower here in America, and stop the China electricity payment program from making America dependent on Chinese supply chains. Thank you. I yield back. Yes, I'll yield to the gentleman from Kentucky. Be happy to yield.
I thank the ranking member for yielding. First, I would like to enter to the record, there was a letter dated, well, not today, but yesterday, now that we're after midnight, to Democrat leadership from a group of my colleagues across the aisle asking that the reconciliation bill not disadvantage oil, natural gas, refining, and or increasing taxes and fees, and of the exclusion of natural gas and clean energy initiatives. I'll pass that to be reviewed. Ask that to be entered to the record.
Without objection, so ordered.
And those who signed the letter can join us in this amendment, and hopefully on the floor, those if they're not on the committee, because I've heard from several constituents, including co-ops from across Kentucky, about their concerns about how a proposal like this one we're debating today will sacrifice reliability because of that we do have, because it does disadvantage oil and natural gas and others that we depend on. At the last major Energy and Commerce Committee hearing, utility experts focusing on decarbonization in October 2019, no witness testified in support of an 80% reduction by 2030, and all of the witnesses discussed challenges to getting to 100% clean by 2050. The CEO of MISO testified that renewable penetration of 30% would challenge our ability to maintain the planning reserve margin and operate the system with acceptable voltage and thermal limits. Maintaining reliability at 40% renewable level becomes significantly more complex. At the same hearing, the CEO gave a series of stark warnings, one of which is, he said, we can no longer be confident that the system will be reliable. As we've seen what's going on in Europe today, we've seen examples of that. And so I'll just close with this. Are we ready? Are we sure we're ready to gamble access to reliable, affordable power to a proposal that was developed without substantial input from regulated utilities representing the diverse portfolio of ownership structures, generation resources, as that letter said, and geographic climate challenges that encompass the electric sector, has not been modeled to affirm viability and implementation at the national, regional, or even utility level, and has only been under review for a few days by the members. The bottom line is we cannot completely switch overnight to renewables. We need to balance environmental goals with energy independence, energy security, and reliability. We should strike this provision and get back to the policies that make sense for working families. And I yield back to the ranking member.
And I yield back.
Is there a Democrat who would like? Ms. Matsui is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I move to strike the last word. We are already seeing the devastating impacts of the climate crisis. In 2020, the United States experienced 14 major natural disasters costing Americans $91 billion. This summer, 1 in 3 Americans were impacted by a natural disaster, and 3/5 of all Americans experienced dangerous multi-day heat waves. We cannot deny that nearly every single one of our states, Republican or Democrat, has been affected by intensified extreme weather events due to climate change, costing our communities their economic and physical well-being. But Congress can change this by making sound climate investments to lower greenhouse gas emissions. I am pleased to see the committee's inclusion of the Clean Energy Performance Program, or CEPP. This crucial funding can help achieve equal or even lower electricity prices as dirty energy sources, which also have staggering environmental and social economic costs. In addition to lowering our electricity bills, CEPP investments are vital to lower our nation's carbon footprint, improve air quality, and support millions of high-paying clean jobs across the nation. A recent Berkeley University Grid Lab study found that popularizing clean energy will save $1.7 trillion in health and environmental costs and avoid 93,000 premature deaths. Similarly, median hourly wages for clean energy jobs, which outnumbered fossil fuel jobs by 3 to 1 before the pandemic, are 25% higher than the national median wage and pay better than most fossil fuel extraction jobs. It is time to address the root cause of climate change and make bold investments to improve our communities' health, protect the environment, and get people back to work. I urge my colleagues to take meaningful action now by supporting CEP investments in this legislation and oppose efforts to undermine these vital resources. We have no time for half measures. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
I thank the gentlewoman. Is there a Republican? Mr. Johnson is recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I speak in support of Mr. Burgess's amendment to strike the Clean Electricity Performance Program, a program that ironically seeks to outlaw America's high-performing coal and natural gas power generation. The provisions of this section represent the greatest federal intrusion into state and utility decision-making in over 3 decades. Yet, With no review, these provisions have appeared literally out of thin air in the past 3 days. The provisions here go far beyond plowing taxpayer dollars into, quote, incentive payments, which would be alarming enough by themselves, but these provisions would also implement sweeping regulatory mandates and penalties on every customer serving electric utility in the nation, the policy implications of which are profound. These implications include negative impacts on costs, on reliability, on the rates working families pay, negative impacts on state authorities, negative downstream effects on large and small businesses, negative impacts on the competitiveness of our manufacturing sector, costly disruptions to municipalities, the tax base, and agriculture, and of course, the loss of tens of thousands of jobs in the coal and gas-fired power sector. If these provisions go into effect, there would be no escape from the escalating mandates and fees if there's a failure to comply, even if compliance is technically impossible. Additionally, the time frame and requirements do not allow time for the deployment of carbon capture or advanced nuclear technologies, the kind of innovations that could provide real solutions in a cleaner, energy-secure future. Mr. Chairman, this committee is the premier committee dealing with energy issues. Yet the majority is blindly joining the drive to the Biden administration's misguided climate goal to decarbonize the electricity sector by 2035. If we don't tap the brakes on this, who will? We're supposed to be the specialists on this, calling on the experts to make sure we get the policy right for the American people. And speaking of experts, some of them have been raising serious questions that this type of unvetted scheme will not even be able to drive the massive build-out of weather-dependent power generation favored by the Democrats, which means utilities and ultimately working families will just end up paying billions in fees. As I said at the beginning of this markup, and I want to reiterate again, the only reason such destructive, careless, clueless pieces of legislation like this will ever see the light of day is that too few of those inside the DC Beltway today has ever signed the front side of a paycheck. It's obvious that proponents of these provisions don't know how these mandates enacted from on high would affect working families and small businesses. It's either they don't know or they simply don't care. To my Democrat colleagues, please take a step back from the ledge. You claim to advocate for working families and disadvantaged communities, but this provision will take even more of their hard-earned money, and they'll be without power more frequently. A vote for this amendment is a vote to protect working families from high rates, ensure the reliability of our electricity systems, and preserve our economy. I urge a yes vote on this amendment, and Mr. Chairman, with that, I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Do we have a Democrat that wants to speak on this? Mr. Schrader?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We were informed a mere 4 days ago, Thursday night, that this reconciliation bill would establish a completely new program, the Clean Electricity Performance Program. That gave us a couple of days to vet one of the most important bills this committee will consider in this Congress, biggest threat probably to the world and America we face now. My objections to such a rushed process is pretty well known. I've talked about it tonight. I'm deeply concerned about the potential for unintended consequences when we take these radical shortcuts. We're told that this is the only way to implement emissions reductions to satisfy the so-called bird rule. I think it's worth noting we're being asked to approve an enormously consequential climate policy, not on the merits. The DeGette bill, Lujan when he was here, frankly, our bill, Schrader and McKinley have put together, does a lot better job, but we're just trying to fit it into a parliamentary construct. That's terribly wrong. Under the program before us today, the Department of Energy is to issue grants to energy suppliers who increase their increase their output of clean electricity by an arbitrary amount and collect penalties from those who fail to do so. We're told that the Clean Energy Performance Program will function much as a clean electricity standard would. My Republican colleague, Mr. McKinley, and I have been working for nearly 2 years on a bipartisan legislative approach to provide powerful incentives for the power sector to reduce carbon emissions by coupling billions of dollars of investments in clean energy technologies with a robust clean electricity standard. Our goal is to provide effective carrots and sticks to reduce carbon emissions while developing the kind of fuel-neutral innovations that will not only get us to 95% clean electricity, but will develop exportable technologies that will create design and manufacturing jobs right here at home. We developed our legislation after months of engagement with experts, industry, and other stakeholders. Regrettably, the same cannot be said for the alternative before us today. We've yet to have a hearing on a clean electricity standard, much less a clean electricity performance program. What credit do utilities get, as have been discussed already, for already having made substantial investments in clean energy alternatives, like in the Pacific Northwest? That 4.5% gets harder to get. Pretty unfair. Will it provide the right balance of incentives to compel compliance? Will it result in sufficient emissions reductions? Will it spur innovation, make America a global leader and exporter of clean energy technologies? Hope so. I know our bill will. But we simply cannot know because we haven't fully vetted this alternative. In fact, instead of a bipartisan consensus-based approach to policymaking, we've been given a take-it-or-leave-it proposal whose text inspires more questions than answers. For instance, it's completely unclear if this legislation and how this legislation will affect waste energy facilities like the one in my district. Waste energy and biomass provide considerable climate benefits, but the CEPP would increase their compliance costs above what would be economically viable, notwithstanding the fact it's supposed to be technology neutral. We need to have clarity on these questions before rushing into a new regulatory framework. The climate crisis is an existential threat to health and well-being of our constituents, not to mention billions of individuals around the world. That's why I've sponsored our CES bill. Time is running out to respond. We must get it right the first time. We don't have time to waste on poorly considered trial and error plans that have been rushed through the legislative process to meet this arbitrary deadline. We must therefore oppose the Clean Energy Performance Program, not because I oppose taking aggressive action to tackle climate change and the climate crisis, but because we have not been given this alternative the consideration it needs. I yield back. I yield time to my good friend from West Virginia.
Mr. McKinley?
Thank you. Just very quickly with it, Mr. Chairman, I'm hoping that we'll have a hearing on our legislation to be able to show the difference between ours, which is innovation-based, using science over the next 10, 15 years to be able to put together a solution that will enable us. So I'm hoping that you will allow us to have a hearing on our innovation bill. It's long coming. We've been working with it with DOE for years now with it, and I think it's one that we talked about 14 hours ago at the beginning of this, that if we don't do something properly, we're going to wind up with a collapse of our grid system. So I ask you, please give us an opportunity to hear out the merits of our legislation. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman from Oregon yields back. Now, I'm hoping that the people from before put their hands down. So for those who have their hands up, Mr. Armstrong would be next. Mr. Armstrong?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to talk first about what's not in the Clean Energy Performance Program. If you believe that climate change is an immediate and existential threat, then I would recommend speaking to your colleagues on Ways and Means and offering to invalidate any trade agreement that doesn't follow this, in which any other country in the world doesn't follow this exact same program. Secondly, and I've said it before, and I'll say it again, if you want to get to 80% renewables by 2030, I don't know how you get there. In fact, I know you can't get there without permitting reform and litigation reform. And again, for all of the things we do, we don't do that. Because quite frankly, you can renewables, traditional energy, fossil fuels, baseload power, in order to get to these levels, the amount of transmission that has to be put in place and infrastructure from one end of the country to the other is so much more significant than we have the capacity to do, that this really is just folly. But the aim to get to 80% renewables by 2030 would use payments to utilities to get there. And the annual payments under the Clean Energy Performance Program would be between 2020 and 2030, and would be for each megawatt hour produced. That's the carrot. But earlier we heard that there are no mandates in the bill, but there's a 40 megawatt per hour fee for under the established 4% threshold. Well, if you're paying a fee for not meeting it, that sounds an awful lot like a mandate. And most natural gas would not qualify for this unless CCS and it has a capture rate of 75% emissions, something that if you talk to anybody in the industry is probably at least a decade out. So it's misleading to say that natural gas will qualify. And additionally, this will lock capital decisions in short-term requirements and not long-term investments. The bottom line is this cost is going to get passed on to the ratepayer. There's no other way around it. And generation like nuclear and carbon capture would qualify for these payments is misleading. Utilities are already into doing this. There's no need for the federal government to get involved in an unrealistic way. And the narrow windows that are placed in this bill are unrealistic. Many utilities already have existing contractual agreements and resource development plans that extend out years, if not decades. And that's a serious question, is whether the supply chain can handle this extreme build out in essentially only wind and solar. And that's again, before you talk about the infrastructure problems that are very, very real. Republicans have been talking about it for the last 6 months, and nobody seems to address the issue. If you think it's hard to get a pipeline put in eastern Montana, try putting a high voltage transmission line through a wealthy suburb in the East Coast. The oil industry, the gas industry have taught people how to fight these. If you are worried about bifurcating the prairie chicken's habitat, you don't care what you're doing, what infrastructure you're putting in. Utilitarian infrastructure is always unpopular locally. So we do all these programs, we put all of this in place, but we have absolutely unrealistic timelines to do it. And that is exactly what this does. It's not going to develop what we want it to. And all we're going to do in the process is put American businesses at a disadvantage on the global stage and raise the rates for taxpayers. So I support Dr. Burgess's amendment, and I hope others do as well. And with that, I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. Mr. McNerney is recognized next for 5 minutes.
I thank the chairman. After 2 decades in the industry, in the energy industry, I've seen the benefits of carbon-free electricity, including low cost, improved air quality, reduced dependence on foreign imports, and a decrease in the greenhouse gas emissions responsible for climate change. The Clean Energy Performance Program will provide the necessary investment in carbon-free electricity by providing grants to electricity suppliers who increase their clean energy generation. These investments will be transformational. The program is designed to be technology neutral, qualifying any technology with a carbon intensity of less than 1/10 of a metric ton of carbon dioxide equivalent emissions per megawatt hour of electricity. That's realistic. Additionally, the grants provided by the CEPP will be used to benefit ratepayers, including through bill assistance or investments in clean energy, electricity, and energy efficiency, as we've heard, is the best investment. In California, we benefited from electricity suppliers who acted early to make these investments. And I hope this legislation will enable suppliers in other states to do the same thing. The current and recent wildfire seasons in California have led to horrible air quality and to public safety power shutdowns to keep fires from spreading further. This drought is ravaging the entire Western United States and is felt very acutely in my own district. Our current energy system will not withstand the impacts of worsening wildfires, droughts, heat waves, hurricanes, and other extreme weather events. We can't let our future energy system continue to emit greenhouse gas emissions that cause climate change and the extreme weather that comes with it. It's really time to invest in climate solutions and transform our energy system. I support this historic investment in clean energy, and I urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment. Thank you, Chair, and I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. Mr. Palmer, Mr. Carter? You're more senior. All right, Mr. Carter first.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Chairman, welcome to the Green New Deal and the end of America energy independence, because that's what this subtitle on energy is all about. Let's start with the Clean Electric Performance Program, which is simply the latest version of the Obama-era Clean Power Plan and another clean energy standard. This would amount to massive subsidies to force wind and solar on the American people. This is the opposite of an all-of-the-above approach and will be extremely detrimental to consumers, grid reliability, and resilience to extreme weather events. Now, I'm not against solar or wind. In fact, my home state of Georgia has a growing solar industry and has been in the top 10 of states for solar installations for 4 years straight. It was also ranked #1 in solar jobs growth in the Solar Jobs Census 2019, published by the Solar Foundation. Additionally, Georgia came in 6th place in total solar manufacturing employment. However, this isn't because we have a clean energy standard, mandates, or any additional subsidies on solar. The demand for clean energy in Georgia is largely market-driven. We're blessed with plenty of sunshine and land, but it's not our entire energy portfolio. I would not force this on a state like Alaska, where there is very little sun for large portions of the year. States that have put in place mandates, like California's to reach 100% zero-carbon electricity by 2045, have seen their electricity prices rise 7 times more than the rest of the country. I want to promote clean energy that works, encourages American innovation, energy independence, and competitiveness. But that is not what this bill does. Under this bill, utilities would have to buy or generate a certain amount of renewable energy each year. Those that don't meet their quotas would be fined, while those that exceed targets would receive payments from the feds that they must spend on increasing renewable energy or reducing electricity prices. The SEP would be the most significant climate action in our country's history, and we only received the text of it last week. The subsidy payments and fees for not complying, which is a gimmick to get by reconciliation rules, will further distort electricity markets. This will directly raise prices and increase costs for Americans. Its aggressive timeline for reaching 80% electricity from zero-carbon sources by 2030 makes it nearly impossible for utilities to take advantage of technologies like long-duration energy storage, hydropower, hydrogen, carbon capture, or advanced nuclear, which are unlikely to be deployable in the near term. Say goodbye to any investments in truly innovative technologies like advanced nuclear energy that provides the only reliable zero-emission baseload power. Of course, as we have been saying about much of this package, it will ultimately lead to much higher rates. While it may not be a literal tax, higher rates are regressive and hurt those who make the least in our country. Economy-wide electrification will only continue, but the accompanying load growth and demands on our grid will present serious challenges. We already struggle meeting demand in some places without transitioning to low or no low-carbon energy. Unfortunately, the more utilities rely on renewables, the more backup power they will need from fossil fuels to keep the grid stable. To prevent rolling blackouts this summer, California has had to solicit power from neighboring producers and ask consumers to use less power, as Democrats advocate for rapid electrification of everything. Another concern is how this affects nearly 1/3 of the nation's electricity is deliverable by electric co-ops and public power. They will hurt co-op and public power tax ratepayers disproportionately. The United States has led the world in reducing carbon emissions. The emissions reduction in the United States over the past 10 years is the largest in the history of energy. From 2000 to 2019, of the countries that have reduced CO2 emissions during that time, the reduction in the U.S. was roughly the same as the reduction in the next 10 countries combined. All these reductions happened without Obama EPA Clean Power Plan regulations that would have mandated industry emission reductions of 32% below 2005 levels. Policies that stress markets-based approaches, private property rights, smart regulation, and cooperative federalism instead of top-down and centralized plannings are the best way to achieve our goals. And I yield back.
Who's next? Is there anyone else who wants to speak on the Burgess Amendment? Mr. Palmer, anybody on the Democratic side? No? Mr. Palmer, recognized for 5 minutes.
I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank the chairman. The consistent alarmist statements by my Democrat colleagues concerning climate change reminds me of what H.L. Mencken wrote. He said, the whole sum of practical politics is to keep the population alarmed and hence clamorous to be led to safety by menacing it with endless series of hobgoblins, most of them imaginary. That's precisely the conclusion of Dr. Stephen Koonin, the former Undersecretary for Science in the U.S. Department of Energy during the Obama-Biden administration. It's a constant threat of climate catastrophe. I'm going to read what he said in his book, Unsettled, which I recommend to every member of this committee. The threat of climate catastrophe, whether storms, droughts, rising seas, failed crops, or economic collapse, resonates with everyone. And this threat can be portrayed as both urgent by invoking a recent deadly weather event, for instance, and yet distant enough so that a politician's dire predictions will be tested only decades after they've left office. Unfortunately, while climate science and associated energy issues are complicated, complexity and nuance don't lend themselves at all well to political messaging. The science is jettisoned in favor of the science and simplified for use in the political arena, which allows the required actions to be portrayed simply as, well, just eliminate fossil fuels to save the planet. So I think we could summarize that by saying that for many, the science is really political science. It's not climate science. It's not based in observations of the geological record, which tells us about climate change. It's in the geologic record. A 2012 reconstruction of the power dissipation index, which is related to hurricanes, goes back to 1880 and reinforces the conclusion that recent decades are nothing out of the ordinary. Nothing that there have been periods before 1949, noting that there have been periods before 1949 that were relatively active compared to the post-1995 era of heightened activity. In other words, there have been times before human influences became significant that were at least as active as today. There are even more severe droughts between 900 and 1300 AD in the American Southwest than are being experienced now. A study published in 2020 confirms the notion that a leading cause of multi-year U.S. droughts over the past millennium has been internal variability of the atmosphere. The Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change Fifth Assessment Report says there's high confidence for droughts during the last millennium of greater magnitude and longer duration than those observed since the beginning of the 20th century in many regions. Repeated crop failures devastated communities in the Southwest during the 25-year-long Great Drought about 750 years ago. What we're doing here is dangerous because it impacts the well-being of people. Higher energy costs impact people's ability to heat and cool their homes. This is especially problematic for low-income households and people living in poverty. The World Health Organization has said that indoor air pollution in poor countries, the result of cooking with wood and animal and crop waste, is the most serious environmental problem in the world, affecting up to 3 billion people. This is not the result of climate change. It is the result of poverty. It is the result of energy poverty that leads to energy injustice and economic injustice. And this idea that we're going to be totally dependent on on renewables. Just yesterday, in the Wall Street Journal, an article about energy prices in Europe hitting records after the wind stopped blowing. And these were offshore wind turbines in the North Sea that led to record increases in natural gas prices and to the reliance on fossil fuel to keep the power grid up. It says here that the United Kingdom electricity prices had more than doubled in September, almost 7 times as high at the same point in 2020. Power markets also jumped in France, the Netherlands, and Germany. This has a devastating impact on low-income people. I just want us, again, this committee to focus on science and get out of the rhetoric and focus on what we need to do to prepare for the climate change that is coming that we can't do anything about, that eliminating CO2 emissions will absolutely do nothing to abate. I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. Anyone else want to address the Burgess amendment on either side of the aisle? All right, if not, then we'll go to a vote. I assume we're going to have a recorded vote on this one.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I would like a recorded vote.
Yes. A recorded vote is ordered on the Burgess amendment. Those in favor of the amendment will say aye. Those opposed will say no, and the clerk shall call the roll.
Mr. Rush.
Rush votes no.
Mr. Rush votes no. Ms. Eshoo.
Eshoo votes no.
Ms. Eshoo votes no. Ms. DeGette.
DeGette votes no.
Ms. DeGette votes no. Mr. Doyle.
Doyle votes no.
Mr. Doyle votes no. Ms. Schakowsky.
Schakowsky votes no.
Ms. Schakowsky votes no. Mr. Butterfield.
Butterfield votes no.
Mr. Butterfield, I couldn't see you. Can you please repeat your vote?
Butterfield votes no. Butterfield votes no.
Mr. Butterfield votes no. Ms. Matsui.
Matsui votes no.
Ms. Matsui votes no. Ms. Castor.
Ms. Castor votes no.
Ms. Castor votes no. Mr. Sarbanes.
Sarbanes votes no.
Mr. Sarbanes votes no. Mr. McNerney.
McNerney votes no.
Mr. McNerney votes no. Mr. Welch.
Welch votes no.
Mr. Welch votes no. Mr. Tonko.
Tonko from New York votes no.
Mr. Tonko votes no. Ms. Clark.
Clark from New York votes no.
Ms. Clark votes no. Mr. Schrader.
Schrader from Oregon votes yes.
Mr. Schrader votes aye. Mr. Cardenas.
Cardenas representing California votes no.
Mr. Cardenas votes no. Mr. Ruiz.
Ruiz votes no.
Mr. Ruiz votes no. Mr. Peters. Mr. Peters votes no. Mrs. Dingell.
Dingell votes no.
One more. Mrs. Dingell votes no. Mr. Vesey.
Vesey votes no.
Mr. Vesey votes no. Ms. Custer.
Custer votes no.
Ms. Custer votes no. Ms. Kelly.
Kelly votes no.
Ms. Kelly votes no. Ms. Barragan.
Barragan votes no.
Ms. Barragan votes no. Mr. McEachin. Ms. Blunt Rochester.
Blunt Rochester votes no.
Ms. Blunt Rochester votes no. Mr. Soto.
Soto votes no.
Mr. Soto votes no. Mr. O'Halloran.
O'Halloran votes no.
Mr. O'Halloran votes no. Ms. Rice. Ms. Rice votes no. Ms. Craig.
Craig votes no.
Ms. Craig votes no. Ms. Schreier.
Schreier votes no.
Ms. Schreier votes no. Ms. Trahan.
Trahan votes no.
Ms. Trahan votes no. Ms. Fletcher?
Fletcher votes no.
Ms. Fletcher votes no. Mrs. Rogers? Mrs. Rogers votes aye. Mr. Upton? Mr. Burgess?
Burgess votes aye.
Mr. Burgess votes aye. Mr. Scalise?
Mr. Scalise votes aye.
Mr. Scalise, can you turn on your camera, please? I didn't see you.
Yes, is that coming through? Mr. Scalise votes aye.
Mr. Scalise votes aye. Mr. Latta?
Latta votes aye.
Mr. Latta votes aye. Mr. Guthrie? Mr. Guthrie votes aye. Mr. McKinley? Mr. McKinley votes aye. Mr. Kinzinger?
Kinzinger, aye.
Mr. Kinzinger votes aye. Mr. Griffith? Mr. Griffith votes aye. Mr. Bilirakis? Mr. Bilirakis votes aye. Mr. Johnson? Mr. Johnson votes aye. Mr. Long? Mr. Bouchon?
Bouchon from Indiana votes aye.
Mr. Bouchon votes aye. Mr. Mullen?
Aye.
Mr. Mullen votes aye. Mr. Hudson?
Hudson, North Carolina votes aye.
Mr. Hudson votes aye. Mr. Wahlberg?
Mr. Wahlberg votes aye.
Mr. Wahlberg votes aye. Mr. Carter? Mr. Carter votes aye. Mr. Duncan? Mr. Palmer? Mr. Palmer votes aye. Mr. Dunn?
Mr. Dunn of Florida votes aye.
Mr. Dunn votes aye. Mr. Curtis?
Curtis votes aye.
Mr. Curtis votes aye. Ms. Lesko?
Lesko votes aye.
Ms. Lesko votes aye. Mr. Pence?
Pence from Indiana votes aye.
Mr. Pence votes aye. Mr. Crenshaw?
Crenshaw votes aye.
Mr. Crenshaw votes aye. Mr. Joyce?
Joyce from Pennsylvania votes aye.
Mr. Joyce votes aye. Mr. Armstrong?
Armstrong votes yes.
Mr. Armstrong votes aye. Chairman Pallone?
Pallone from New Jersey votes no.
Chairman Pallone votes no.
Anyone who
Upton votes,
Mr. Upton?
votes aye.
Anyone else who?
Mr. Upton votes aye.
Any other member who hasn't voted seeks to vote? Before we're good? All right, the clerk will report the tally on the Burgess Amendment.
On that vote, Mr. Chairman, the yeas were 25 and the nays were 30.
So the vote on the Burgess Amendment is 25 ayes to 30 noes. The amendment is not agreed to. Do we have any further amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
You have a- Oh, Mr. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Johnson, what is your amendment labeled?
B117.
The clerk have that? Okay. The clerk will report the Johnson amendment.
Amendment to Subtitle D offered by Mr. Johnson of Ohio. At the end of,
Without objection, the reading of the amendment will be dispensed with, and the gentleman from Ohio is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to address the natural gas tax and the ridiculous, ironically named Clean Power Performance Plan. These mandates have nothing to do with reducing emissions and clean power. These ridiculous mandates are further proof that my Democrat colleagues are focused on one thing and one thing only, and that's ending the production and use of coal, oil, and natural gas, and the jobs and affordable energy that come with them. Proponents of this legislation cite this bill as the march of progress. I see this as the next Solyndra scandal in the making. Setting aside for a moment the serious ethical and moral concerns about relying on foreign countries for the metals and materials for a so-called clean economy, I hope we can all agree that it's morally reprehensible for children in the Congo to be mining cobalt so elites in San Francisco can drive electric cars. The ethical concerns extend even closer to home. My amendment is simple. It would prevent grant funding in Subtitle D from going to companies or entities that members of Congress, executive branch employees, or their family members are employed by or have financial stakes in. I want to take you all back for a moment to this spring where we hosted Secretary Granholm to testify. During my questioning, she admitted that yes, the Biden administration did in fact want to ban hydraulic fracturing on public lands, contradicting the White House position at the time. We have come to learn now that just 8 days earlier, riding the wave of her green advocacy, Secretary Granholm filed paperwork confirming the recent sale of a cool $1.6 million in stock in an electric bus company. In hindsight, no wonder she was so open about banning fracking. The Green New Future is looking pretty bright, I suspect, for Madam Secretary Granholm. But now that she's cashed out, other investors will also stand to benefit. In an August Washington Free Beacon article, it was reported that this same company, in brazen fashion, actually bragged to its investors about how much it stands to gain from all the green infrastructure spending it expects to see jammed through Congress this fall. Can you believe that? This isn't the free market at work. This is, by definition, government elites rewarding their elitist cronies and leaving the American people holding the bag. Please, let's do an about-face. It's time we put the taxpayers' and ratepayers' interests above the interest of green profiteers. I urge my colleagues to support my common sense amendment, and Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Anyone else on the Johnson amendment? No one on our side? Any Republican? Okay, then we will go to a vote. On the Johnson amendment, I assume we want a recorded vote. I would be right. Okay. Recorded vote is ordered on the Johnson amendment. Those in favor of the amendment will say aye. Those opposed will say no, and the clerk shall call the roll.
Mr. Rush.
No.
Mr. Rush votes no. Ms. Eshoo.
Eshoo votes no.
Ms. Eshoo votes no. Ms. DeGette.
DeGette votes no.
Ms. DeGette votes no. Mr. Doyle.
Doyle votes no.
Mr. Doyle votes no. Ms. Schakowsky. Ms. Schakowsky votes aye. Mr. Butterfield.
Votes no.
Ms. Schakowsky votes no. Mr. Butterfield.
Votes no.
Mr. Butterfield votes no. Ms. Matsui.
Matsui votes no.
Ms. Matsui votes no. Ms. Castor.
Castor votes no.
Ms. Castor votes no. Mr. Sarbanes.
Sarbanes votes no.
Mr. Sarbanes votes no. Mr. McNerney.
McNerney votes no.
Mr. McNerney votes no. Mr. Welch.
Welch votes no.
Mr. Welch votes no. Mr. Tonko.
Tonko from New York votes no.
Mr. Tonko votes no. Ms. Clark.
Clark from New York votes no.
Ms. Clark votes no. Mr. Schrader.
Schrader from Oregon votes no.
Mr. Schrader votes no. Mr. Cardenas.
Cardenas, representing California, votes no.
Mr. Cardenas votes no. Mr. Ruiz.
Ruiz votes no.
Mr. Ruiz votes no. Mr. Peters.
Peters votes no. Peters votes no.
Mr. Peters votes no. Mrs. Dingell.
Dingell votes no.
Mrs. Dingell votes no. Mr. Vesey.
Buenos dias. VC votes no.
Mr. Vesey votes no. Ms. Custer. Ms. Custer. Ms. Kelly.
Kelly votes no.
Ms. Kelly votes no. Ms. Barragan.
Barragan votes no.
Ms. Barragan votes no. Ms. Blunt Rochester.
Blunt Rochester votes no.
Ms. Blunt Rochester votes no. Mr. Soto.
Soto votes no.
Mr. Soto votes no. Mr. O'Halloran.
O'Halloran votes no.
Mr. O'Halloran votes no. Ms. Rice. Ms. Rice votes no. Ms. Craig.
Craig votes no.
Ms. Craig votes no. Ms. Schreier.
Schreier votes no.
Ms. Schreier votes no. Ms. Trahan.
Trahan votes no.
Ms. Trahan votes no. Ms. Fletcher.
Fletcher votes no.
Ms. Fletcher votes no. Mrs. Rogers. Mrs. Rogers votes aye. Mr. Upton.
Mr. Upton votes aye.
Mr. Upton votes aye. Mr. Burgess.
Votes aye.
Mr. Burgess votes aye. Mr. Scalise.
Scalise votes aye.
Mr. Scalise votes aye. Mr. Latta.
Latta votes aye.
Mr. Latta votes aye. Mr. Guthrie. Mr. Guthrie votes aye. Mr. McKinley. Mr. McKinley votes no. Mr. Kinzinger. Mr. Griffith. Mr. Griffith votes aye. Mr. Bilirakis. Mr. Bilirakis votes aye. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Johnson votes aye. Mr. Long. Mr. Bouchon.
Bouchon from Indiana votes aye.
Mr. Bouchon votes aye. Mr. Mullen.
Aye.
Mr. Mullen votes aye. Mr. Hudson. Mr. Hudson votes aye. Mr. Wahlberg.
Wahlberg votes aye.
Mr. Wahlberg votes aye. Mr. Carter. Mr. Carter votes aye. Mr. Duncan. Mr. Palmer. Mr. Palmer votes aye. Mr. Dunn.
Mr. Dunn votes aye.
Mr. Dunn votes aye. Mr. Curtis.
Curtis votes aye.
Mr. Curtis votes aye. Ms. Lesko.
Lesko votes aye.
Ms. Lesko votes aye. Mr. Pence. Mr. Pence votes aye. Mr. Crenshaw.
Crenshaw votes aye.
Mr. Crenshaw votes aye. Mr. Joyce.
Joyce from Pennsylvania votes aye.
Mr. Joyce votes aye. Mr. Armstrong.
Armstrong votes yes.
Mr. Armstrong votes aye. Chairman Pallone.
Pallone from New Jersey votes no.
Chairman Pallone votes no.
Anyone who didn't vote would like to?
Yes, Custer votes no.
Ms. Custer votes no.
Anyone else? else, guys? No? All right, the clerk will report the tally on the Johnson amendment.
On that vote, Mr. Chairman, the yeas were 22 and the nays were 32.
The vote is 22 ayes to 32 noes, and the Johnson amendment is not agreed to.
Wait.
You have who?
32? Yeah, 30.
Are there further amendments to the
Mr.
amendment?
Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk. It's Bouchon.
Mr. Bouchon. Bouchon, yes. What is it labeled?
B3_26.
The clerks have it?
Yes, sir.
Clerk will report the Bouchon amendment.
Amendment Subtitle B, offered by Mr. Bouchon of Indiana. At the end of Part 8.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment will be dispensed with, and the gentleman from Indiana is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I support an all of the above market-driven energy approach to keep the lights on, costs down, and emissions low. Strong, healthy market competition will ensure that consumers have options to meet their family and business transportation needs. I want to be clear, I support electric vehicles. However, the subsidies we are considering here today are vague about incentives for EVs and charging infrastructure proposed in this bill, and they could allow the wealthy to reap benefits from the American taxpayers simply by purchasing EV. According to a 2018 study by the Pacific Research Institute, almost 80% of those utilizing existing EV incentives have incomes over $100,000 a year. And in 2019, the median household income in Indiana's 8th Congressional District was only just over $54,000 a year. Mr. Chair, the wealthiest individuals in this country don't need a handout from the American taxpayers for buying an expensive EV. Why not make sure the incentives are targeted to those Americans that truly need the help the most? This is why I'm offering an amendment which would prohibit federal aid for the purchase of electric vehicles or charging equipment by individuals making more than $100,000 a year, or for purchases of electric vehicles or charging equipment of greater than $40,000 a year. This just happens to be the same language in the Senate version of the bill. The language in these subtitles is loose, and so this amendment would serve as an insurance policy to ensure that wealthy individuals do not take advantage of federal assistance they do not need. If my friends on the other side of the aisle want to keep insisting that the only path towards cleaner air is through forcing all Americans to park their liquid fuel cars for EVs, this amendment would at least bring some fiscal sanity to the bill, promises one thing and wildly spends on the other. I urge the adoption of my common sense amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Does anyone else want to speak on this? No? All right. All right, then we'll, if no, then we'll go to a recorded vote on the Bouchon amendment. A recorded vote is ordered. Those in favor of the Bouchon amendment will say aye. Those opposed will say no, and the clerk shall call the roll.
Mr. Rush.
Rush of Illinois votes no.
Mr. Rush votes no. Ms. Eshoo.
Eshoo votes no.
Ms. Eshoo votes no. Ms. DeGette.
DeGette votes no.
Ms. DeGette votes no. Mr. Doyle.
Doyle votes no.
Mr. Doyle votes no. Ms. Schakowsky.
Schakowsky votes no.
Ms. Schakowsky votes no. Mr. Butterfield.
Butterfield votes no.
Mr. Butterfield votes no. Ms. Matsui.
Matsui votes no.
Ms. Matsui votes no. Ms. Castor. Ms. Castor votes no. Mr. Sarbanes.
Sarbanes votes no.
Mr. Sarbanes, can you please turn on your camera? I didn't get your vote.
Sarbanes votes no.
Mr. Sarbanes votes no. Mr. McNerney.
McNerney votes no.
Mr. McNerney votes no. Mr. Welch.
Welch votes no.
Mr. Welch votes no. Mr. Tonko. Ms. Clark.
Ms. Clark votes no.
Ms. Clark votes no. Mr. Schrader.
Schrader votes no.
Mr. Schrader votes no. Mr. Cardenas.
Cardenas representing California votes no.
Mr. Cardenas votes no. Mr. Ruiz.
Ruiz votes no.
Mr. Ruiz votes no. Mr. Peters.
Peters votes no. Peters votes no.
Mr. Peters votes no. Mrs. Dingell.
Dingell votes no.
Mrs. Dingell votes no. Mr. Vesey.
VC votes no.
Mr. Vesey votes no. Ms. Custer.
Custer votes no.
Ms. Custer votes no. Ms. Kelly.
Kelly votes no.
Ms. Kelly votes no. Ms. Barragan.
Barragan votes no.
Ms. Barragan votes no. Mr. McEachin. Ms. Blunt Rochester.
Blunt Rochester votes no.
Ms. Blunt Rochester votes no. Mr. Soto.
Soto votes no.
Mr. Soto votes no. Mr. O'Halloran.
O'Halloran votes no.
Mr. O'Halloran votes no. Ms. Rice. Ms. Rice votes no. Ms. Craig.
Ms. Craig votes no.
Ms. Craig votes no. Ms. Schreier.
Schreier votes no.
Ms. Schreier votes no. Ms. Trahan.
Trahan votes no.
Ms. Trahan votes no. Ms. Fletcher.
Fletcher votes no.
Ms. Fletcher votes no. Mrs. Rogers. Mrs. Rogers votes aye. Mr. Upton.
Mr. Upton votes aye.
Mr. Upton votes aye. Mr. Burgess.
Votes aye.
Mr. Burgess, can you please repeat your vote?
Burgess votes aye.
Mr. Burgess votes aye. Mr. Scalise.
Scalise votes aye.
Mr. Scalise votes aye. Mr. Latta.
Latta votes aye.
Mr. Latta votes aye. Mr. Guthrie. Mr. Guthrie votes aye. Mr. McKinley. Mr. McKinley votes aye. Mr. Kinzinger. Mr. Griffith. Mr. Griffith votes aye. Mr. Bilirakis. Mr. Bilirakis votes aye. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Johnson votes aye. Mr. Long. Mr. Bouchon.
Bouchon from Indiana votes aye.
Mr. Bouchon votes aye. Mr. Mullen.
Aye.
Mr. Mullen votes aye. Mr. Hudson. Mr. Hudson votes aye. Mr. Wahlberg.
Mr. Wahlberg votes aye.
Mr. Wahlberg votes aye. Mr. Carter. Mr. Carter votes aye. Mr. Duncan. Mr. Palmer. Mr. Palmer votes aye. Mr. Dunn.
Mr. Dunn votes aye.
Mr. Dunn votes aye. Mr. Curtis.
Curtis votes aye.
Mr. Curtis votes aye. Miss Lesko.
Lesko votes aye.
Miss Lesko votes aye. Mr. Pence.
Pence from Indiana votes aye.
Mr. Pence votes aye. Mr. Crenshaw.
Crenshaw votes aye.
Mr. Crenshaw votes aye. Mr. Joyce.
Joyce from Pennsylvania votes yes.
Mr. Joyce votes aye. Mr. Armstrong.
Armstrong votes yes.
Mr. Armstrong votes aye. Chairman Pallone.
Pallone from New Jersey votes no.
Chairman Pallone votes no.
Is there anyone who hasn't voted who would like to? Mr. Tonko?
Mr. Tonko votes no.
Anyone else? All right. Clerk will report the tally on the Bouchon amendment.
On that vote, Mr. Chairman, the yeas were 23 and the nays were 31.
So the vote on the Bouchon amendment is 23 ayes to 31 noes. The amendment is not agreed to. Now, let me just say, I know we've been here all day and we're going to go home, but we've only done 6 of the 16 titles, which means we have the rest of the energy title, which my understanding is there are like 10 more Republican amendments. We have all the health titles and all the Commerce Subcommittee titles left. So we're not even halfway through. So it just means that we're going to reconvene tomorrow at 10 o'clock, but you know, you got to figure you're going to be here most of the night, if today was any indication. But we'll still try to get done, I guess, you know, by sometime Wednesday morning so people can go to, you know, if you have to fly back for Yom Kippur services. So just be prepared that, you know, we're going to be here, I mean, unless something changes and everybody wants to move quickly, that we'll be here probably at least until this time tomorrow night. But with that, I thank everybody, and the committee stands in recess until 10 a.m. tomorrow, 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time.